But yeah, what's going to happen once they bring, and it's a terrible thing to say, all the people that are coming in through immigration now, if they get into the mass populace in prisons, the prisons are actually quite calm. And if a lot of these people who are known to be nefarious from gangs and such, getting amongst the prison system, it could be really quite nasty. But you're right, media would have us scared of going to the big house, scared of Big Brother catching us out. So we get more cameras to make sure we don't do anything bad. Aloha. Ping pong. Nobody wants to stay, nobody wants to talk. You think the world had gone flat and everybody had fallen off the edge? Is that General Custer, really? I think it is. I'm not sure. I'm not all that big on my American military.
It's supposed to be General Lee.
General Lee, that's the man, yes, sorry, yeah. Sorry, General. Sorry, sir. General Lee, yeah. So Custer was his opposition then, yeah? So was Custer his opposition? Was he in the blue coat side? Is that where I'm getting that from? Custard.
I mean, Custard's last stand.
Yeah, was he? General Lee was the south. Was Custard the north? That's basically what I'm asking. Ellen, what's up? How you doing?
What's up, Bido?
The sky's up, my friend. It's where you left it.
What happened to Mary? Well, is Mary still here?
Who?
Mary?
Mary.
Mary.
Mary? Who was Mary?
Mary Mum?
Mother
Oh, Mary
Mary?
Mum. Yeah,
Mary Mum, yeah.
Dandelion. Yeah,
Mary Mum, yeah,
Dandelion.
she's still around.
Yeah.
Was that it? Was that all you wanted to know?
Yeah, I remember you now, Dylan. You're a big fan, aren't you?
I'm what?
A big fan.
A big fan, yes, I'm a big fan. And I ride motorcycles.
Oh, good man.
Yes,
What do you
that's
ride?
right.
Mind you, there's
Yeah.
zero proof that the Earth is actually flat, bro. Without
Yeah,
just
there's
one
hills,
like Plato
there's hills
circular.
and mountains and valleys.
You sound angry about it, though.
Yeah, I am. Ooh, grrr, I'm
Why?
angry. Yes, sir.
Why are you angry about it, me? Why is me angry?
Because I want the Earth to be round, bro. So I'm just
Well,
fuming.
so did we once.
Blood pressure right now is like 190 over like 120. I'm about to pop it.
Shit.
Damn.
You need to go see somebody about that.
Breathe, dude. Just breathe. It'll be okay.
Okay, I'll breathe.
No. Don't be breathing talcum powder. That's not clever.
No, I'm just breathing through my nose. Like there's no powder going in.
Breathe slowly, dude. Slowly in through the nose, slowly out through the mouth. There you go. That's the one.
Yeah, there you go. Now I feel like I'm more calm now. So now I'm ready to hear some arguments for the Earth being flat. If you haven't.
Oh, it's measured that way with surveying equipment.
What did he say? The accent. I just can't like comprehend.
Sorry. It's measured that way. The tools that are used are laser transits and measuring equipment.
Okay, is there like a study from a reputable source that I could look over, or?
Yeah, you could get in
Just
contact with
those
any
tools.
local surveyors, I guess.
Okay, but just to clarify, are you readily able to hand me out those sources that then use those devices to say the Earth is conclusively flat?
No, I can
Yes
show
or
you
no?
demonstrations where the tools that are used by individual people.
Okay, amazing. So you don't have the studies, so I don't see a reason
No, I
as
have
to
the
why I should
measurements.
keep engaging
The
with
tools that
you
are
without.
Sorry. Hello. I have the measurements with the tools that are applicable.
You
I
have
could
the
invite you to do it
measurements
yourself
with
as
the
well.
tools.
Sorry.
Yeah, our studies, me.
Yeah, are those measurements replicated by other people?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, if so, it should be in a study. So please link it. Go ahead. Like you're
I'll
pretty
see
much
if I
just saying
can
that
find
there's a
one
peer
for you, being
review
as you
of whatever
want to
you've
study.
published. So
Do you
go ahead.
understand how surveying's done?
Do you understand how surveying's done? You grab a
Yes.
population regarding a particular issue that you want to
No.
figure out something about, and then you ask them the
No,
question, right?
miscommunication. Sorry,
Presumably the
dude.
survey
Not
is going to be
surveying the
okay.
public about an opinion about something,
So then just
as in
clarify.
surveillance of the land.
Surveillance? What?
God's sake.
The accent, man. I'm sorry. I don't speak to filthy British people that much.
That's fine. I'll use baby language for you. It's when we measure the land, when
No,
we
it's
build
just like
upon
the
it.
accent. Like I can't,
Yeah, I know.
you
You
can
managed
use
to get
baby
that, didn't
language. You
you?
can use
Well
like
done. You got that.
college,
Good.
doctorate level language. It's
Yeah,
always
I
just going
know.
to be marred by the accent, bro.
Are you
It'll
American?
be okay, me.
Yeah,
Calm
sadly.
down.
Okay, you talk a lot, don't you?
Sometimes.
You seem to be talking a lot now.
I mean, you interrupted me though, so like I don't know what you're crying.
I know, because again, you're incorrect.
I know.
I'm going to use simple
So why are
language
you
for
mad
you.
when you
Do you
interrupt me
know
that I interrupt
what
you?
measure means?
Do you know what measure means? Yes, I do.
Good. Do you understand what to measure the land means?
Oh, yeah.
Cool. In England, we call that surveying.
Surveying. Okay. Has that been like published in a study that's peer-reviewed, or?
Peer
You see
review.
the text shot, me.
I mean, presumably that leads to your
the first
conclusion.
process of fucking engineering and construction. What the fuck?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not telling you that, like, I mean, I don't know if you understood the last part that I literally said out loud. You probably didn't listen because you're kind of just British and retarded.
Dude, you want
The thing
peer
that I
review?
said
This
is
isn't a
you have a
scientific
study
question.
that uses
Hello?
those methodologies that you've then elucidated or actually stated about, that then leads to the conclusion that the Earth is flat, yes or no?
Yes.
He's just wasting our time, I think.
Yes.
Asking for studies equals waste of time. Makes sense, bro. W. Good stuff.
Don't
Wasn't
run away,
listening to
me.
anything that anyone said, so definitely wasting my time. Sorry, old dude, if
You
you
don't
want to
have
talk to me
studies, I
again.
know. You're literally
No,
wasting
it's
time.
cool.
You don't.
Excuse me, I'm going to have to
data.
put this straight. You asked for peer review, didn't you?
Peer-reviewed studies, yeah, that would be
Peer
somewhat ideal.
reviewed studies for what exactly?
So you haven't been keeping track of the conversation. You said that there were
for what
tools.
exactly?
Okay,
Because if
so
you want peer review for land
I was about to
surveying,
tell
you'd
you,
be
but you
barking up
interrupted
the
me
wrong
yet again,
tree.
man.
Dickhead, you're
I was about
talking
tell
too
you,
much.
but you're literally
Listen.
interrupting me again, bro. It's just the British person just coming out, like the British nature, bro.
Excuse me, can you stop answering your own
Muscle
fucking
yourself,
question?
dog. I'm talking now. So, what I was going to tell you is that regarding the claim you made about there being certain tools that you can then utilize to reach the conclusion that the Earth is flat, right? And you saying that there are people that have actually.
It won't go well for you, dude.
I can go and get you that study if you want. Yeah, no problem. Oh, fair enough.
I heard the ding dong. I take it you left. So angry. You tried, Jedi. You tried. You've the patience of a saint, man.
I've got a quick question.
No, we're not live.
This is a recording.
You're still
Oh,
asleep.
yeah, I forgot. It's recording hour. Yeah, you're right.
It's only been like 6 years, CB. Are we live?
Is this a listening panel or no listening panel?
It's a listening panel. Apparently nobody else is awake, mate. Although why they would want to listen to me complain about them not talking, I've got absolutely no idea. Right, where did that little dingus go? What was his name? August.
Just want to be clear about the last gentleman. He wanted a peer-reviewed study that proved that the equipment that surveyors use is fit for purpose. Is that what he wanted?
Possibly part of it, yeah. I think that it was, it was a peer-reviewed study to confirm that what the equipment that we were claiming was the correct equipment, fit for purpose. Obviously, by a surveyor, I think he wanted used by the person qualified, I think, but he ran away, so it's hard to say, man.
Okay. I think that's where we got to anyway. Maybe he'll come back.
Hopefully. I live in hope. He did well. He actually took a breath and there was... Maybe he should have taken another one. Maybe next time he'll take another one. Bing bong.
Pardon you, Pembo.
Yeah. Pardon you.
Flat Earth 24/7, here we are.
Yeah, here we are.
It's come to this. It's come to this.
What, Tuesday morning?
Certainly has, man.
You know.
How's life in your neck of the woods?
I'm a bit disappointed in myself, got to say.
What's going down?
That's probably why I'm here, eh?
I'm still confused.
Me too, Jedi. Me too.
What are we on about then? Are we flat earthing or not?
Are we flat earthing? Yeah, we're flat earthing.
Right, okay, I've got the argument for you.
Go on then, what's that?
The Egyptians erected what we've got now, Cleopatra's Needle, to measure the arc of the Earth, and by measuring the shadow by day,
Yeah.
that's how they knew the Earth was spherical.
Okay.
That was
I actually like that story better, Jedi. I like that one better.
Over 4,000-year-old knowledge.
Cool. So like a sundial then.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's a
Gotcha.
sundial, exactly. Yeah.
Cool.
And there's actually a very popular
sorry.
video on YouTube.
What are we measuring again?
Where they've shone a laser across a very large salt lake, and it's proved them wrong again.
What? Sorry, we went from obelisks, dude. We went from obelisks 4,000 years ago to a bunch of flat earthers and a salt flat with lasers, like before my very eyes. 4,000 years took place, like that.
Didn't even have time to do right angle with the obelisk.
Yeah, I know. Didn't even have time to understand about what the measurement of the shadow was used for. All of a sudden, 4,000 years, we got flat earthers with lasers.
Okay, go on. So how is the Roman
now?
How is not Roman? Sorry. How is Egyptian? How is Egyptian?
Greeks.
Well, no, Egyptian.
Mesopotamians.
Samaritans.
Samaritans.
So the Egyptians, with their very large obelisk, and they had a shadow cast by the sun. Go on, carry on. That's basically all you told us.
Well, there's two measures, isn't there?
Well, does the measurement of the shadow... hold on. Does the measurement of the length of the shadow that can then give you the length of the hypotenuse that you can't see? Okay, so this is a triangle, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
A triangle? Well, no.
It's a triangle, 3 straight sides.
Look, if there was this big ice...
It's a spherical triangle?
There's this big ice wall.
What? What? Have you just gone to Narnia?
He's off again.
He's off again. Go on.
So we've got a triangle.
That's
my friends. So far, you created a triangle.
You've created a word that I've
What triangle? No, triangle.
Hypotenuse or something.
Hypotenuse. It's one of the sides of a triangle. The longest one.
Yeah, but you're a big mathematician. Okay.
No, I'm not that big.
The bottom of the triangle.
It's the same argument I've got with you guys is the same I've got with the bloody chemicals in the sky. It's too big of a conspiracy.
What, the one that they actually have admitted to? Okay. Geoengineering documentaries and stuff are out all over the place, dude, because it was government sanctioned. Yes, they do this all the time.
Now, I was on about the bloody mathematicians, how they figured out Earth was.
You've been drinking, haven't you?
Never.
Haven't you? Yeah, you've been drinking, haven't you?
Never touched it up.
Okay, so why can't you keep a conversation going to its natural conclusion without bringing something else up, like some drunk idiot does in a pub?
Yes.
We were trying to figure out what the triangle did that you made with your obelisk and the shadow length and the imaginary hypotenuse that connects the top of the obelisk to the end of the shadow, like a triangle. Yeah. We're trying to figure out how the triangle that's 3 straight sides proved the Earth was a sphere.
Are you saying it's a triangle?
You don't know, do you?
Of course I don't bloody know, because it's
well, tell me then.
I live to pay bills and...
Tell me. If you don't know, then shush. But if you do know, tell me.
If I know how the hypothesis works to work out the Earth is a sphere, I do not know. I'll be honest.
Okay, so you said, here, flat earthers...
Nor does anyone else in this room.
Hold on. My friend who's never touched a drop of alcohol in his life, you said, here, flat earthers, I've got an argument for you. Then we started talking about Egyptians and Romans and Greeks and stuff, and we figured out that this is a triangle. Kay. Now, this was supposed to be your argument that proved the Earth was a sphere, and now you don't know.
What the fuck happened?
It makes fucking sense, doesn't it? That
what 3 straight
everything we
sides
see in the sky is round, and we would be round as well.
You can't say it makes sense.
I get that it
any fucking sense. Obviously,
no, you can't say
the
that.
sun's round, the moon's round, all the other planets are round, but we're the one. We've got this special place apparently.
How do you know the moon's round?
He's drunk as fuck.
That's fucking.
I gotta ask. This is my favorite question when people say this, Pembo. Can you name one resemblance between the Earth and any of those things in the sky? Go ahead, Willie.
Well, yeah.
To clarify, you go outside and observe
what the scientists called a Goldilocks zone, where bacteria can exist in water and it doesn't get burnt out by the atmosphere. And then, eventually you get...
vague recollection of a story you once got told.
Retweaking. I guess let me re-ask the question since it didn't come through. You go outside and the Earth, there's trees and lakes and rocks and stuff like that. And then you look up in the sky and you see... Do you see anything that slightly resembles anything here on Earth?
It's like the Truman Show, bro.
Well, this dude's tweaking, bro. You guys can have him. Hey, what are you drinking tonight, dude?
He's gone.
Yeah, he's gone. It's in transmission.
Just like that. He fell off the wagon.
Oh, yeah, he was
2 or 3 times, I think.
Hey. What does it mean when they say you're 3 sheets wind? Like, what is that? Where did that come from?
It's a nautical term. It's to do with the number of sails that you have towards the wind on a boat. You catch the wind more and you get blown over faster. So when you're drunk, you stagger sideways and get, fall over. 3 sheets to the wind.
Gotcha.
That dude was like 10 sheets to the wind. Oh, I didn't know that though. That's good to know.
Yeah, if it's British, it's usually a sailing or a nautical term, strangely enough. Was it the schooners, the tea clippers that had 3 sheets? They were the first one with the...
Clippers?
Yeah.
Like the Cutty Sark, right?
Yeah, but there were smaller ones, Jedi, that ran from here to France and back. More like schooners, I think. Or like,
I think so. Schooners were smaller ones, aren't they?
Yeah, I think they were 3-sheeters. They were the first to put out... You know how the yachts have got the great big one at the front?
Yep.
I think they were maybe the first. I've seen something about them having the 3rd sheet.
Oh, okay.
What up?
This guy.
What's up?
Hey, happy Indigenous Peoples Day.
Oh, I've seen the tag, yeah. What's going down?
Yeah, just pop in and see what's popping here. I gotta pop back over to my Indigenous Peoples Day because I wouldn't want anybody to get offended that I'm not celebrating Indigenous peoples.
Are we all getting dressed up wrong? Are we all getting dressed up like India again?
You know what? That would have been fun to coordinate.
Oh dear.
You know what, dude? I had a profound thought. So back when it was Christopher Columbus Day, we got a day off. And then they switched it to Indigenous Peoples Day, and then you don't get a day off. So is that like saying Indigenous people are lesser than a cool white conqueror?
Ooh.
Hey, why don't you get a day off? It's still a federal holiday.
Well, because a lot of places don't recognize that you should get a day off for it. They just say, screw you. I don't know why, dude.
I mean, yeah, that sounds like you should take that up with your HR department.
No, I'm talking about like schools and stuff. even.
Oh no, it's a federal holiday. All public schools should be closed today.
Well, they're not.
Oh,
A lot of kids had to go to school, man. It's usually in the districts that hate white people, like, Democrat-run, heavily libtard-infested places.
Oh, now you're. Yeah, I appreciate you using the lingo so I can figure out where you stand ideologically.
And then? Yeah, libtards are libtards. I mean, liberals aren't libtards. We agree on that, right?
I think most liberals are libtarded. I think it's a squares rectangles thing, though.
Yeah, maybe. All right, peace. I gotta go check on Indigenous Peoples Day.
Mm-hmm. I've got a bottle of cheap wine and crash the party soon. Seen a name in here that I haven't seen in here before. Hello, Deus. How's it going?
The Earth is round.
That's nice. Where? Whereabouts is the Earth round? Can you point to it? No? Apparently not.
Another beta. The Earth is round and then disappears. Nice. Good evidence.
Did it drop? I didn't even hear him drop. Damn. I thought he was just sitting there and not even listening to me. What's happening, Flatman?
Too much. Just chilling. Watching some laid back DFR, one of my YouTube channels I like to check out.
Sweet.
They're talking about burnout right now, how to recognize it before you get into a spot you can't get out of, I guess.
Yeah. I remember hearing about that in my 20s and thinking, oh, what's all that then? And then it happened to me. Yeah. You don't realize.
You don't realize you're spreading yourself so thin, eh?
They'd all wanted to do was work and make money and pay a mortgage as fast as they could. And the company I was working for, you know, they had us working hand over fist, round the clock, as long as we could handle it. And you know, as soon as you clocked 8 hours every day, we were on time and a half. For the rest of the 24 hours in that day, we were on time and a half. And as soon as you clocked up to 40 hours, it was permanent time and a half as well. So yeah, we were on crazy money. Then Sunday was double time. So that was 24 hours at double time, by the way. Yeah, made a lot of money back then, but it comes at a cost. It came at a price.
Yeah.
Good fun.
Can we focus on the Earth being round, like my butt cheeks?
God, can we focus on you not being a fucking weirdo, so I don't have to ban you? Is that a fair deal?
Can you be more mature than a 17-year-old? What proof of your globe do you have?
Does adult conversation scare you? Is that what it is? Like, we don't mean to ridicule you, dude. We just like a legible conversation with you.
Very odd.
Apparently so, yeah. But hey, if we mention anything about it, we'll get arrested, mate, you know?
I can divert everybody here. Yeah. That's. Yeah.
Hello? What?
I can literally gangbang everybody here. Yeah.
See, there's another one.
So, in other words, what you're telling us is he can't do a single thing. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can do a lot of things.
Could you not be could you be not like weird, please? Could you do that?
I'd rather give like a loaded gun to a child than to follow your commands.
Well, like apparently you're also in the wrong room. What benefit is there to you of being here?
You know, whatever.
Oh, it's Binks. Bloody fuck's sakes, Binks. Stop being an asshat, mate. Don't be saying shit about guns, man. Are you mad?
Do you just let words fall out of your mouth in any particular order? Or do you actually have something to say?
You can't even talk right. All right. I'm going to go because I'm going to be the big person. I need to take a shit.
Don't go, Binksy. Don't go, Binksy. Look, you see, you know, you've run away.
Goodbye, Felicia.
Just another pussy on its monthly cycle. Bye, Binksy.
For the people at home, we know that Glober doesn't represent all Globers, but it is an example of the majority of you Globers.
Yeah. Sorry, guys, you do it to yourselves. Or your friends do. I like Binksy. He was hanging around in the Coke Disc for a wee while and I almost got into a conversation with him. He's almost kind of cool, but I don't know what's wrong with him tonight. Funny little cat. Deus, are you about? Can you say hi? And Deus, say hi, go on, don't be shy. I mean, it's only a chat website, you know.
There are no dumb questions.
Apart from the unspoken ones.
If we don't know something, we're not going to make shit up for you and create an answer. So there's that too.
Yeah, and if you think I'm just going to sit here and blather on at you, no. You can go to sleep on your own means in another way somewhere else. I'm not going to talk you to sleep. You can ask us stuff and we'll tell you it. Don't be shy. But we're not going to blather on aimlessly.
Oh, just give me the chance.
Go for it. Blather on all you like.
How's it going?
No bad, man. How you doing?
Not too bad. For a 51-year-old.
Oh, first year in, eh? First year in, mate. Never mind, just another 49 to go and you'll get your feet up again.
I'll get that letter from the king. Oh, wait, he probably won't be around by then.
Yeah, it'll be his boy. Yeah, but the second time in life you'll have gotten to put your feet up for a day. I don't think I'm going to make it to 150 for the third one, like. Not a bad age to be, man. I'm lucky I've still got relative amount of health. Still reasonably fit. Yeah, and I've got a lot of time in my hands to do what I want now, which is really nice.
Nice.
Yeah, all I've got to do is get off my arse and do it. That's the hardest part. I don't seem to be able to do that.
Yeah. Oh, I know them feels, man.
Dude, I don't have a bidey in. There's nobody kicking my arse. And it's not good. I hate to say it, but they've got a purpose, you know. They do kick
yeah, you've got to. Yeah,
Sorry, carry on.
You got to be your own boss, right? Like, yeah.
Yeah, but they've got a better way of enticing us to do things regularly. You know, there's a reward system involved, and like if they're no, I mean, where's the bloody reward without one of them about it? Well, it's all part of the fun, eh?
That's right, yeah. I'm fucking terrible. I'll start something and start, whatever. And procrastinate. Yeah, terrible.
Procrastination is one of the most terrible things. If you get into any kind of levels of depression and you start with a procrastination, it's not a nice thing at all. And it's a cycle it can be very hard to get out of. Very, very hard indeed. But yeah, it's and then again, you know, you don't need to be depressed, but you can have so many jobs started that it's like, oh God, I can't do this. Or my life at the moment, I can go and do anything, but there's things I need to do before I can do what I want to do. I'm sort of at that stage. And that gets a bit annoying. But hey, I've got lots to do. I'm never bored.
Are you still intimate with her regularly? You don't mind me
Dylan.
asking? Your wife?
Sorry, dude, I'm going to have to turn you up. You're very quiet.
I said you were talking about your wife, that you're doing stuff that you don't want to do, but you have to do. When did it happen? I'm afraid to commit. So when did it happen? How does it start?
Oh, well, for me, it's happened a few times, dude. And it's the fact that I don't have one around at the moment to entice me to do things and kick my arse when I should be. But how does it happen? You'll know when you meet a girl you like, or your partner, whoever. Starts with a smile. Starts with a smile. Maybe you bump into each other someday. It's a random event, or it's a friend. You go drinking, you go coffee, go for coffee, go dancing, and it happens.
Yeah, I know about that, but like, how does it happen that she?
Well, the birds and the bees, or what?
No. When she gets more control over you, and.
Oh, right. Got you. Well, you want to make your woman happy. You want to make your partner happy. So you do things for them. You get up and you go and cut the grass early so they can go out and sit in the grass. Or, lie around on it and look pretty. And not complain at you for not cutting the grass. There's all these little enticements. If you tidy up after yourself, they don't moan at you. So you tidy up after yourself. You put all your clothes away and they're very happy. And life's good because they make you sandwiches and stuff. It's easy. It's all the little things. It's about keeping life fun.
But does the intimacy still happen, or is it gone?
Well, I don't have a woman in my life to be intimate with, mate. I'm single again.
I see.
Yeah.
Gosh.
That's what's wrong. I don't have a woman here to kick my arse and make me do things.
I got you.
I'm lazy again.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I was single for over a year, and now I have met someone, and I guess it's official now. But we dated for like a month, or two. I don't know how to feel about it. It's both good and bad. So, yeah.
Well, congratulations. It's not easy because you miss your single life sometimes as a man when you start to settle down, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, and you feel bad because maybe you don't want to upset your partner, but you would like still a little bit of the single man life. And she would probably like a little bit of the single woman life too. There's nothing wrong with that, dude.
And it's not a single life, it's more like she is younger and she wants to be at my place like all the time. And yeah, and it's, I don't know. And I live with myself, or by myself all the time. So it's, yeah.
Always remember it's supposed to be fun. And always remember
it really is. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's really fun to be with her, to cuddle, to sleep, and to wake up in the morning, and and I think if you don't have a woman in your life, you're missing a big part. So what are those Dylan memes?
It kind of makes me think. You know what that makes me think of? It makes me think of My Fair Lady when dude is singing, if you ever have a woman in your life, and he's just like, why can't a woman be like me? It was so funny.
It feels like you're missing something. I mean, I have sleeping problems, for example. I always put a movie on my laptop before I sleep in the bed, But when I'm with her, I just cuddle with her, and then I just fall asleep very easily.
Yep.
So, and I sleep very good as well. I sleep very deep.
Some things tell you that it's supposed to be.
Yeah. And it feels so good to just cuddle and have skin against skin contact, and it just feels really, really good.
It's a scary world out there, dude. And that's what a lot of us really want, is a little bit of safety and comfort. You know, your partner beside you that you can feel safe with. You hear them breathing. They're calm and relaxed, and so are you. They trust you, you trust them. And it's like, but everything in society has us the opposite way. Scared of going outside, worried if your partner will, something will happen to your partner when you do go outside. It's a whole load of nonsense, man. But no, that's the way it's meant to be. You're meant to feel safe in your little home environment and relaxed.
Yeah, but I also feel like in my generation, it's people don't take relationship as seriously anymore, and they think it's easy to replace people and that the grass is green on the other side, and they're always searching for something better or something different. I mean, like, it's all also about this dopamine hit. So basically, people, because of the dating culture and these apps, you meet someone, it feels exciting, and then after like a couple of months, maybe a year, maybe a month, half a year, it dies out for them, and then they just want to go and meet someone else, so that to repeat the circle or the cycle.
Yeah,
And
swipe right, swipe right, swipe right.
Yeah,
have another
yeah,
date,
exactly.
swipe right. Yeah, dude. Yeah, I know. It's terrible, eh?
It is
and
terrible.
It's not what life's supposed to be like.
And it's
It's
not
fun
making
for a
them
little
happy.
while, but
It's destroying their happiness, and it's really terrible. So, yeah.
Yeah. Do you mind if I ask how old you are?
I'm 29.
Oh, cool. Well, at 29, my first marriage was breaking down. I'd been a dad for about 4 years. We were married about 8 years, and we'd been together about 11 years at that
I
point.
see. Yeah, life was so much simpler back then, and you could marry someone and, have kids, buy a house.
You could afford a house, yes.
Yeah,
you could.
now it's almost impossible to afford a house or
Yes.
land.
Yeah.
Yeah, crazy. The cost of living is really crazy in the West, and no one is talking about it. But like, they have everything is double as expensive as before the pandemic.
Yeah, we're paying it's now our children's children. We're in debt to our children's children.
Yeah,
they'll be paying off what's going on now. And let's
Yeah,
be
and I mean,
serious
imagine
about this.
before, like, one person worked, and you could afford vacation, you could afford gifts, everything.
Yeah.
Have your own car, have your own house, and now both are working, and you can't still afford anything. So it's really bad.
There's now two parent, a mum and dad family who have both full-time jobs and they're both working in the UK. They may be parents, they may not be parents, but they're now in such a state that they have to go to, or they get the right to go to food banks for free food.
And then also imagine that you don't spend much time with your loved one. So because you're working and when you come home you're tired, you have to eat something and then you have to sleep and wake up for work the next day. So you're
a major part of relationships falling apart. Yeah.
Exactly. You're barely together. Yeah. And your partner and you spend more time with your colleagues at work than with each other. So it's really, really bad. And now they have normalized work husbands and work wives, and
that's weird. That's very weird. Yeah.
Yeah, and
although saying that, I did have a work wife.
Yeah, it's really fucked up, and it shouldn't be like that. They have normalized. You're basically normalized cheating and flirting at the workplace. That's what it is. And some guys can wait 3-4 years till the girl becomes more comfortable with the guy, and then cheat, basically. Or if there is some trouble in the relationship and you have some time apart, that guy will just swipe in and be there as emotional support, and then just fuck the girl. It's really
what really pisses me off?
Or she falls into his arms, yeah.
Yeah. 3-4 years waiting. Yeah, what pisses you off? Someone said, what pisses me off?
Yeah, what pisses me off is that I've never cheated on anybody ever in my life, but I have been cheated on. And I'm like, I don't know, what am I doing wrong? Because I'm like hella considerate, and I'm hella giving, and I'm hella kind. And like I will go and be above and beyond the call of duty, as it were, as a woman, and it still happens. And so now I'm just like, I want to be left alone. If it's not that, I want to find somebody who can be just as considerate as I am, somebody who is a partner, somebody who is actually helpful. And it's like, I don't know, the dating pool is hot dog water.
The sad thing is that this circle always repeats itself. So basically, girls like you that do everything, and that's good girlfriends or wives, and really tries their best to be there for the partner, they get cheated on. And then you have, on the other side of the spectrum, you have guys that really give everything for the girl, and they get cheated on. And it's always the same thing. And it's this dark circle. I don't know why it's always like that. And it's just sad that it always happens with the same type of people. So, and you should never let anyone change you, even though maybe you have been cheated on in your previous relationships. When you meet someone new, don't bring that trauma and that baggage. Even though it's easy to say to not do it, it's a human thing to still get affected by the past. But try to just look at it objectively, like you have a new page in your life, and give that new person a chance, and don't judge or think that the same thing will happen again, because that's very easy to get affected and think that he's gonna cheat on me, or he's cheating on me, or stuff like that. Sadly, has happened to a lot of people nowadays in the dating scene, that if you have been cheated on, you have a lot of jealousy and insecurity, and you bring that to the next relationship. And also, that's not good. But it's not easy, for sure.
Yeah, I get that. Like, no matter how many times I've been hurt, I'm still going to be the same genuine person that I've always been. And so that kind of fucks me up. I'm like, damn, dude, like, I'm going to keep doing me.
Just be yourself.
Do what?
Like,
yeah.
Don't let them
That's all I can do. Yeah. Yep.
And I do believe in karma.
Has anybody brought any globe evidence? We got Duso 1 and Too Big for Bike in here. We got Kiba. We got Mushkane is in here. Owlish.
I could think of something.
You looking for globe evidence?
Shout out to the any globe evidence?
Oh dear God, is Owlish in here? Hello Owlish, how are you today?
Right now Mushkane's micing up. What's up, Mushkane?
Hi.
How about the Santiago to Sydney flight in 11 hours?
That's globe evidence?
Yeah.
Yeah, which direction is it?
To Chile?
Yeah.
Explain how that's evidence for globe.
Because it would be too far on a flat Earth.
How so?
Because, each...
No, I don't know.
each circle of latitude on a flat Earth gets bigger and bigger as you go farther away.
Circle of latitude on a flat Earth.
How do you have latitude on a globe, though, bro?
Well, it's just latitude. What do you mean?
Okay, you project your perception of a globe Earth map onto a hypothetical flat Earth that's in your mind, and it doesn't make sense. So that's what you're saying.
Well, no, I mean, it's just how shapes work, right? Like, the farther you get away from the center, the bigger the circle.
Where's the center?
Yeah. Where's the center? But also, how is that impossible on a flat Earth?
The North Pole is the center.
All right, so you're saying a flight from where to where? What's the location?
Chile to Australia.
You're saying that flight's not possible if the Earth is flat.
Correct. In 11 hours. It would take much longer. Even with the fastest jet stream you could ever imagine, it would still not be fast enough.
Is this east to west or west to east?
They go from Australia east and then from Chile west.
Guys, I have joined to spank you guys for your.
I think you're in the wrong room.
Yeah,
we're not really into stuff like that, dude.
Look, I mean, you hold to an insane position. I'm here to correct it. It's my job. So
yeah, the surface of water being flat, that's just insane, isn't it?
Real quick,
there's
Tito,
more nuance to this.
let him explain our
Right.
position real quick. Go ahead, you explain our position.
Yeah, your position essentially, right? It's just going to be that the world is not actually a sphere, but it's flat. And all these agencies that are claiming that it's a sphere are lying to you, and you have evidence they are lying, such as NASA or SpaceX or whatever. That is your position.
Okay, and now my question to you is, what reason do you have to believe all of them?
Because there's evidence.
Like what? We wouldn't be here, my friend, if there were evidence.
Well, you are here, and there is evidence. So,
like I said, we wouldn't be here. It wouldn't even be a topic if the globe had already been proven.
it has been proven multiple times.
Okay, but you're just saying that. You can say that, and you can say that there's evidence, right? But that's hearsay.
No. I know there's
Yes.
evidence.
Okay, so let's talk about one thing, one piece of evidence, and go from there. What's the one piece of evidence that we can start with do you think proves the globe?
Yeah, one evidence is going to be NASA.
Oh, no. NASA is not an evidence. They're an agency. They're not actually a space agency. Need another 7 astronauts. Never any straight answers.
Well, they are, and their objective is outer space exploration.
Oh, okay. So NASA has plenty of documents stating that they treat the Earth as flat and non-rotating, right? For all their flight derivation definition. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see what that proves.
Oh, well, it would just mean that, with NASA sending all of this aircraft up into the sky as often as they do, they should know the nature of this Earth. And it appears that they do, in fact, know the nature of this Earth, and that that their aircraft operate in a stationary atmosphere over a flat, non-rotating Earth. It says so in the documents.
Okay. It doesn't still prove the world is flat.
Well, no, it kind of makes NASA look like the liars that they are, right? It's like they're speaking out both sides of their faces.
They're not speaking about the evidence. There's videos, and there's pictures, there's undeniable,
so how did
irrefutable
you?
evidence.
All right, so how did you authenticate those pictures and videos?
It's verified by the source itself. So because it's coming from NASA,
No. Sources themselves aren't automatic verification. So how was it verified? No. Okay, so who verified? Who checked NASA? Right? Like, who checked their work and made sure?
NASA is self-sufficient.
NASA itself checked NASA. Why don't I just go commit a fucking murder and investigate myself, and then I'll just acquit myself of all the charges? Be real
They
simple.
did not commit. Okay. I think that's not an
You see what I'm saying? You're like NASA. Right?
Well, the fact is, if NASA, okay, hold on. If NASA was lying about outer space, right? India just went to outer space just a couple of months back, right? I think. Russia went to outer space years back. So, like, I mean, one of them.
Story, bro. Cool story, bro.
Russia says that America never landed on the moon.
Yeah, that's true. And then just recently, we've got them saying that for the first time ever, we're going to put humans on the moon and put humans in low Earth orbit.
No, they never said it was for the first time.
Yeah, they're claiming that it will be for the first time.
Yeah, that's what they're claiming. They're saying for the first time. Yeah, it's a couple weeks ago. Here, I got you, buddy.
Okay.
It was a while ago, but you think they would remember, you know?
I think they were early on the reset button.
Yeah, you got bad arguments, Crow guy.
Well, I have undeniable evidence. If you think that's bad, then sure.
I'm denying it.
That's all you did. You just said NASA, and then they tried to probe you a little bit farther, and you just fell flat on your face. You were just like, "Well, NASA proves NASA." I mean, you can't come up with anything better than that. Come on.
There is nothing better than that.
Yeah, from you.
No,
Obviously.
for anyone. The fact is, NASA's self-sufficient. And I already said it.
Yeah, cool story, bro. Cool story, bro. Nobody cares.
Yeah, so
here
you go.
Clearly, you do. We're talking about this, right?
So how are they going? Okay, here's the thing. So the first time in low Earth orbit as well, which means if that's the first time in low Earth orbit, which is before the moon, then nobody's ever been to the moon.
Yeah, where is the picture? Where is the evidence that they said it's the first time?
I'll put it this way. Does NASA...
That's a video from Diego. Who the fuck is that?
Does NASA go in the ISS around the Earth as a ball?
That's Diego. Can you ask your question? Sorry, I was watching the video.
Does NASA orbit the Earth as a ball?
Does NASA orbit the what?
The Earth as a ball.
Does NASA orbit the Earth as a ball? I don't know what you mean. NASA's just the agency. Are you saying do they all fly? What do you mean?
Are they going around the Earth as a ball? Is the Earth a ball? How big is the Earth?
The Earth is a sphere. Yes.
How big is it?
Is he only cutting out from here, you guys?
Okay. He's a little cutting out, but he asked you how big is it? How big is the ball Earth?
So I think 8,000 diameters.
8,000
Buddy, I think you just need to. What is 8,000 diameters? Diameter 8,000 diameters, you guys.
How many miles in a diameter?
Diameter. I don't pronounce like that. You said what?
8,000 diameters. We figured it out.
Like, I mean, you could Klingon mispronunciation, right? But the fact is, what I said is still correct.
8,000 miles diameter. Is that what you're saying?
Roughly about an 8,000 mile diameter.
Is that 4,000 radiuses?
I think it's like 7,000 kilometers in radius.
I'll put a chart in the text chat for you, dude. That's the dimension.
We could literally look this up. Why are we acting like this is some sort of mystery? Like, it's not that deep.
That's why I put it in the chart in the text chat for you, dude.
How large?
Honestly, I'm surprised none of you, like, even as a globe earther, none of you have brought up the fact that all of the photos that have come from space are stitched together. Like, that should be your first indication.
That's not all of them.
A lot of them are. So, like, if you look at the, if you look at the,
photos?
one of the main photos. I'm sorry, what?
That's the problem,
Okay, well,
Alice. There's no photos. Stop using the word photos.
Okay, well, we can use the fact that, like, if you look at the blue marble, for example, it's not really possible for that photo to be taken from the place where they said it to be taken. All of our satellites are in low Earth
Taken
orbit.
from a photo. It was taken from thousands of other satellite images, and it was stitched together.
Yeah. That's what I'm just agreeing with you, and I'm saying that the photos that he's talking about are Photoshop. That's it.
No.
I'm just surprised nobody brought it up.
Yeah, it's cool, Irish. We'll get there, Irish. Don't worry about it.
So I looked this up and it said, no, the original blue marble is not photoshopped. So it was taken by Apollo 17 astronauts in 1972 using a film camera. Using a film camera long before Photoshop. I mean, hold on, relax. And it says right here specifically that it was taken before Photoshop even existed. So, like, I'm sorry, guys, but the argument is not going to work.
Yeah, the original blue.
Yeah, they've been manipulating images from the 1800s.
You know what that would mean, right? That there should be photo negatives of the 1972 blue marble. Could you please provide those?
Wait, what is the argument that photo negatives are necessary?
So no, let me level with you real quick.
1972, if the 1972 blue marble is a real photograph from these older cameras in the 1970s, then there would be photo negatives because that's how cameras operated back then. Okay, so there should be photo negatives that exist that we can find. Can you provide those?
When you say there should be photo negatives we should find, are you saying like NASA has released everything we have?
I'm saying that you should provide the authentication of the photograph itself with photo negatives.
What she's putting down, son?
Okay.
Like once upon a time, you would have a camera. You would take pictures. The film would hold those images. You would take them to a photo finishing place. They would give you a copy of all your photos and your negatives from the film that was in the camera.
I just want to put a quick thought in your mind that if you go ahead and Google any image that was taken from the moon at the time of any of the missions, you can clearly see that the picture of the Earth, you can only see like 1/3 of it because it's barely visible. The entirety of the Earth is not visible from the moon. So you can't argue that the blue marble is unedited because we haven't been past the moon yet. So it's not possible for somebody to have taken a photo of the Earth in its entirety.
The first blue marble was taken.
No, unless you tell me how far I need to be. Unless we gotta set the numbers then.
No, so he claimed that the blue marble was taken on a film camera.
You guys don't even disagree. You're on the same side.
So here's the thing: we're not going to get off into the weeds, and we're not going to waffle on about this. Okay, there's either photo negatives that exist that you can find in the archives online, or there isn't. And I can tell you for a fact, I've already looked, and I cannot find any. The only thing I find, I'm not done. I'm not done. The only thing I find is hearsay. A bunch of different articles that claim that they do exist. Oh, yes, they do exist, but no proof of them anywhere. So if NASA really wanted to validate their BS, right, if they really wanted to walk the walk with their talk, they would make these photo negatives accessible along with this image of the 1972 blue marble. So
no, that's not true. That's the problem here because you're assuming things.
Yeah, okay. So that is the problem because NASA has a problem with not verifying any of their shit, not validating it in any way, or giving the public anything
this doesn't
that
prove
would validate
anything.
their bullshit.
You're not proving anything right now. You're literally
So I
not
want you to
proving
go
anything.
back to 55 minutes after the hour. I posted this. The Apollo 11 Earthrise picture was already on the wall of Nixon's office the day he called astronauts on the moon with a landline phone. If you think that that's perfectly acceptable and makes perfect sense, you're not thinking clearly.
Well, again, I know you guys like to. I know you guys. Wait, is she? Okay, relax. Look, I know you guys are complaining about NASA photoshopping pictures, but how do I know the picture that you sent from the YouTube video is actually real? You didn't authenticate that, did you?
Posted a video of NASA blue marble.
Okay, so where can I find the picture? And I want to see the date.
It's posting. Hold on, it's loading. The video's loading. Hold on. Halfway.
Is that the picture, the Apollo 14 picture you mean that was on the White House wall?
I'm talking about the picture she's talking about.
I don't know. This is the one from the window. Here you go. Here's the one from the window that they took on Apollo whatever.
Dude, we already know what the picture looks like.
Yeah, that's first one.
Yeah,
They took a window, just a small portion of the Earth seen through a very small circular window.
Okay. I'm not getting this argument.
Yeah, you can't because there is no argument. Time and time again, it comes up and it's an absolute forgery.
It's not forgery.
Watch the video and see the evidence for yourself.
What evidence are you
curvature
talking
from the
about?
window, not from the Earth.
Oh my god, dude, can we be for real? Curvature from the window?
Yeah, be for real and watch it. Be for real and watch what Sheepdog posted in the text chat.
Yeah, there you go. There's a story of it. That's how they did it.
I'm not really sure on what this proves.
It's only a minute long, bro. Just watch it. Stop crying.
Like I'm already like 25% the way through and I don't get it. I'm not saying anything. That is just proving Earth being.
Yeah, there's a window there. The window is circular.
Okay.
And they turn the lights on. You see the circular window. It was never taken in its entirety. Just forgery of,
Dude, you guys
imagery.
are oh my god. Come on.
You know they've been faking imagery since the 1800s, right?
Dude,
Photoshop was not necessary to fake imagery.
Sure. Okay, let me grant you that for a second, but the fact... Hold on. But the fact is, Photoshop didn't exist when they first went to outer space.
You don't need to grant me that. I'll take it.
Sure, take it. Look, all I'm saying is, Photoshop didn't...
They didn't even go to outer space.
Well, then
They
you
didn't
have to
go to outer
explain how they
space.
took the picture. Then explain how they took the picture.
They took it through a window that was circular, and it was over
In
a
outer
flat
space.
Earth. They used a circle window to create the ball.
No, dude. No,
The
that's not
video's
how it
in the
works.
chat, dude.
Yeah,
on
dude.
how they did it.
You guys
Funny
are
thing
like
happened on the
reaching so
moon.
far to make the world as like not a sphere, but like multiple countries.
No, they're reaching a whole hell of a lot far to try to make it a sphere.
I mean, they already did back then, and prior to them even going to outer space, it was commonly believed the world is a sphere.
Computers to turn with some mathematics,
You're
some
roboting.
computers,
level.
a little bit of science.
I don't know what she's saying. I thought I was lagging, but never mind.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not that we're trying to make the Earth flat. Like, we can't do that. It's that for years people have been trying to make the Earth a globe. Just convince everybody that it's a globe, and we can make a globe mathematically. We can do it on paper. Can run it through a computer. And you can make a globe. But physically, in physical reality, a globe Earth doesn't exist. Also, here's to what Owlish posted. Go ahead and take a look at these repeating cloud patterns on this official photo.
Wait.
You see that? How are you going to have identical cloud patterns?
Me too.
I'm just more curious as how far away the horizon is from a 6-foot observer.
Oh my god, I have midterms. Sorry guys, just give me a second.
So yeah, we can look at pictures all day long, but yeah, Sheepdog's got a point. It doesn't matter until you bring it down to the ground and figure out exactly where your horizon should be for your globe Earth.
Dude.
And now we can show you evidence of the flat Earth, but you're just going to have to go out and see it for yourself, right? At the end of the day, you're not going to believe anything we show you. So the only thing left to do is for you to go and figure it out. We're going outside and getting away from it.
Dude, I've been outside.
But if you want to see flat Earth evidence, we can show it to you.
There is no evidence.
Yeah.
There isn't.
Okay, I mean, yeah, there is.
Oh my god.
See, it becomes evident when we start breaking down the math. When we go out to reality, when we go outside and we go measure for curvature, only to find that it's not there, right? If I'm standing with my eyes at 6 feet above the sea level at the beach, and I've got my camera and I'm looking out 10, 20, 30, 40 miles or more, dude, all the way across the water. That shouldn't be possible. There should be an edge, right? A ball edge. The horizon.
He deafened himself.
Rotation of the horizon, dude.
He deafened himself.
Of course he did. What a bitch.
You know what? I'm just going to go ahead. I'm going to server into you. If he wants to be like that, he can sit on server.
Thousand diameters.
7,000 8,000 diameter. 4,000 radius. Anyway, Alice, thank you for some of the stuff that you're doing. I know you're trying, even though you're not a flat earth.
Sorry, I'm a truth earther.
So you are a flat earther.
No, sorry.
Here, I got 2 questions for you, Alice.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I need you to answer both of these questions. First image is question number 1. Second question.
Oh, sorry, hold on. Which line is curving? A, B. Which line is not curving? A, B. E and A. Yeah.
All right.
What was that? What was supposed to come of that? I'm sorry.
Oh, nothing. You said you were a true earther. So if the Earth is not curving, it must be what?
Oh, right. Yeah. I mean, I can't disagree that it looks flat, right? I can't argue that point.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And even if it's a bigger ball, that means the orbits are all wrong. The distance of the moon is wrong. The distance of the sun is wrong.
Bingo.
Your
I've said
sizes
that
are all wrong.
before. Yep. Because I've had somebody else do that, and they're like, I'm a true earther. And then they did, in fact, suggest that, well, maybe the Earth could be just an even bigger globe. And then I'm like, well, then you would have to go about proving that, and you wouldn't be able to prove that either. So, what does it mean exactly to be a true earther?
Well, in my case, I just want to make sure that, like, you're not looking at a photograph and saying this photograph is real because it's a photograph. That doesn't make any sense. Because, like, realistically, if you look at what they consider to be, like... So when I Googled the blue marble, that's what I got. I don't know if that's actually what it is. But, like, if you look at that, you know for a fact that it can't be true. Because we have photos from the moon, and they don't match the photo of somebody being farther out. We've never been further than the moon, so logic will tell you that we can't have a photo of the entire Earth. That's
Have
just
you ever
logic.
seen the interview of Buzz Aldrin on Conan O'Brien?
Yeah, I know which one. Well, I haven't seen it. I know which one you're talking about, where they ask him something like, "Oh, the Earth," something about the Earth, and he says some ambiguous phrase or something ambiguous about it.
Conan O'Brien said, "I remember when I was a kid and parents woke me up to come down and watch you guys land on the moon." And Buzz Aldrin goes, "No, you didn't. No, you didn't." And Conan's like, "What do you mean?" He's like, "Well, you didn't watch us because there was no cameras there. You watched animation."
Oh, actually, he mentioned the India? Have you seen the video that India put out?
The video India put out, yeah, it looks like a Galaga video.
It's really funny, actually. It's like the most goofy thing you've ever seen in your entire life.
Who would believe that?
I don't know. I genuinely don't know. That's just super goofy. Like, that's to the point where, like, you don't even think they actually went. they were just on something. They were like, yeah, we're on the quote. It's like how Katy Perry went. It's like Katy Perry went to space. They just took her, like, outside the atmosphere and they let her float around for a little.
Did you see the Dude Perfect video? Same thing. Same exact thing. Guy from Dude Perfect.
I haven't seen the video. I know I've seen the Red Bull video.
Too.
So, like...
Here, check out the video that I'm right now. It's halfway there.
My connection was super bad tonight.
There you go. It's only 45 seconds. He talks about it for over 9 minutes. Like, when sometimes he sounds like he's one of those guys that went to space, and then other times it's like he's bloviating out of his ass. And he knows it. He just, I don't know, he's playing the role. And I think he's getting to an age where he can't hold up the lie anymore. That's why he's probably not that public. You really got to watch the interview where they interviewed them after they came back from the moon. And they, like, for somebody who went to the moon, those 3 people, they look pissed. If I went to the moon, I'd be like, bro, it was so cool.
Yeah, he kind of, like, went off on a tangent there, definitely. I guess he realized what he said.
Well, because he was trying to maintain his role, but he was telling the truth.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, he looks like he realized, like, what he said. He was like, oh, shit, hold on. What was I gonna say? I don't remember. I'm, like, burnt out. People on the server are very, very tiring.
Dr. Pepper slush. Got me a Dr. Pepper slush.
Dr. Pepper slushy? Is that what you said?
I see Dr. Pepper. Have you never had one?
No. I don't know. I mean, I think my connection's just like really bad tonight because I can like barely hear what's going on.
Sorry, Eilish, what was that?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I thought. I said, yeah, my connection's bad. Mm-hmm.
I can find some other cool stuff to watch, Alice. I've got like at least 200 or 300 megabytes. Yeah. Here's one to load. It's the world's oldest clock in India. Supposedly, it's like 7,000 years old. Still tells time accurately. That's another thing too. You know how they like make atomic clocks versus regular clocks, Alice?
Yeah. I don't know if I'm cutting out or you're cutting out. I'm sorry,
It's
what?
me.
Oh, okay.
Hold on, I'll be right back. Can you hear me now? Am I better?
Yeah.
Worse?
Yeah. What's up? You said something about an atomic
I may
clock?
cut out. I'm driving.
Oh, okay. I see.
Yeah. What are they telling time against?
What
is time?
Time is not real. Like time is like realistically, time is not is
It is
just.
real.
Was that an Israel joke?
No.
Time's a man-made construct, Eilish.
Yeah, time is a construct.
All of time? Of what?
It's time itself is like exists like theoretically, but the way we view time is a human construct because we put numbers to time. Animals see time as what it is, the changing of seasons, whereas we apply like an immediacy, a need for it.
But what is time measured against?
Well, atomic clock.
How do we measure time?
Atomic clock's the sun.
Close, but not quite. So there's a piece in scripture, right, that says that in the end times they'll change the time. And so if you look at the way the atomic clock is structured, and I'm sorry if I'm cutting out, but hopefully you get all this. The atomic clock, the way it's structured is it throws in an extra second every once in a while or removes an extra second. I can't remember which one it is, but it's not completely correct for the entire year. So it's off by a little bit, and they have to adjust for that. And the adjustment is made against the sky. So really what they're trying to do is they're trying to use the atomic clock as an escape from what the sky is telling. The sky tells us one thing, and then they want the atomic clock to be the standard. That's not the standard. The standard is the sky. The sun, the moon, and the stars are how we tell time, how we've always told time, and how we will continue to tell time. They literally map out the seasons and when we should grow our crops and when floods come in and all of that stuff. All of it is told with the sky, not with calendars, atomic clocks.
Well, to my understanding, atomic clocks are just used for the what is it called? Like there's a specific element that degrades at the same rate as what we would consider like seconds or milliseconds or something like that.
Yeah, it's not a element that degrades. It vibrates at a specific speed. Like it's cesium. It vibrates at like 900 billion times a second.
Okay, so that's what it is.
That accuracy or whatever is as close as we can get to what the sky produces, but it's off by a little bit. It has to be reset. It's kind of like when you're online. You might play video. You sound like a little kid. Not to be out to be one. When you're playing games, and if you know anything about download versus upload, and as you're receiving packets, if you get a duplicate packet, your game will throw the packet. And not that the packet necessarily could have been a duplicate, but it looks like a duplicate, it'll just throw it out, and that's sometimes how you get lag and that.
Mm-hmm.
So they do the same thing with the cesium atom. When it produces extra time, they throw it out. I think it's either extra time or one of them. But they supposedly put the cesium atom in a vacuumous environment, and it prevents degradation. Don't lie to English. Play video games with cat ear headphones.
You're cutting out like really bad. I'm sorry. I can't really hear you. If you've been talking.
No, I stopped talking for a minute.
Oh, okay.
I was just saying that you probably play video games with cat ear headphones.
Oh, no. I don't really use headphones when I play games. Honestly, because I'm sitting in my own house, so I don't really need to. So it's like, yeah, you know what I mean.
I know. You blasting that noise all loud.
Yeah, I'm sitting in my own house. I don't need to worry about being too loud or anything.
Get the dance music on and get it turned up, Alish.
Oh, right now? I'm actually at my parents' house right now.
Go on, get the music on. See if you can get the police at the door. Go on, you know you wanna.
That would be crazy. When I have to go to work the next day? Mm-mm.
Oh, even better. Think of the story you could tell your workmate. Go on.
Hey, I've been pulled over and told the cop, hey, if I can see the earth is flat, we can go.
That's crazy.
You just pulled over and intercepted an officer of the law in regard to the flat Earth.
I know a cop that's a flat earther, actually. Weirdly enough. So it clearly wasn't that guy.
If we do that over here, we would be alcohol tested, drug swiped, and have our house searched.
Your house searched? That's wild. Yeah. Why would your house be searched?
Progressive policing, Eilish. If they have any reason to stop you in the public, they also now have, because we're under the Terrorism Act and have been for quite a while now, they have the right to investigate further if they have reason to think that something to look into. They've now got the immediate right to just write up an entry warrant for themselves, literally. You used to have to go through the courts, so now they can do it themselves and come straight through your house. Go through all your house, find any money, you've got to account for it, and anything obviously nefarious, if you're liable to be arrested, well, there you go.
That's crazy. It's like America.
It's really, really fun and free living here nowadays.
That reminds me of the old Scotland, man.
Well, it's not.
Where the English would just come and take whatever they want.
The bailiffs are back, bro. It's nightmare robbery.
Sounds like America. That's crazy. That's what they be doing here. Well, they don't go to your home, because that's still legal. But there's some aspects that are somewhat the same. They're wiling out over here. What do you mean? And what do you mean you're under the Terrorism Act? Did they enact something like that?
Yeah, in the 90s they passed a thing called the Criminal Justice Bill, and it was to deal with inadequacy in the law in regard to criminals who had been unfairly treated. But they put so many riders on the back of it that technically it enacted the Riot Act, and especially when COVID came along. Well, to be honest, since 9/11, we've all been under the Terrorist Act. It's anything like that at all. Well, they've actually got the powers there and then, to whisk it off to places like Guantanamo Bay under terrorism acts. So the country is under the Terrorism Act. It's practically in a state of war or fear with anything that might go down. So it's enacted other laws that give the police rights to enact further proactive policing, and this is how they're tackling crime.
Interesting.
Well, that and answering Facebook calls.
Oh, I have heard about that. We had something similar. Somebody posted something on Facebook and the cops came after him.
Yep. They actually set a load of prisoners free, approximately 3,000, so they could deal with social crime, namely Facebook or race-related whatever's, that kind of thing, social crimes. Yeah, they cleared out 3,000 spaces so they could put these people in jail.
That's interesting.
Isn't it?
Mm-hmm. It is. There was a guy here his name was Larry Bashart, and I thought that was the funniest name ever, because that's like Larry Buttshart. So immature. But anyway, he was put in jail because they alleged that he made a threat against a school or something, because he made a comment about what had happened at a school, but because he posted a bunch of anti-Trump stuff,
yeah,
he came and got him. But imagine being named Larry Bouchard. That's so unfortunate.
Bouchard, yeah, French sounding name, but yeah, that's case in point. your country has been on a state of high alert with these things since, all the terrible school shootings that you have had. And it's now, and they don't mess around anymore. It's they've got the Terrorism Act in right, in effect. They've got the ability to arrest you by any means necessary. And further trace, Trump with his space force. It's to monitor internet crime, basically, and organised crime on the internet. You got a werewolf in the house.
Why is my dog freaking out? Hold on.
No, the dog's barking at a werewolf. You've got a werewolf in the house.
Yeah, hold on. Let me figure out why she's freaking out, because that freaks me out.
That's the first time I ever heard your dog. You got a good dog.
Yeah, you want a dog to speak, and that one certainly can.
Bro, I had a dog earlier today. I was out doing my job. This family was on a golf cart with their dog running down the road, and the dog was out in front running around, barking everybody off the road so they could have clear path on the road.
Yeah, puppies are fun. They do what they want, eh?
Wow. It's kind of dead in here. Normally 24/7 is like super lit. Must be an off night. It's popping over at home base, y'all. Okay.
Look at the gift in the live in the chat.
Okay, I guess I don't know what that means.
Okay, so so there's a film that they put on the sensors of regular cameras. This is a modded camera where they took that film off, and you pick up UV and infrared.
Okay.
When you have autofocus enabled, because the camera is designed to pick up to autofocus based upon visible light, sometimes it won't focus correctly, autofocus correctly. That's why it's blurry in one compared to the other. Just the autofocus didn't work at that zoom level.
Okay, but that still doesn't explain the perspective difference. I'm seeing a significant curvature of the hills underneath the. I'm seeing a difference in perspective underneath. The tree line is curved significantly in the second one, and it seems to be perfectly flat in the first, suggesting a significant distance.
It's not between the two. Same zoom level.
I know.
Okay, so if it's not the same zoom level, dude, let me show you.
I will say that that GIF that's posted is certainly something trippy.
Which is a similar effect which is occurring in Indio's images that he's talking to you about right now. He's saying that in the span of 50 minutes, the meteorological conditions changed enough that what you're looking at looks entirely different than what it normally looks like from a different point of view.
Yeah, this GIF is a lot more compelling. I will say that. It's definitely a lot more compelling.
You get to see it happen all at once.
Yeah. There's no question. It's the same place. It's just a time lapse video. That I have. That's very interesting.
There's no doubt the hub appears lower than in the other image.
Yeah, that's true. It does appear that way. I
the hub, and I never changed elevation. I mean, I'll tell you the road. It's called Revere Beach Parkway. It's the same elevation all the way along it. Doesn't change elevation. The wall doesn't change elevation. The sidewalk doesn't change elevation. It's all flat.
Let's see. That's not at all what I looked up, and yet gave me something
the only point is that if someone saw this, the first one, right, and they went out and made this singular observation, like, look, the windmill's under the horizon. It's dropped down because of the curvature of the Earth. But if they stuck around for an hour and looked again, they'd suddenly be able to see the windmill and go, oh shit, that wasn't the curvature of the Earth. That was some meteorological condition.
You know what? Okay, so I said that first that the GIF was very compelling. Looking at the second one where the two lines are drawn, I'm noticing that there is distortion and warpage of the landmass that appears to be moving, and that yes, that sounds like a meteorological effect. That effect being the density of the air changing the way you see it, like changing the apparent magnification, warpage, or stretching. And I don't know. I mean, I guess we're agreeing more or less that atmospheric conditions affect the way you see things. I don't have an explanation for why the windmill appears to be significantly taller in your second image. I don't have even like any speculation. I don't have an explanation for that. It doesn't make any sense.
What about my video that I just posted?
I'm watching it now. Is it playing the music through my thing?
Yeah, it was playing.
Yeah, there's music, background music.
Girly on the other side of the room was saying that there was double music. I didn't realize that she was playing the video on her phone as well. So okay, yeah, we agree. Okay, so there's, I guess, atmospheric lensing, which makes sense, would cause that is funky. That does almost that does make it appear to almost be non-Euclidean, like things that are farther away appear like exponentially larger. That's definitely a trippy effect. I'll say that.
It's weird.
Yeah, it's definitely weird. And what's also weird is that when I try to swipe over to look at the other image, it does not, like, that's weird. It won't let me view the whole image. Every time I swipe back and forth, it shows me a different image. That's funky. Okay. My phone must just be bugging. Oh, that's also a video, and it's just not playing correctly. Got it. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Atmospheric conditions can warp the way you see things at a distance. I can agree with that.
So NASA's proof. They have 3 proofs. The first proof is that boats go over a curve. I'll posted some links here so you can see. There's that Red Bull space jump. At the first second there's a camera inside the pod looking out. It's eye level, and there's the horizon. That first link, Neil deGrasse Tyson has to explain what we're looking at. Why does it look flat, right? So this contradicts NASA saying boats go over the curve. Boats don't go over a curve. See, that stuff is flat.
Okay. So here's a question. I guess I don't really have any arguments against what you guys are saying, because they don't none of these are really like a smoking gun against anything that, like, it doesn't really kind of kill the globe Earth model, so to speak. It all kind of it can still be rationalized within it.
No, I can't. Look, all we've been talking about all these years is how flat things look and measure. Okay? And now you're seeing, look, they're saying that boats go over the curve, then they say that stuff is flat. Okay? There's no proof of curvature.
I mean, proof and evidence are different. I would argue that having absolute proof is difficult.
Right. There's no observable evidence. There's no measurable evidence of curvature. When you look at water, you know water is flat and level at the surface. That should tell you. I mean, that should be enough for all of us. But we got these big government agencies pushing it down. TV. Don't you think water should be enough?
Real.
Okay, so here's the question I have for you then, and this is something I really wanted to get to. Why? Simply why?
Awesome question. Who wants to Kabbalah is my answer, but who wants to go? Go ahead.
Why not?
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why, dude. It's very simple. Depends on what you mean by why.
Okay, so
Qualify it a little bit.
Yes. So why is this narrative being pushed? Who stands to gain from it, and why?
Yeah, right. Control and power. That's the answer to why. Is there any other reason why?
How does pushing a false model of the Earth and universe give power to anybody when it doesn't stop us from creating immensely powerful
When you
technologies?
believe it. When you believe it. That's how you give them power. Like, all you have to do is not believe your government and you win.
I already don't believe my government. It's not just the government saying these things. I fail to see how getting someone to believe something that is false doesn't have any other motive that gives someone power. Like, I can make someone...
I have it. I have your answer, but I don't think people like this answer. Look, go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, I could give you a game theorist if you're aware of game theory, and he'll explain that according to game theory, to tell the truth ever is a problem. You only ever use deception. You only tell the truth when you absolutely have to. So if you want to maintain power, the entirety of what you're presenting to people who are under your power should be deception. So according to that, there's no reason for them to tell you the truth. So the idea of why would they lie about it changes to why would they ever tell you the truth about the nature of reality.
So, not to sound insulting or condescending or to ruffle anybody's feathers, but I have a really hard time following that type of logic. I'm asking how mechanistically.
No, right. How well, if you believe any lie, you basically have given over power. That's the mechanic, the believing part, right?
But that's
why?
That's psychological. I'm asking, like, what is the actual material gain? Like, we know that people lie about what's in our food and whatever because there is monetary gain because they can make us sick and then sell us our healthcare, right? That's
You're committing a logical fallacy. You're committing a logical fallacy, dude.
What logical fallacy am I committing?
Single cause fallacy.
Can I try?
Okay, so no, we're not going to try. It's not the case that someone must lie because they're motivated by material or mechanistic gain. That's not true. We know that people lie for a myriad of reasons, some of which are just the joy of lying. We know that's what humans can do. Now, secondly, I want to point out, if you limit the actors who are lying solely to humans that gain a benefit, that's also a metaphysical presupposition about the nature of reality. So, for example, I could just submit to you that who's actually truly behind the lie are non-human agents. For example, there's texts written throughout human antiquity of beings who have a vested interest in the fate of humanity and what humanity believes. And so they could be motivated. And it doesn't even matter if they're real or not, but if other human beings believe in those stories about those entities who have designs on humanity, and they then co-opt those designs to themselves, they could then live vicariously or by proxy for those entities. Whether they exist or not wouldn't even matter.
This sounds like, okay, I'm having a hard time squaring this because it sounds like the only, like, the logical path for what you guys are saying is they would lie because they would lie. It's solipsistic, and I have a hard time following.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't. No, Bob, we're not gonna fight for the mic, bro. Listen, you completely missed what I said. I didn't say they're just lying to lie. I said they may have grander designs than mere human impulses like greed, metaphysical grandness. Like I explained to you just not within the past minute, that there are many, many philosophical belief systems that have agents or entities that are evil personified or this or that have designs against humanity, and people are willing participants in being part of that. So if you don't just hold it to what does a specific human being gain for themselves, and you open it up to other motives, then this idea that they're lying to lie isn't necessarily the case. So, for example, I'll ask you this question. In the history of humankind, where did the idea that the Earth is a globe come from? Did it come from discovery, or did it come from religion?
I would say it came from logical deduction.
No, it came from religion. Well known. It's well known that people back in the day thought of the idea of a divine, perfect creator would only create the world as a divine, perfect shape, of which their choices were a sphere because it's perfect, an egg because it's life, or a testicle because it's life. That was their philosophy and their religion. Not only that, but even the idea of space was founded in philosophy and religion. Nobody discovered it before they thought of these ideas.
All right, I'm trying to find the right words here. I'm hearing what I'm hearing, and I'm saying this because this is genuinely what I'm hearing, is that the reason is any reason that could be possibly confounded. Am I wrong?
No, dude. Let me break it down for you, dude. It's very simple. I'll just make it blunt. The globe is a religion.
Is it?
Yes.
Okay.
It began as a religious paradigm, and it worked its tendril through humanity as a religious presupposition, a metaphysic, a way of looking at reality in total, and the grand metaphysical questions: who I am, how I got here, where I'm going, what are my responsibilities, all the great hallmarks of religion. They have a creation story. They have it all.
I would argue that if that were true, it would be a secular religion, but it still does not disprove any, like, you can be
How
a
is it a
flat
secular
earther, or you
religion?
could be a Christian, you could be what?
Why would it be a secular religion?
Well, because it inherently, like, okay, so I used to be an atheist, and the idea that the earth was round would be a cornerstone of said atheism, because it would preclude that the universe was formed in the way we believe it to be. It was the Big Bang. You've got this massive amount of matter. Billions of years later, you get matter that forms into, like, naturally in a vacuum, matter will form into semi-spherical shapes, like you see.
Right.
Bubbles do due to surface tension. You see in space, or zero gravity, I should say, because we can replicate that on Earth without actually leaving the planet. You can replicate zero G, and you can get the same semi-spheroid effect through surface tension with water, which you see as a result of gravitational forces on the larger scale.
Well, yeah, but surface tension and gravity are two different things. Nobody's ever witnessed gravitational accretion of a planetoid before, and they definitely haven't witnessed that with the Earth. So what you've just described to me, whether you realize it or not, is a faith-based creation story.
I fail to understand how that makes it wrong, though. In the same way that
it was wrong, I said it's a religious proposition.
I mean, I suppose, yes, you have to have a certain amount of faith to believe in things you cannot immediately prove to yourself, because, yes, our current understanding of reality dictates that the Earth was created over several million years, or hundreds of years.
Excellent. I got one question for you. Can you show me the scientific experiment that proved retroactive uniformitarianism?
Could you define retroactive uniformitarianism for me, please?
That the processes at play today were the same ad infinitum into the past.
I don't think that's accepted to be true, because in order for that to be the case, the Big Bang operated on a different level. Like the physics of how the Big Bang happened necessitated a mode of existence that is not that which we experience today. So I don't think you can prove that, because matter quite literally behaved different when the universe was in a different state. So no, I don't think I can.
Okay. If that's the case, then how could you possibly know what you just said to be true?
I can't know it for absolute fact, just like I can't know for absolute fact
No, you
that
can't.
the
No,
Earth
you know,
is flat.
it's not just that you can't know it for absolute fact. It's that you can't know it at all because it's something that occurred in the past that nobody has access to except what occurs in the present. So to say that
How
either
can we
the
know that
physics
anything
are
is true?
retroactive into the past, well, the difference is, dude, you're talking about things that occurred in the past versus things that are apparent in the present. So, for example, the claim on the table is that the Earth is flat. You can just measure the surface. So we've been showing you imagery of the surface, and you say, "Well, these are optical effects. You know, maybe I'll see something, maybe I won't. I'm inferring a curvature from the things that I see." But in your worldview, that water must be curved, and the things in the distance are behind it because it's a hump in between you and it. In other words, you know, a curvature. But if water is level, well, that is when you say something is disappearing out in the distance. What else could you possibly mean if you're talking about it's disappearing because of the globe?
Well, I logically discovered this while we were talking about it, that it appears to be a mirage effect, because the mirage effect itself would be what
fair enough.
hides
Fair enough. I follow you now. Perfect. So let's take it from you making the claim to just the globe proponents who make this claim that the globe is indeed curved and that water is curved. So if we take off the table what we see when we're looking out over water, the only thing we're left with to determine whether that's true or not is just to measure the water. Would you agree?
What do you mean by measuring the water?
Well, so for example, if you hire me to put a flat floor in your house and you come in and it looks curved, right? And you say, "Wait a minute, dude, this floor is curved." And then I say, "What do you mean by curved?" And they'd be like, "Well, can you measure it to see if it's curved?" And then I say, "Well, what do you mean by measure it?" Obviously, I know how to measure it. I'm going to use a level or a laser transit, and I'm going to get the differential of the heights from the level line to the ground and determine whether it's curved or not. It's either going to have a rate of change of slope or it's going to be parallel, right?
Yeah, okay, I see what you're getting at, yeah.
Right, so if I can use the laser to do that on a flat floor and determine whether it's flat or curved or not, I can also apply the laser, the same methodology, laser transit, to the water and determine whether it's curved in the manner in which the globe claims it is, or it's flat and not curved.
I would. Yes, I understand what you're saying, but I would argue that method doesn't work, considering that we have already logically deduced that optical measurement is not adequate over such great distances because the mirage effect.
No, nobody ever said that. No, nobody said that.
We
didn't agree with
my
that.
understanding. Okay, I didn't say you agreed with it. I guess I kind of did, didn't I? My bad. Okay. I would argue that the hypothesis is flawed because the optical effect of a mirage over such large distances would affect your measurements.
Okay, so you are aware that lasers are coherent and collimated light. They're not just regular light.
Yes, I'm aware of this.
Right, and you're aware that lasers are well known in how they behave, and they're conical spread at range, all these types of things. You can also get the index of how they would behave from their wavelengths because the interactions with the atmospheric effects are wavelength dependent. You can actually use two-color lasers to zero out the effects.
Interesting.
Et cetera, et cetera.
Okay.
Like there's plenty of methodologies, not to mention that lasers are used for targeting systems, right? And we hit targets all the time, right?
Yeah.
So lasers are well known to be accurate and well used for this type of measurement.
Mm-hmm. My understanding, to expound just a little bit, and this is more of a side note than anything, is that once you start taking shots at a great enough distance, you do actually have to take the curvature of the Earth into account. That's my understanding. I don't really have anything to base that off of, but that is just something of worth of note to me.
Oh, yeah. If you mean artillery and all that, we can discuss that later. I'm actually, I'm not now, but I was a 19 Delta, and I have experience in that. And I'm going to tell you right now that the round uncertainty, in other words, the shot grouping of the rounds at range is up to 10 times greater than the alleged accounting for any curvature or Coriolis. So the idea that you have to account for it in order to be accurate is just not true.
Interesting. Okay. Like I said, I don't have enough experience in that realm to actually have,
Yeah, what does that even mean when you say your understanding and then the next breath is I have nothing, I'm not sourcing this from anything, but my understanding is?
Well, because it lines up with like the math, like I'm not going to say mathematical model. My intuition in my mind,
your adherence to the globe ideologies kicking in.
I wouldn't say ideology. If I to use silly words, if I kind of run the physics experiment in my mind of how it makes sense, how it would work, it makes sense for whatever that's
but
worth.
You would have
Look, that's not unreasonable.
By imagining the ball.
That's fair, and that's not an unreasonable conclusion. That listen, it's not an unreasonable conclusion. Just check it out for a second. It's not an unreasonable conclusion that if the Earth was a globe, that would have some consequences, right? The problem is whether it is actually a globe or not, which we're talking about measuring the surface right now. Now, I'm hoping. I mean, I could take this through with you right now, but I'm actually running out of voice at the moment, and so I'd like.
It was a side tangent. We don't have to go any further on that if you don't want.
No. The laser measurement is the crux of the issue, which is any type of methodology that can directly measure the surface is the only thing that can really arbitrate the proposition. So,
I suppose.
Indio, are you here? Or did you fall asleep? Hello? Anyway, I'll go through it with you real quick, and then you can ask questions and some people can fill it in for you. Is that basically multiple laser tests have been done on the Earth, over water 25 miles, over land 35 miles, dual band peer-to-peer, one shooting one direction, one shooting the other, done by a PhD in optics. His test actually convinced him the Earth was flat because the lasers, when they were shooting across, weren't interrupted by any curvature of Earth. And the same goes for the 35-mile shot. The same goes for the 25-mile shot. And this is just a few of them. There's many that have been done, and many other such methodologies. And so basically, if in the 25-mile one, it was done at Lake Idsel in, I think it's in Norway or Sweden, I can't remember. And so they set up the laser level on one side of the water, and they set up a target on the other side 25 miles away. Now, if the Earth was a globe, the laser should go over the top by approximately 290 feet. But the laser hit the target. And with all the variables that we had previously discussed taken into account, the spread of the laser, the ambient conditions, you're moving the laser within a circle of about 5 to 8 feet, right? So you're talking this hundreds and hundreds of feet not showing up, that the laser would have been displaced if the Earth was curved. And so then you take that and you say to yourself, well, if the laser's hitting the target and the laser's level on one side and they're at the same altitude on both sides above the water line, you basically leveled that entire water surface. And then you apply that physics to the physics of water across the Earth, which is supposed to be 70% covered in water. And we know water is the gold standard of level throughout all of human antiquity. So that means that the water level, of which all elevation profiles on the Earth are taken from, is horizontally arranged and flat, and therefore the highest peak from Mount Everest to the lowest trough of the Marianas Trench in the ocean of a swing of 13 miles against the entire acreage of the water. That means not only is the Earth flat, it is very flat, and even flatter than some surfaces that we design and build as humans by scale. So yeah, the Earth is quite flat. Go ahead.
Interesting. Very interesting. I don't know. I'll have to look into the laser measurements. That's interesting.
I'm glad you asked, brother, because it just so happens that Dr. Zach put together an awesome, and I mean super awesome, little documentary about the laser tests that they did. They did actually 17 tests, multiple ones at Lake Idsel and multiple shorter ones leading up to their biggest one. And it's a pretty entertaining documentary, and there's an associated document with it. And if you and your lady are interested, I mean, you could kick your feet up, get some popcorn, watch it, and then you'd have a lot of things to talk about with yourselves and us.
Mm-hmm. I'm interested.
So I'm going to get that. Listen, I'm going to go on mute. You could talk with other people here, but I'm going to post that for you, the documentary and the document.
I'll add that to my watch later. I'll definitely watch that.
All right, so I'm going to do this right in the bot here because we actually have we have a lot of our resources saved in a command bot. So I'm going to post the document first.
All right.
Then I'm going to post. Hopefully, no one posts over my post here for a second.
Flat GPT is a hilarious name for a bot.
I know you love it, don't you? All right, so there's the video there. Now, Dr. Zach is a pretty charismatic guy. He's got a lot of cool things on his channel, but this is just Decimal D is also his moniker, Dr. Zach's moniker, so it's his channel. But yeah, it's a pretty entertaining watch, and it goes through a lot of their methodology, some things they had to overcome, how they had to design the super accurate aiming sled to put the laser on, because when you're shooting 25 miles, a little bit of left or right makes a huge left or right way out there. So they had to create this sled with a screw that could turn like 157 thousandths per inch or some crazy stuff. Like it's really entertaining.
Yeah, I got that in my watch later now. We'll her and I will watch that together.
All right, so I'm actually going to go on mute so I can take care of a few things and tend to my super dry throat here with some nice liquids, and hopefully someone will answer any questions you have. Go ahead.
I don't know if I really have any questions.
Yes, you do.
Do I have questions? Okay. What's my question?
Your question was, probably still is, why would they lie? That's your question.
Yes, actually, that is a big question.
That is
Who is they?
Probably the most important question. That's what we're asking. Well, who do you think they are? Right?
I genuinely don't know who would benefit from this in any way.
Do you know who the Royal Society is? Who they are?
They usually refers to Jews. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that in this server, but I don't know who they is. Who are you guys referring to?
I'm talking about the Royal Society. Have you ever heard of that group, the Royal Society?
No, I haven't.
So the Royal Society is a society made up of scientists, right? I call them modern day alchemists, magicians. These guys. Magi, whatever, mages, right? They call themselves scientists. Everything that we learn in school comes from that group, that society. That's what science comes. So what I'm saying is science stems from the occult, right? And the purpose of science is to cause people to not believe what is out here. The Bible, basically, God, okay, that there's a God, okay, that's what science, that's what the Jesuits, that's what that's what an encyclopedia was specifically designed and created for, is to counter the learning that people are going to get from the Bible when it was translated, see? So the globe earth comes from a religion, right, that is ancient. They call them the mystery religions. Okay? The mystery religions. And these people have been controlling the world since the beginning. Babylon, down to Persia, to Egypt, Greece, Rome, and today. So the modern day today is Rome Catholic Church. See? That's where the globe comes from. And that's where all the mystery religions are kind of like converging towards into one religion, okay? The Kabbalah, All right, that's why these guys are doing quantum mechanics, are starting to say, oh, the Kabbalah is very consistent with what we're learning and finding out. Quantum mechanics, everything we know about science and physics is about to be turned on its head. So this idea that you have atheism, specifically atheism, is Kabbalah. It is the mystery religion. The idea that there is no God, that God is nothing. That's what quantum mechanics is doing. That's what these people are doing, right? That's what the Kabbalah, that's what these Jays believe in, that God is nothing. And everything came out of nothing. It's their, the demiurge. This is why the earth is a ball. And when we ask, like, man, all we're seeing and experiencing is flat and level, right? But then in the end of all our presenting, this question, well, I just don't know why. What are they going to get out of it? How much money can a person really want and get? It's world domination. It's it's destruction of the world. Because of the religion. This is why they're progressing us towards this. With AI, with the digital ID. Okay, the world is a globe because their end game is alien. Is the alien agenda. And you can't have an alien agenda. You can't have the kind of control they have over people. If people were allowed to just, experience the world with their senses, their common sense, they're going to find God. Right? So why would they lie about it? Well, it's not a matter of getting money. It's not a matter of trying to control everyone. There's a deep spiritual reasoning, a purpose, and it's not like
you're overloading even fly out.
I know, but let me finish. Listen. This is the why, okay? These people who think the earth is a ball, these people who think a straight line and a curved line are the same thing, okay? Is the same idea of a person thinking he's a woman or a man, see? Is the idea of recombining everything that was split in nature back to one, bringing things back to one. And the way to do that is to destroy everything. So in their religion, their God emanated a god called the demiurge, right? And that demiurge split itself into two because it was both male and female. That's what the Baphomet is. That's what it's both. So they think that this god, the demiurge, it is both male and female. Darkness and light. Darkness and light. Go ahead.
So other than the flat Earth thing, I already believe everything you're telling me right now. I already agree with all this. I like you, guy. I like you. All right.
Listen. What I'm telling you, okay, is their religion and what they believe. This is the religion of Kabbalah. This is the religion of the Zohar. This is the religion of frickin' Madonna, fucking Jay-Z. This is their religion. They sacrifice babies. Listen. They sacrifice children. This is their thing.
I'm aware. I'm aware. So, you don't have to teach me this. You're preaching to the choir here, bud.
Okay. The why question. Okay, this is the why. Okay, there's nothing to do with reality. There's nothing to do with actual cause and effect and what's behind phenomena. There's nothing to do with that. It has everything to do with their belief system and their religion and their rebellion against the God of Abraham. That's all this is about. Antichrist.
Can I interject something? I'll try to simplify it for you, man. If you don't know who you are, you don't know where you live, where you come from, what you're supposed to be doing, it's much easier for someone in authority to take control and say, look, you don't know what you're doing, but I have a good idea. So let me be in power and I'll keep you safe and, you just got to give up some of your freedoms.
On that, we also agree.
So why would they lie? Like because they own the resources, they own all the energy systems. I tagged you in a question, dude. I don't know if you saw that.
I did not. I would like to refine it a little further.
Do you pay taxes?
Why would they lie? Sorry.
Do you pay taxes?
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you pay taxes?
I'm so sorry.
Do you pay taxes, Dubstep?
Unfortunately, yes.
Where does the money go?
Bombing kids in other countries.
Oh, okay, but I mean, there's much more to that, right?
First it goes to some penny pincher in the IRS, and then it gets sent off to a myriad of other government programs, bombing kids and transing people in the United States, stuff like that.
Who owns the energy sources, like coal, and wood, and electricity, and gas? Who owns all that?
They're owned by large private corporations, generally.
Very small group of people, right? Who owns the agriculture?
Agriculture is pretty well. Okay, there's a lot of factory farming, but there's also a lot of not exclusively. No, there are a lot of individual independent farmers, especially in the Pacific Northwest.
Yeah,
right, but they have to jump through hoops. They have to jump through hoops just to sell their stuff. Who owns all the minerals? Like
that's also going to be private corporations, and it's going to be private corporations and government entities largely. It's mostly going to be government entities because the mining happens on public land.
Does your vote even matter?
It matters to a certain point until a certain time. So
why would they lie? I mean, you really don't even know what's going on in the world. You just know what's going on with what they tell you.
To a certain degree, but you can.
I even have a shorter answer why they would lie, Dubstep.
Can I just point out something to him, how it makes a difference to him? So I'm not going to answer the why would they lie, but I could point out how it would make a difference to him. Do you believe that mankind evolved from monkeys?
I think that we split off from what is now sorry, I'm being distracted by my environment. I would say sort of, but not quite. People think that that monkeys remain unchanged from what they were millions of years ago. The short answer is yes, but that's not nearly precise enough to actually understand the true reality of it. We share a common ancestor. We are not the same. We did not come from them. We came from the same common ancestor.
But the point I'm just simply going to make to you is that the same people that were telling you that the Earth is a sphere and that it's spinning and it's orbiting the sun inside the vacuum of space, the same people that told you all of those things told you that mankind evolved from monkeys. Now, I already know that the Earth is not a ball, it's not spinning, it's not orbiting the sun, and the Earth is not in the vacuum of space. So that creates a problem for the credibility of for the people saying that we evolved from monkeys.
So I understand why you use that example, but the reason we're told from an early age, just the very simple, we evolved from monkeys is because you can only like use so much complicated language with young people, or at least that's the idea. You can be more complex with them than people think. They're not dumb. Well, they kind of are, but to a certain extent. But as you age, we expound upon the knowledge that is implanted within them.
It's not about monkeys.
You do the same thing with math.
Dubs, please. You're focusing on the wrong thing. It's not about whether you evolved from monkeys or a common ancestor. It's about the whole narrative about the origins of how we got here and what we're doing here. From their paradigm is one lie complete. It's all a lie.
Then why is so much of it apparently true?
Because the cat's out of the bag.
Oh, that was your key word there, apparently.
Like what? Like a ball looking flat? Like what do you mean?
That water seeping level.
You guys are focusing on things that are not as easy to definitively prove. You have to abstract a little bit in order to get that proof. What I'm saying is when it comes to physics, when it comes to science...
You mean proof can be abstract? Like in the mind?
Bro, you literally have to suck your brain out of your head and imagine yourself a ball in space, bro. Talk about abstract.
What I'm saying is that the basis of our understanding of physics works on many scales, right? The computer in your hand, be it literally the desktop sitting on the ground connected to your computer monitor, or if you're holding a phone in your hand, the physics that allow these things to work
absolutely
are all interconnected in different ways. We have different models for understanding them.
I agree.
So I don't understand how it's all a lie if it's not apparently all false.
I'll help you out. According to those physics, water is level. And according to the claims, of that worldview, the Earth is a sphere, and that means water level is curved around a giant ball. Now, in reality, the physics of water is, yes, that it's level, but that it's not curved, it's actually flat. And since the linchpin of their entire paradigm, the entire Achilles heel of their religion, the globe Earth itself is false, and all of their interpretations of the physics of the universe and how it got here and our place in it is also false.
I have a hard time understanding that, or not understanding, but accepting that premise, because I can poke holes in little things here and there. Like, water is level locally. There's an asterisk there. Once you get out to a large enough scale,
Okay, show us the scale where it starts to curve.
That's the whole problem, is that you can't see this immediately in front of you on a human scale. You have to go larger than we can immediately see with our own eyes.
Is it measurable?
Not in a way that I can immediately say, grab this ruler or something, but obviously it has to be, because it is true, and I understand why you think what I'm saying is false.
It's true. Okay, let's explore that. Okay.
Okay.
At what distance do you think the current globe Earth model predicts the horizon to be if you're 6 feet tall at sea level? How far
Well, we already had this conversation. You said it's 3 miles, and that makes sense if you're assuming a perfectly flat object, or perfectly flat water with nothing on top of it.
Brother, not only at 3 miles, that's where the horizon is. It's supposed to be dropped down 6 feet. It's supposed to be curved down 6 feet on top of the 3 miles. Can we measure that 6 feet of drop?
Hang on. What are we defining as the horizon?
I'm only going with the actual dictionary definition. The apparent line where the Earth appears to meet the line where the Earth appears to meet the sky.
Okay, would that not be affected by the mirage effect that we have already discussed previously, where it's not actually where it physically is?
That's why we're not going to use looking. We're going to use measurement.
But we're
measurement with an instrument, because I established already that just looking at something, you can't get the true sizes, right? The absolute sizes.
Yeah. That's why I'm saying it's difficult.
Just pause for a second, Dubby. Let me help out here. Just take vision away from it for a second. Just imagine a circle of a fixed size. A circle has formulas that can be applied to it, right? And so we know that if you put a dot on one portion of a circle and you draw certain lines like tangents, chords, fagotas, apex, arcs, they reach certain points. So we know that if you put a line on a certain circle and you go out a certain amount of distance, that line will deviate from the circle a certain amount. So physically, if the globe is a radius of 3,959 miles and a circumference of 24,000 miles, then we can determine what the curvature should be over the surface of water, because water is an equipotential surface that must adhere to the overall curvature of the alleged globe. So if it's 3 miles away on a surface of water, like if you're standing at the shore and there's 3 miles of water in front of you, that water is going to be curved and down and away from you at a particular rate at a particular distance. It has nothing to do with whether you could see it or not. You could be blind. Go ahead.
We can agree with that, yes. At this point, I still agree.
Did you see the Red Bull jump video?
No.
Link?
Oh, bro.
Oh, yeah.
That was for Indiana to come back in with his deviation.
Yeah, my bad. Go ahead.
That's serious. Well, I mean, we can measure. You can use lasers to measure whether this curvature actually exists in reality by just measuring along the length of the laser. Right?
Yeah, okay.
Lasers at level, there's to curve away from it, right? Down and away. And the further you go down the laser beam, the greater that space should get. So say you're 10 feet starting point. As you go down the laser, it should get further and further apart. Because the laser's straight and the Earth is curving down and away, right? You should just be able to measure that distance.
All right. I'm sorry. I'm not perfectly understanding exactly what you're trying to say here.
Okay. If you take a laser and the laser goes straight, the surface of the Earth should curve down and away from the laser. Right?
At a certain point, yes. Assuming that the laser starts perfectly on the ground, yes, it should completely it should
Dubstep,
it can
look
be
at the
above
image
the
that I'm
ground.
posting right
Yes, but
now.
it has to be perfectly level. But the way that this can be most definitively proven with the least number of variables is to have it on the ground at water level and then point perfectly out level with the with its point on the earth. Right? They can't
look at the image I'm posting.
Laser.
Look at the image I just posted.
Yes.
Do you agree with that image? Do you understand that image?
Yes, I fully understand that image. If the curvature of the Earth is b, which does not appear to be perfectly round, but still that doesn't really matter that much because the Earth isn't perfectly round. Even the water on the Earth isn't perfectly flat, or I mean, I should say spherical, because of the effects of the moon on the Earth, which creates the tides. So you're going to see it's stretching.
So we should be able to measure that not perfect curvedness then. It doesn't matter what you say, it's not perfect, whatever. We should still be able to measure it with the tools that Injo's talking about, right?
Yeah.
Cool.
Wait, what is the tides though? What are tides?
It's just the water level rising up and down. Did you want to, Injo? Did you want to get back and speak about this?
Yeah, you guys can go, dude. I'm more entertained listening to you guys. Go for it.
Fair enough. As long as our friend understands the premise, and even if it's not completely level or whatever you want to say, then we should be able to measure that with the laser device that we're talking about.
Well, if it's not completely level, then that does alter the results of the experiment. However, yes, I do understand and agree with the premise.
Can you shoot the laser through the curve of the Earth?
No, you can't shoot it through, but if you are a certain height above if you are a certain height above the surface of the Earth, say a 6-foot person holding the laser, and then you don't get the angle right, and you're pointing it at a target, and let's say that target is also 6 feet above the Earth, well, you're now seeing that you can shoot the laser farther than the curvature of the Earth, because that distance is going to be greater.
Cool. Now, let's say that target, that 6-foot target, is 25 miles away. Does it matter if you level the laser then? Can you level the laser in such a way as to get around 420 feet of curve?
It depends on your starting altitude. If you're not at sea level, then yes, that changes your results. So there is fallibility in the experiment, and I would like to see it.
I'm talking about 10 feet above sea level, shooting a laser 25 miles, and at the other end picking it up at 4 feet above sea level. That's what I'm talking about. Whereas the goal prediction is, hold on, the goal prediction is the laser should be 420 feet above sea level. 420, 42-story building. Not 4 feet, 420.
I suppose. Yeah, I guess. The math probably does work out to that.
Yeah, so we measure the laser at 4 feet. The laser is basically parallel with the surface of the Earth.
Right. So here's another thing to consider is that you're still going to get some degree of atmospheric lensing, which is probably going to throw off your results. But if we assume that doesn't happen, then absolutely yes, you would be correct.
Yeah, can it throw off the results by 2 orders of magnitude?
I don't know.
The answer would be negative. Okay.
I'm not going to lie to you. I don't know. I wouldn't.
200%.
I wouldn't.
No, this is 1,000%. 2 orders of magnitude, not 1.
Yeah, earlier you said it was just slight.
I don't know to exactly what degree. I'm not going to pretend to know that.
I'm just reminding you what you said.
Okay. Well, standard refraction, what they call standard refraction at a distance of 25 miles would drop the laser 5 meters. Okay.
Well, we're going from feet to meters here, so 5 meters is
5 meters out of 127 meters. So you need 122 more meters of refraction.
I don't know. I still see fallibility in this that I would have to see it for myself. I got to watch that video. Is effectively what I'm telling you. Is I need to see what was the methodology, what were the results, and I'd like to review that myself.
Well, so to keep in mind also is that this is 5 laser tests done 2 and then 3 weeks apart. And they brought meteorological stations, like little weather stations, at both ends of the laser.
Mm-hmm.
So they didn't just this was actually like their 4th attempt, because every time they did this, some anti-flat earther nutball would go, "You didn't do it right. You should have did this." So like, okay, we'll do that too. Then they try again. They're like, some other nutball would go, no, you didn't do it right. Still, you got to do this. So this is their 4th iteration. Actually, the 5th iteration, technically.
All right. I mean, like I said, it remains to be proven to me because I need to watch the video, and I'm assuming the video is a lot longer than you guys want to. Yeah, it's an hour long. I'm not going to sit here and watch an hour long video.
There's also a PDF, which is a printed report. Well, you don't have to watch.
I'm sure that PDF is going to take even longer to watch, right, or read through, right?
It's 120 pages. It isn't that bad.
They're short form pages, by the way. It's not a novel. They're short form, like power.
Big type
slide style.
You get my point, though. Is that it's not exactly conducive to this discussion. I would have to stop and study and take some time to do this. So I'd be better off just watching the hour video.
Yeah. But anyways, the principle is sound. The particulars are what you're getting into. And rest assured, when you research the particulars, you'll find that they all check out, and that there is nothing that can save the globe geometry from this fatal flaw, which is its Achilles heel, and the entire paradigm upon which requires the globe in the first instance to rest all of their claims, and that is the heliocentric expanding Big Bang cosmogony paradigm. That paradigm is reliant on a single fact, of which, if that fact is disproven, their entire paradigm falls apart, and that is the curvature of the Earth. The one thing that we can actually measure and discover whether all of their story is one grand big deception.
Mm-hmm. So I have another question to kind of shift the conversation forward a bit. How does this? Okay, so how does the flat Earth theory being prevailing as true meaningfully affect anyone at all? Like,
Well, I just told you. Well, just check it out. Check it out. I just told you. If the Earth is not a ball, then the entire paradigm that rests on the shoulders of that ball is automatically false. The ripples would be insurmountable. Entire physics divisions would have to rework themselves. Entire universities, entire religions would have to change. Entire scientific endeavors would have to change. It would affect everybody.
Yeah, you would no longer think you were man monkey.
Okay.
All those astrophysicists out of jobs.
And so real quick, the sum total of all of that put together about your very position in the cosmos and where you came from on a grand scale, that's called a metaphysical paradigm. So it has ripples all the way from your daily life up into metaphysics itself.
Okay. I just
telling you about the video that I was watching about the criteria. Do you remember?
Yes, honey.
What did you
I understand now, honey. I don't know. I just don't really get it. I'll have to think about it.
Cowboy, think about it this way, man. If you were going to a restaurant, like your favorite restaurant of all time, and you got food poisoning, would you go back?
Maybe, yeah. Actually, I can't even lie.
Yeah,
I got poisoning at Taco Bell, and in a couple years, I went back to the same damn Taco Bell and ordered the same fucking burrito.
Right. And
I can't even say what you want, what I should say. So
that's correct.
You don't know. You don't know. Listen, Flatlight can think for himself. Don't think for him. Go ahead, Flat.
So, would you go back again?
I did, and I will.
Yeah.
Actually, no. I've sworn off Taco Bell for a while, so not in the near term, but yeah, I have.
Well, even in this hypothetical, right? I said restaurant, and that's definitely not a restaurant. But in this case, would you go back again, knowing that you got food poisoning the second time?
I wouldn't. I wouldn't go back, Flatloid. I'll give you the expected normal answer.
What about a third time, and you got food poisoning? Would you go back?
No, because that is a preponderance of evidence that, hey, there's something funky going on here. I should not be getting burritos at this Taco Bell.
Right, and what I'm trying to elucidate, right, is that even the truth can be subjective for you, and in the sense that I don't know what truth would do for you in your life, but I do know what truth would do for me in my life, and in many cases, I think most people would choose not to be sick.
I have spent my entire life trying to find truth and to seek what is actually true, because I know that we are lied to a lot, and I find that the closer I get to truth, the better my life gets, because I live in accordance with that truth, and I can't square off this well, actually, I can't round off this flat Earth, so to speak.
I like to think that it actually humbles you, and it actually shows you that, well, the true beauty of this earth. At least that's what it did for me.
I don't want to discount that. I think even if I do think you are incorrect, I do absolutely still think it is important that you find beauty in the earth as it is. Whether we agree on what it actually is, there is still obvious and profound beauty that can be observed with your own two eyes, flat or not.
Yeah, really? Let me ask you a trick question. Hold on. Trick question. What's the most beautiful thing in the world?
A pregnant woman.
This baby, actually, this one that's chewing on my finger. I'm not.
I'll accept
any other
your
answers.
child.
I thought he was going to say the baby. I'm so glad he did. Yay, baby makes another
Yeah, she's chewing on my finger and being adorable. So yeah, I can't give you another answer than that.
Just an actual
I'll
baby.
submit
We
you.
had someone with a fake baby earlier.
No, this is the real baby. I think the baby's been verified. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, babies. If you listen, you might hear her making noise.
Holy crap. All right, Indio, let me help you out here. Okay, so what happened was she joined. She was putting her baby to sleep. Her husband came home and talked to her. Okay?
Yeah, that husband is me.
I know. I'm just making sure.
The two of them have a baby. Yeah, two different people.
I thought she was like, I'm holding my baby, and that was you.
He's the other baby.
Yeah, that works. That works too.
Yeah.
Let me submit this to you, my friend. Most important.
Yeah,
the most important. Yeah, bro. The most important and beautiful things all have to do with people, right? Yeah, I mean, environments are beautiful. But if you're in an environment by yourself,
let's just show some of the baby.
Yeah, if environments are beautiful, right? We all know that they are. But when we're in a beautiful environment, our first instinct often is, man, I wish somebody was here with me to share it with, or I wish this special person was here with me to see this and all this. So, like, we know that what life is really about, it's about people, not about objects, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So the ultimate question of whether, of life isn't so much about the shape of the earth, it's about the shape of our hearts, right?
I suppose, yeah.
And so that being said, if I knew that there's this great deception about where I live, and it's whether it's deleterious to me or not, the fact that it's a deception, in my view, is wrong enough to want to actually suss it out to the umpteenth degree and find out what's really going on, right?
Yeah. I actually honor that, and that's why I don't just come in here and start telling you guys you're all dumb or whatever. Is that I can respect that you guys ardently hold this position and that you believe it is true and you wish to spread this gospel, so to speak.
Well,
because
even if you did say that, it would be coming from a half man, half monkey.
Well, we simply don't. Like, that's kind of a mischaracterization. We don't simply believe it's true. We all observe the Earth as flat and motionless. We simply refuse to believe the claim that that's an optical illusion of some sort.
Well, but I mean, you can explain why you believe it to the nth degree. I just believe what I believe.
It's not a belief. You have a belief. We don't have a belief.
I don't understand the distinction.
Okay, so we observe the world to be some way, right? And someone comes along and says, hey, it's not actually that way, despite what you see. We refuse to believe that. We're not believing. That's the difference.
Hey, you know what? I just thought of another thing that kind of goes back a little bit to physical observable phenomenon.
But listen, if nobody told you the Earth was a globe, would you have figured it out yourself?
I am not going to pretend like I'm that intelligent. I don't know. Maybe.
Well, you wouldn't have figured it out just from looking around, right? You wouldn't have went to the ocean like, fuck, dude, that looks like a giant globe right there.
I genuinely don't know. I don't think it's possible for me to to know what I would have thought had I not had certain knowledge. I don't think I have the mental horsepower for that, and it's really hard to think that abstractly.
Well, that's what I'm trying to tell you, is that you actually don't have knowledge, you just have a series of beliefs.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's a certain degree to which you just kind of have to assume the you
don't have to. No, you don't have to. That's the problem. You don't have to.
Well, no. Okay, so let me finish. There's a certain point at which you have to just accept believed things and then test them later on your own. And like I said, I respect that you guys have tested them and found something else that you believe to be contradictory to the common knowledge.
It's not common knowledge. You don't have any knowledge. I just asked you if you would have figured out the Earth was a globe by yourself. You said no, so it's not common knowledge.
It is now the common. Okay,
you don't even know it's a globe now.
I'm trying to compliment you guys because I think it is honorable that you believe what you do and you're willing.
It's an insult.
I'm not. How am I insulting you?
Because you're characterizing it as we have belief and you have knowledge when you actually have zero knowledge and we have knowledge.
Okay, so Worm made a great point. I think you're calibrated against people. I think you're calibrated to argue against people who hate you for what you believe. I don't. I'm just.
No. Don't try to divine my mind, okay? Let's not do some psychic, amazing Kreskin shit. Let me ask you this, then, really simply. The amazing Kreskin. Never mind. He's like a magician that like reads people's minds. Anyway, so. How do you, not how you think somebody else knows, so how do you know the Earth is a globe? Based upon primary experiments.
Well, okay, so the questions I've asked you previously, because of
course you're not going to answer.
It's the conceptual model that I already believe. I have another question for you. How do you explain
why don't you answer my question? Why won't you answer my question?
I am with a question. How do you know the Earth is flat?
How do you how do you know the Earth is a globe?
Because all available science and evidence points to it being the case.
That's how you think somebody else knows. That's how you think somebody else knows, because you don't know what that evidence is.
Ponderance of evidence.
You don't know what that evidence is. But you don't know what that evidence is. Figures. That's why I'm asking how you know.
I mean, you can do that with anything. You can deconstruct anything and come to the same conclusion.
Ask me how I know the Earth is flat.
Well, you're going to provide me the evidence that you spoke to me about already. Your laser measurements and all that stuff. And to that I say, interesting.
I don't need to appeal to the laser measurement.
How do you know the Earth is flat then? I would like to hear your answer.
It looks that way. Because it looks that way. That's how I know.
Okay, the Earth looks round from the same perspective. I could say the exact same thing.
You just believe that.
You believe the Earth is flat because the conversation is devolving at this point.
No, brother, you've never had the perspective you claim exists.
Okay, why is it that when you look up, it appears as though you're looking through thinner atmosphere?
Brother, check this out. I could set the record straight very simply. It's commonly known throughout the antiquity of this argument that the contention about the primary base experience of the person in the world is that the Earth is experienced as flat. And here's the proof. These are the way the arguments are framed. The Earth looks flat, but it's because the Earth is so big and the curve is so gradual, that's why the Earth looks flat. These types of arguments, and I could go on with many more, prove that the common base experience is that we all experience the Earth as flat. That's why they have to say the Earth looks flat, but so it is the case that we all experience the Earth as flat. Nobody goes out and says the Earth looks like a globe, but it's actually flat. No, the Earth looks flat because it is flat, and the people argue the Earth looks flat, but that's only because it's a giant globe. One of those is arguing from a certain frame of reference, which is common experience, that the Earth is flat, and the other one is arguing what? It's obvious we all experience the Earth is flat. Go ahead.
So it sounds like you're basing this entirely off of it only exists if I can see it. Because the argument, to expound upon the argument, to go into more detail, the Earth appears flat locally. Part of the reason it appears that way is because the Earth is not perfectly round. It is geometrically.
Notice how, friend, I want to help you out. Friend, we're friends now, bud.
Okay.
Blood brothers.
Okay,
even.
bud.
Brothers.
Okay.
Brother.
You just proved my point. As soon as you got control of the mic, you immediately made the very same argument. That of course the Earth looks flat, but that's because the curve is so gradual, or this or that or the other. So you concede that you experience the Earth as flat.
Well, yeah, because we are not designed to, like, our biology is not designed to experience the world or the universe objectively.
Who said that? Did God tell you that?
You can logically observe this. Our psychology and our biology is through natural selection. It chooses. Natural selection chooses that which is able to survive the best.
Processes don't choose; people choose. So, who designed it? Who?
Oh, interesting.
The nature of reality itself. That's how I refer to God.
Designed itself.
Check this out, friend. It's well known in psychological circles that the initial state of the human being child is that they perceive, believe, and express and operate in the earth as if it's flat. Their primary source information that they're getting through their senses and the way they express themselves about the world is that it is flat.
Well, yeah, because it doesn't matter either way.
No, because that is how their sensory experience is getting it. It is then known that at a certain time they're told the Earth is a globe, and then they have kind of like a cognitive dissonance struggle between trusted sources telling them that the Earth is contrary to their experience. They then develop a two-world model in their psyche to where they experience the Earth as flat, but then they imagine the Earth as a globe from outside their own body. In other words, like an orthographic or God's eye view looking back at themselves in it. And it is not until later where they decide to abandon their primary source sensory experience that the Earth is flat and adopt what they were told by other individuals, which they themselves had no primary source knowledge of. So your claim that we operate in the world, right, as if it's flat, again proves that we all operate and experience the world as flat. So that's our primary source knowledge. So the claim that it's then a globe is the extraordinary claim that requires the proof.
Okay. So to kind of go back and kind of expound on some things. So to follow your logic, you're saying that we are born and experience the Earth as though it is flat. And to that, I can agree to a certain degree, because it doesn't matter either way. It only becomes important when you kind of scale up the complexity of the actions you take. If you're just hunting for food, you're spearing animals and picking berries, it doesn't matter.
I agree with you. Name one action. Name one scaled action that requires the Earth be a globe. Go ahead.
Any degree of space travel, if we're talking about international or even intranational flights. The flight path that you have to take is not entirely it does not appear linear when you're looking at a map as in the standard projections, the rectangular projections that you see. You're not going straight on that map. It appears to be an odd curve unless you are looking at the Earth as a globe, and then it is a straight line because you are looking at these things in a third dimension, right? When you go up in levels of complexity, you have to go up in levels of abstraction to understand these things, because we are not biologically required to do these things in our most natural state, which would be like a hunter-gatherer society.
Okay, so far the only thing I heard was space travel, which there really isn't any of that. There's high altitude. Well, okay, then we went back to air travel, which is flying from one point to another. And you then said that on different map projections, the course of the plane appears to be different types of lines, which of course that would make sense, because if you have different projections and coordinate systems and they're expressed differently, it's going to change the arc of the plane. Sure, that's true, but just because they're different. So, for example, I flew from Savannah through Nova Scotia to Ireland, to Germany, to Kuwait. And if you look at an azimuthal equidistant projection map, that's a straight line on that map. So because I went on a straight line on that map, does that mean that the world is that map? Of course not. That would be a reification fallacy.
What? I fail to understand your point.
You said the map is not the territory.
My point is, yeah.
So you're saying that if you fly, okay, so I'm saying that if you fly in a straight line, like literally fly in a straight line around the globe, again, we're assuming that what I'm saying is true. I understand you guys what you don't believe.
Sure.
What you do believe. If you fly straight around the globe, yes, if you look at a regular standard projection map, you're going to see an odd curve. What you're saying is that because you purposely flew...
Excellent.
Let me finish.
Brother.
What you're saying
before we go
is that you purposely flew in such a way for it to look straight on such a map projection that disproves what I'm saying, and that is just patently false.
No, dude. See here. No, let me explain it to you. It's very simple. I want everyone to just pause and calm themselves down. Nobody interject because this is important for the audience too. What I described was a flight that I took from Hunter Army Airfield with my military unit to go to a war zone. We actually got on the plane. The plane actually took that course. What you described was a hypothetical. Two different things, my brother.
Where was the hypothetical in what I just said? I said what is observably true.
Check it out. Okay, I'm glad. If you took a plane and did what you said, now show me a plane having done so.
What? Look at Flight Radar. What is it? Flight Radar 24. Flight Radar 24. You can go and you can look. If you find international flights and you check their flight path, you will see that the ones that go internationally over a long enough distance take this same odd curvature that I described, because when you zoom out, you're seeing it on a flat plane. If the Earth was flat, the flight path of these planes would not be in an arc. It would be in a straight line. Otherwise, why would these airlines expend so much fuel to go in this odd curve that makes no sense?
Okay, let me ask this question.
Why would they do it universally?
Do you think that planes fly for the sole purpose of conserving fuel?
There's a damn big economic incentive to do so.
Yeah, there's actually what's called flight corridors and ETOPS ratings and safety corridors and distances that they must be from certain land masses and territories. It's not just the case that planes fly in the most logistically, functionally economical route from point A to B. Sometimes they fly close to the shore. Sometimes they fly airport to airport.
Why do they go from New Zealand to Los Angeles and then to Argentina? Because on the flat Earth map, it's a straight line. Did you not see that picture? I sent it to you.
No. Can you guys hear her? Do you guys hear this part of the conversation?
Yeah. So, for example, like I explained my flight path, and if you chart that on an azimuthal equidistant projection, it is functionally almost a exact straight line. With very minor deviations, because obviously we landed at a few of the places. Okay,
so I don't know my geography quite well enough to picture that in my mind. What I'm saying is that I am looking at Flight Radar 24 right now. No, never mind. I'm not. I'm looking at her flat Earth map thing that she's showing me here.
Okay, we're all whistling past the graveyard, brother. You don't need to go on. So what you're confusing the map with the projection of a coordinate system. So there's an arbitrary coordinate reference system called latitude and longitude that if you're going to track points on it, because it has to preserve geometric relationships, straight lines are going to appear a certain way because they have to. Doesn't mean the plane's not flying straight. It means when transformed from one coordinate system to the other, that's what happens as a consequence. Now,
that is more or less what I'm saying as well.
I'm going to post in the chat a plane taking a polar coordinate system in the path that's going to look straight. Okay?
I'm not entirely understanding what you're saying.
Coordinate system. The grid. The grid?
Yeah, I know what a coordinate system is, but longitude and latitude is how we measure these things.
Yeah, the latitude and longitude is in the sky, dude. It's not on the ground. The system of latitude and longitude is based upon where the celestial equator is and where the sun is. They're not based upon the Earth.
I guess I see what you're saying.
Sound weird to you, but it's true. Because if I said, "Hey, find your latitude and longitude," but you can't You can't use the sky. You have to use only the Earth to find those coordinates. Couldn't do it. Nobody could do it because those coordinates don't exist on the Earth. They exist in the sky. The coordinate reference
I'm not
system
entirely
is the
sure
sky.
what you're trying to explain here, because like longitude and latitude, it doesn't really matter whether you're on the ground or in the sky. It's the same either way, because you're pointing straight down, and that is your longitude or latitude. You are just at a certain altitude, which is different from longitude and latitude.
No, you're misunderstanding.
What is latitude?
I am misunderstanding.
How do you find your latitude? How would you do that practically?
Isn't longitude and latitude
Latitude would
measured
be the
by?
east-west lines, and longitude would be the north-south lines.
That's what I was more or less going to say. And you're talking about degrees in
how would you find your specific location?
I'm going to be honest with you. I don't really remember how to do that.
Well, for your latitude, you'd find the celestial equator, and wherever that is in relation to the horizon would be your latitude. And
right.
That's your longitude, okay, what you would do is figure out when's Greenwich Mean Time. You'd look at your frickin' watch, and that would tell you your longitude.
Okay.
So that's based on the sun. So when when solar noon, you look at your watch, it would say noon, and then you look up and you see the sun burning your eyes out. So the whole coordinate reference system is based upon the celestial sphere. You're saying, hey, why is the lines curved when it's projected onto a Mercator map? It's because the Mercator map's a cylinder. Okay, so when you project a sphere onto a cylinder, certain freaking properties are going to also be projected, because on a Mercator map, you're trying to preserve angles. On the celestial sphere, you're trying to preserve the linear relationship between the stars in the celestial sphere and the horizon. So these different coordinate systems are trying to do different things. So when you transform from one to the other, you're going to get straight lines looking curved.
Right. So explain to me then, if the Earth is flat, why are these planes not flying straight on a flat Earth map either? Because they still have to be taking an inverse curve. In order for the maps you showed me,
they don't point planes in a direction and fly that way. Planes fly inside international flight corridors. Okay, so say you want to cross
the Atlantic. And some of those corridors are straight.
No.
I'm looking at a ton of planes flying over the Atlantic, and it's a shotgun blast. It's like somebody firing a hose.
That's a Mercator map. You think the Mercator map is the Earth?
No, and what I'm telling you is that if you project
Mercator map's a globe projection. Are you saying the globe's wrong?
No, when you look at these things on a globe, they are flying in straight lines.
There are no straight lines on a globe by definition.
Oh, good Lord. We're obviously not. Okay, you got to give me a little grace here. I'm not saying they're flying in perfectly straight lines. That can only happen on a flat Earth. I'm saying they are flying in straight arcs, okay? If we're going to use super precise language.
Even officially. No, they're not. Not even officially they are.
Like, mostly, yeah. Obviously, they go into holding patterns and then they land.
What you think is that planes are flying in great circle routes. They're not. They're not. They fly within international and domestic flight corridors. They don't fly great circle routes. I don't know where everybody got this idea from. Well, yeah, I know. Anti-flat earthers that are dumb as shit. Okay? Planes don't fly the way you think they fly in reality.
I know how they fly. I've taken aerospace engineering classes. I know how these things work. I'm not just your average normie here.
Boy.
Like I know a lot about aviation.
Really, in aerospace engineering, which part of the syllabus has international flight corridor restrictions?
No, I'm saying that I know a lot about the subject. I didn't just learn this stuff in school. Most of the stuff I learned wasn't in school because school is ass. To put it,
which part of the engineering course? Yeah, which part of the engineering course had the routing boundaries of plane flights?
It wasn't in the engineering course. I learned this stuff because I wanted to be a pilot. Long time.
What part covered the ADS transponders and waypoints?
Okay, now you're just throwing buzzwords and terminology at me to try to make you stumble.
They're integral to flight traffic. They're integral to it.
Okay, ask me the question again. It's been a long time since I've looked into this stuff because I haven't wanted to be a pilot for like the last 6 years.
Okay. The ADS transponder system and waypoints, okay, The ADS transponder system is how they communicate to the ground, how the ground knows the position of the airplanes, and they give the planes, air traffic control gives the planes waypoints that they fly to. Typically, they'll have multiple routes that they can choose from to get to any given waypoint. They just don't simply fly great circle routes, dude. That's a oversimplification of epic proportions.
Okay.
I'll give you the pilots in the cockpit looking at the chart. Okay, and the chart shows a straight line flight path.
You're gonna get your foot in your mouth
across the Atlantic.
Open up your toes. Give me.
Okay, so where's this image?
Hold on a second, I gotta dig it up.
Oh, okay, I thought that you posted the one that was just posted, and then I realized that I got absolutely fucking pranked. I said a bad word. I did.
I think there's also something within the safety of flying aircraft across the ocean. I think depending on the amount of engines that they have, I think they have to be about 180 minutes from being able to land at an airport. That's why most European flights that go to America and back from America to Europe cross over Great Britain, Iceland and Greenland, because that's landmass and they can land there instead of going directly straight across the Atlantic. Where
and then they come to Nova Scotia, and then they come down through Maine, and then if they're going to LaGuardia or any of the New York airports, they go there, or to Boston. And then from there, they go down to Georgia. And then from there, they go to Florida.
I mean, it makes sense that there would be pit stops, right? These things need fuel.
Yeah.
No, it's not just pit stops. It's not just pit stops. It's a certain distance from being able to retreat back to the safety of land.
Okay. You know what? I buy that.
Yeah, so it's just the restrictions of, keeping people safe. We're not just going to fly from here to there across, say, a vast amount of water. When people's lives are in our hands, we have to fly close enough to airports so if something goes wrong, we can land there. Now that's going to affect the way that we fly and our route. So it's lots of things to aviating across the earth, dude. It's not really that simple. And there's obviously places on the earth that you can't just fly over, restricted airspace and this, that, and the other. So,
I'm looking at Ukraine on the map, and it's hilariously devoid of air traffic.
Yeah. I think some flight corridors, they change as well from day to day, especially across the Atlantic, like America to Europe. I think there's about 6 going either way, and we can change their location depending on weather systems and wind and stuff like that.
No, that makes sense.
And here's something, since you brought up Flight Radar, I have the same app. If you click on any random flight, click on the ones going long distances are best. But you'll see before the plane takes off, you click on the plane, it'll show that little dotted arc, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And then after the plane goes en route, it's a line and then a turn, another line, straightens out.
Yeah, I'm seeing arcs.
Yet ahead of it is still the arc. So I only mentioned it because you brought it up.
Just remembering as well, and I'll shut up as soon as I've said this, one of the quietest places on the planet for air traffic is the South Atlantic Ocean, like South America and Africa, the sea between there. Now, it's very rare that you get aircraft that fly across there.
For pretty damn good reasons.
Yeah, because it's a vast amount of ocean. You can fly north and you go across the closest point between South America and Africa. You go across that closest point. I think it's near the Ascension Islands. Might have got the name wrong. But you go across that point because it's the closest point. And the rest of it is just vast ocean. You're not just going to fly across it, even though on a map, and I used a reference with my tongue in my cheek, even though on the map it might look like a shorter distance. Got to keep the people safe.
I mean, I'm also seeing, let's see, there's a plane flying from Barbados. I'm looking at flying to South Africa. It looks like, and it's taken that trip all the way across the South Atlantic Ocean. So I mean, it's not exclusively.
Barbados. So that's just off the coast of Florida, right? Where's it going? South America.
It's off the coast of Venezuela. It's I can tell you here. It's let's see, going from Bridgetown to actually doesn't show its destination. It's a Gulfstream G650. I think it's GLF6 is the call sign. I don't know if that's actually the call sign or not. I don't remember. I don't really have to.
I'd see. Yeah, it depends on the size of the plane as well.
Yeah, it's a lease jet.
It's the minute range.
It looks like a little private jet.
So, if there's a lot of engines on the aircraft, you're going to need a longer runway. So sometimes the runways that are out on small islands aren't fitting enough for large aircraft.
Yeah, it's only a twin engine. It is a jet aircraft. It's a pretty small little private jet. Like I said, it's a Gulfstream G650. It's fairly small.
Okay, did you see what I posted in the chat, dude?
Hang on, I'm on Flight Radar. I'm looking now.
Okay. So I posted.
I'm seeing a lot of shit.
Hold on. Doesn't look like I posted right. So that clip gone? Hold on a second. Hold on, dude.
Clip not available.
That's just a YouTube link to YouTube.
Yeah, when I click on it, it says clip not available.
Okay, I'll find the original video just to verify. But if you go up, I'm going to post it again. Screenshot from the video. This is them in the cockpit, zooming in on the map, and she's describing the map. You see all those little dots? Those are all waypoints. Now, this is a straight line. Right? Why is it a straight line there?
Aren't aviation maps orthographic projection? Am I wrong?
This is actually a polar projection. So thank you for proving my point. That the flight route, how it's displayed, is just an artifact of the projection. Nothing to do with which way the plane actually flies.
There you go.
I think I failed to see your point here. This appears to be an orthographic projection for this flight map here. Explain to me what the difference is, because this looks like an orthographic projection.
Polar projection is where the points are radial from the center.
Warm in here.
I don't understand what you mean by that.
Like this.
Okay. Distances are measured from the center of the projection. You actually have to calculate the distance between points left, what we would probably consider east to west, because those are calculated as angles, and then that angle is converted into a corresponding distance.
So are you okay to try to put it into dumb people words, because I'm not understanding what you're saying? Are you saying that the route? So you're saying that this map is printed relative to the route that's being taken?
What I'm saying is, yeah, that is the route they're taking. What route do you think?
Yeah, I get that. Are you saying that? Are you saying that the route that they are taking is the central projection point from which this map is printed? Are you saying that this map is printed specifically for this route?
The coordinates have a central point. The coordinate system. Same way like the North Pole, right? The North Pole to the equator is a polar coordinate system. You have a pole.
Oh, I see. Okay. I understand what's going on here. This map is I can see the lines converging towards the North Pole. I understand. Yeah. So it is a projection of the Earth as though around on. Okay, I understand that still holds up. I may be wrong, but that still makes perfect sense for around Earth. Like that looks exactly as I would expect it to.
If the Earth was a ball, it should still be curved, dude.
Or maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, I guess you.
Even a great circle route and an orthographic projection of a globe Earth would be still curved. Has to be.
They have a whole channel called Flight Paths.
The point is that the coordinate system determines how. Like you got your original coordinate system, and then when you transform it into another, certain geometric properties are going to be maintained when you do the projection.
Mm-hmm.
So when you have a polar projection, and then you convert it from polar projection, which is basically a radial disk, and then you convert into a cylinder, which is the Mercator map, certain geometric properties of the polar projection And the thing about the Mercator map is that you're trying to preserve angles on which a ship would cross lines of longitude. That's the purpose of a Mercator projection, is trying to preserve angles.
Mm-hmm.
It was made for the purpose of sailing.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Because they sail, they would make what's called rum lines. And I'm not going to get into the details of that because it's fucking complex. It's even fucking confusing.
So what you're saying is, to go back to like a 10,000-foot view here, pun intended.
I'm just saying is that you're reading too much into the curved line on the Mercator map, dude. Doesn't mean what.
Okay, so what you're saying is that the curved line is an artifact of the fact that those maps are meant for basically for seafaring, whereas the map projection being shown in the image that I'm still looking at, by the way, is designed for air travel, which would skew the projection and make it look as though the line is straight.
Yeah, it's a conversion of one preferred coordinate reference system into another. And that has problems. You're going to get distortions.
Okay.
And I'll give you another example. Do you think GPS uses a globe?
Well, GPS uses... I don't... That sentence doesn't make sense because I know how GPS works. It basically pings each satellite to your device and measures the time difference between the data being sent and the data arriving. It basically uses timestamps to measure it.
Okay, yes, it uses timestamps. Yes, it uses the timing, but it doesn't ping the satellites. The satellites are just passive beacons that transmit over and over and over again. Your receiver just sits there waiting to pick up GPS freaking transmissions, right?
I got the exact specifics wrong, but that's how it works, basically.
That's not the important part. The important part is their coordinate reference system is called Earth-centered, Earth-fixed, and the receiver is on a plane. And to get the latitude and longitude, they do another coordinate transformation and display it on your phone as latitude and longitude. But that's not the original coordinates.
Well, I mean, yeah, it necessarily has to use the Earth as a central point because they're orbiting around the Earth. And they have to use a reference point, and the only reference point is...
They don't have data on those. The only data your receiver has is your receiver. Right? It just gets the timing. Just gets the timestamp. Hey, I got this at it said it sent left at this time. I got it at this time. Okay, it's this far away. That's all it knows.
Yeah.
In the calculation of where you are is placed on a plane, on a XY, just a regular Cartesian freaking grid. It's called up, down, east, right? That's the name of the grid, which really just XYZ. I don't know why they gave it that name. Well, probably because they used that in surveying to a degree. So this up, down, east coordinate, it puts you on that, and then that is transformed into another coordinate system, into the latitude and longitude coordinate system.
I mean, I guess that makes sense, yeah, because if you're designing this system, it's going to make sense to abstract it to a two-dimensional grid. It's like they're not going to code a like physics-based three-dimensional model of the Earth to do this. They're going to use abstract and simplified ways. As long as it works, that's all that matters. I feel like you might be reading in too much into that specific aspect of it.
All I'm saying is you cannot reify these maps and coordinate reference systems and say, this is reality. That's what I'm saying. We use all sorts of abstract mathematical ideas to quote-unquote emulate reality for practical purposes, but there's no ultimate reality there. They're just models that work, and that's all they are. When you start saying they're really making a philosophical statement, go ahead. Ian.
By his own admission, as long as they work, all of the other things are superfluous.
When it comes to the function of a GPS system, yeah, I don't understand how that makes or breaks any points.
Well, because if there's all kinds of different coordinate transforms, right, and they're all based on different model projections and interpretations from one model to the next, which one of the models is the actual underlying reality of the geometry of the Earth?
The globe. Obviously. What other answer would you expect me to give, whether I'm correct or not?
Why'd you pick the globe out of all the others?
Because it's the only one that makes sense. Like, obviously, those are map projections. They are not meant to be actual expressions of reality as you see it. They're map projections meant to work for different functions. One's meant for maritime, the other's meant for.
Sorry, projections
the other is
from
meant,
what? Projections from what?
They're projections of the three-dimensional actual Earth, what it is, for different purposes. Okay. One is to fit on a tube, as he said, or a rectangle or a square, a two-dimensional piece of paper.
I know. I'm trying to lead you somewhere.
Yeah, well, yeah, I see that.
Yeah, it's cool. So it's you think it's projected from the Earth that's a sphere. It's not. It's projected.
Well, I understand that's the basis of your argument.
Yeah, it's projected from the sky.
Argument. It's fact.
It's projected from the sky that appears to be a sphere around the observer. And like Injo was pointing out earlier, the system, the longitude and latitude, are measurements of things in the sky. They're taken from a horizontal plane. But ultimately, you think that the projection is of the Earth, it's a sphere. No, the Earth that's flat is projected into a sphere. It's called the celestial sphere. And then what you do after that, and I don't mean you personally, but what is done after that, is now we've got a sphere Earth, a terrestrial sphere. We can now project that in many ways, as a muffle, Makeda, this, that, and the other. But the actual sphere itself isn't the Earth, it's the sky. That's where the coordinate reference system comes from, longitude and latitude.
And that's why I told you can't even find your coordinates without using the sky. It's not even possible.
I mean, yeah, because you have to have another reference frame. The sky is a constant, or a relative constant. So I guess that kind of is an oxymoron, isn't it?
Because the reason we use it is because the oceans, which we want to get across, don't have physical references that we can, like landmarks that we can use. You can't say, like, take a left at that wave, right? That won't work. So we use the sky as your reference. Because we have to, and because it works, right? And even land nav, unless you have a very distinct landmark, that can be sketchy, right? Doing land navigation, because compasses don't actually point north and south the way people think they do. They have magnetic declination, so we need some uniform navigation method. So we use the stars. So we create a coordinate system completely based upon the stars.
No, she's fine.
Yeah, that makes sense because the stars are relatively unchanging over the course of millennia.
So I should also tell you, though, when people have done land surveying, okay, they notice that the celestial sphere and the supposed Earth sphere do not match each other. And they have to do things like make curved plumb lines and nonsense like that.
So what do you mean? Right. What exactly do you mean by them not being like? What do you mean by that? The reference frame on the Earth is like necessarily changes the like what you see in the sky.
Look. Let's say we do this, right? So we do a land survey and we go 69 miles to the east. And then we make astronomical observations and make a prediction on what longitude we're supposed to, or longitude we're supposed to be on. And then we see that we don't match, that we're off by a quarter mile. It's a quarter mile different than what we should actually observe in the sky. What do they do? What do you think they do for this?
I have no idea.
They say that your plumb line is curved. And they make curved plumb lines and create this thing called a reference ellipsoid.
I don't know what that means.
You know what a plumb line is?
I don't know what you're referring to when you say that, no.
Like you take a weight on a string and you hang it to determine what the vertical is?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's how you find horizontal, right? You have a level inside the instrument, and then 90 degrees from that is your level.
All right. Forgive me. I'm not experienced with land nav or charting the stars.
No, it's just really simple. Now we have a level, right? And we're going to measure up from there how many degrees a star is. What they say when that star doesn't match the position that it should, if the Earth was a sphere, they say that your level is off and that your telescope is actually tilted because there's some lumpy gravity under the Earth throwing your level off.
You're talking about a hypothetical scenario that makes no sense to me. This argument doesn't really mean much for me because I don't have a reference point for it to make sense.
Well, I mean, I guess you would need to understand of how they measure. What do you call it? What would you call it? They make astrogeodetic surveying measurements, right?
Yeah, that means nothing to me.
A star at zenith, right? Do you understand what that means? Directly
I
overhead.
didn't hear what you said. My baby is starting to make a lot of noise, and this is starting to get a bit taxing at the moment. All right.
You can come back, bro. We're here 24/7, man.
It's getting late, and I got to take a shower. I got to get up in like 6 hours or 7 hours to go to work, so I think I might have to do that.
Yeah, I mean, dude, listen. We're just here to give information. We're not here to convince you anything. So come back whenever you want. Don't come back. Freaking, I don't know, make a video that hating on us. I don't give a shit.
I do appreciate the intellectual stimulation at the very least. I appreciate the relatively polite debate. I like it. It's fun.
We loved having you, all three of you. It was great. Hopefully, we'll see you again.
She contributed a lot. Thank you. All right. Yeah, have a wonderful night, everybody.
Take care, man. Nice to have met you.
All right, stop brainwashing that baby into a globe.
What's his YouTube channel?
What?
I'm saying you said don't make a video something. You told him.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he's got a YouTube channel. I don't know what he does. I have no idea.
Yeah, I was double checking. Thanks. Good conversation. Good. Glad to hear you guys.
Got to break a lot of eggs to make an omelet.
It is interesting, though, how people don't realize how much of an impact the Earth being flat and not a globe would have on their worldview, because he didn't even recognize how there's a daisy chain directly between the Earth being a globe and his evolution belief, especially cosmogony when it comes to the Big Bang and all of that. Because the vantage point of our observations of the alleged universe from the Earth and the shape we think the Earth is relative to the celestials, right, at certain points in human history is when they made these decisions about what's going on in the universe. It's based on the idea the Earth is a globe in the first instance. So if you take away the Earth being a globe, all those calculations and all those inferences go into the garbage can. Then the idea of the Big Bang is untenable. And so the idea of all the things that the Big Bang set in motion are untenable. So his whole evolutionary paradigm and cosmogony are vaporized instantaneously.
I thought that was pretty crazy. Him saying, well, we can't see the Earth as a globe because evolution. I mean, it's pretty crazy.
Wait, what?
He didn't explicitly say it, but he said, we haven't developed the senses to perceive the Earth as it really is or reality. We only perceive it as, some other thing. I used to go back and come back.
He said our brains are not designed to detect curvature. That's what cracked me out. I'm like, what the?
Dude, we should have
developed infrared vision and eyes the size of mountains or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, we should have let Vong unleash on him on that, dude, because no, I'm serious, because that goes to the crux of the problem, right? He's been brainwashed to think that he can't perceive reality. That's the whole problem. It's the whole point.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah.
You know what's funny, brother? Check this out. That assumption right there, that your evolution has brainwashed you to be incapable of accurately perceiving reality on a fundamental level. That very premise is what led evolutionary psychologist Kaufman to write his book. What is it called? It was.
I know what you're talking about too.
Oh man, reality. Oh man, what the heck is that book?
I don't know. I can't remember the name of it.
It's called something like reality is fake or something like that. But his conclusion was because evolution it doesn't design for truth, it just designs for survivability, and that means we can't trust that the way we interpret the world is actually true. But his research and his interactions with other evolutionary believers led him to the belief that not only is the Earth a globe and that evolution is true, but that it's actually true that eternal sentient entities are the source of physical reality. So his evolutionary premise, based on the same thing that kid agreed with, led him out of atheism into some kind of monistic deism.
Allah.
What the fuck, blood?
So basically, according to Hoffman, if I can prove that I do sense reality, does that disprove evolution?
Interesting.
Well, if it's true that like we only develop things purely for survivability, right? And I prove we actually perceive reality, that means we weren't designed for survivability.
I mean, that's a big. I mean, the word design is not the right word, but you can't say evolve because there's choices that have to be made.
Design is
things
the
are
right
to
word.
survive.
When you spike your cup of coffee and break it all over the floor, that's a design, man.
Exactly.
All those chips that randomly scattered everywhere, that was a design.
Bro, that's what the bad guy that's what the bad guy said in The Fifth Element, Indio. He said he pushed a glass over the edge. This is the design of reality. All these things working in a ballet of sorts, working together.
Yep. If you don't break things, nobody has a job anymore because everything lasts forever.
Exactly.
Well, that's actually a reason why they altered some of the design philosophies in the Western world, especially the United States, to make buildings not last as long, because it's bad for the economy for homes. I'm not, skyscrapers and other things need to last longer for certain other reasons, but they basically made a decision that homes shouldn't last more than 50 years. So they not constantly need to be repaired and replaced, and all this creates more economic cycling than just building a home one time and it lasts forever, and it doesn't get to touch the economy again.
Yeah, because if you don't like your home, it's not like you can't tear it down and rebuild another one, right? No, we need it to fall apart.
He sounded like he was familiar with the Kabbalah cosmology, because he was an atheist. He said he was an atheist. I wonder, is Worm here? I wonder if he's still an atheist. I'll ask her in the chat.
I'd be interested in him watching the Principle documentary. That's got a lot of hits that would resonate with him. Because the Principle documentary really sets the tone that many of the decisions about the nature of the heliocentric paradigm were explicitly religious decisions, not science at all. It was just philosophical preferences, being afraid of the implications, et cetera, et cetera.
The implication that the Earth is at the center of the universe. that type of thing.
Yep. So that's a really good one for some of those reasons, and it's very well put together in an easily to understand sequence, like how the origin up to the present day. That's a really good one. And then another really good one, hate him or love him doesn't matter, but the 200 quotes video that Jaron put out of the men who were involved in the heliocentric paradigms foundations, and like how they show all the religious decisions and the contradictions and how they chose not to follow the science, and how some of the evidence can actually be interpreted in different ways and it would change the entire outcomes. Like that one is really good too. Because it just teaches you, those two videos, they just teach you how the majority of the men involved with this weren't following science at all. They were following their personal philosophies and their personal religious biases. Now, someone who's uneducated might think that I mean, some of those guys were using their Christian bias. No. They were using their anti-deism, anti-God, anti-supernatural biases.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, they were philosophical materialists and anti everything I just mentioned. And so their lens that they see the world is how they interpreted everything. And they passed it off on the average Joe as if it was science. They stamped it science, called it science, when it really was their religion.
Yeah, I forgot to ask him if he believed in God, see all that. But,
He said he did. He said he used to be an atheist, and he's not.
And then he asked, how is it going to change my life? True. Crazy.
Well, he answered that question, Bong. He said the whole of nature together is God. Essentially.
Boom. Kabbalah.
Ooh.
So he would be right up Kaufman's alley.
That's that New Age, man. That's that Gnosticism, New Age. Then a Blavatsky. That's it. It's the New Age. I think that's going to be the religion of the whatever the New World Order, whatever they're building. Kabbalah. New Age.
Yeah, it's two words, Bong. Naturalizing God. So they will believe in a God. They will all hold hands and believe in the same God, as long as that God is a natural agent and not a supernatural agent. As long as he's natural inside the universe with us, in other words, trapped in here with us, then it's okay. Then they'll believe in him. But if he's transcendent, external to our universe and our reality, then they'll refuse to believe in him for some weird reason. And I think we all know what the reason is.
Yep. I think that's the why would, when they ask why would they lie, like what do they get out of it, who benefits from it? I think that's the answer. It's a spiritual reason, and people who believe in the globe. Well, they're not spiritual, they're materialistic.
Yeah.
They don't believe God. So,
right. You know what, Bong? What's interesting about that whole thing you just said is it that can be true, even if there is no God. Even if you postulate hypothetically that there is no God, there is no higher powers, there are no supernatural powers, none of that is true. It still could be the case that the powers that be believe that stuff is true and are acting it out as if it is true, and you're suffering because of it.
Mm-hmm.
So it doesn't. See, this is the problem when you ask this question: why would they lie? It's like, well, if I knew the answer and I told you and you didn't agree with their motive, would you then tell me that I'm not telling you the truth just because you don't agree that their motive is meaningful to them?
This is the problem with this why would they lie nonsense. They only, and he said it, I can only see if someone's lying if they get a material or mechanical gain. It's like, no, people lie for reasons that aren't actually any kind of increase in gain. It's just pure. Some people lie for pure psychological pleasure. They don't make any money off it. They just do it because they get off on it.
People lie and they don't even know why they lie.
Yeah, that's the answer that I want to stay away. Yeah, I thought that. See, I used to think that, until I confirmed, okay, that this is the real reason. I mean, of course, I agree with that. People lie for all kinds of reasons, but I think this is because it's taught in school everywhere, and I just don't want to think about it like that anymore. Those people are just crazy. Oh, those people, they're just people that want to do this or do that. I think it's very, what's the word? It's spirit. Yeah, it's spiritual. It's a very spiritual thing. I believe in Jesus. I believe in God, right? So I think it's the opposite. Like, this is literally, I don't know how to explain it so people don't think like, oh, that sounds crazy. That sounds like religion. You know what I mean? Because it's like, what is science? And you got to get into, I'm sorry, I'm confused myself.
Yeah, but we also got to consider, Vaughn, just like you were trying to talk to him about the Royal Society and some of these other figureheads that were involved in the history of this stuff. Like, this paradigm is dripping from its inception to the present day with religion. And the fact that I told him it's a religion, he was like, oh, I can't even fathom the idea that anything connected with the globe is a religious pursuit. It's like, no, dude, that's what it was from the start. The first inception of the earth being a globe throughout human antiquity was a religious proposition.
Yeah. Yeah. And the way he's thinking about it, I think that's who, there's two kinds of people that are going to perceive this, right? The profane, right? The uninitiated, and the actual, the people that are in it. You know what I mean? So I don't think it's just some random model to throw people off like a red herring. I think it's directly related to what the Bible talks about, Revelation, and what's coming to the earth. And that's where I was trying to go towards, because there's nowhere else to go. But I think it's very specific, because AI, because this alien agenda, because all these things are coming together. Coming together to.
Yeah, Vaughn, the next time someone asks that, I'm going to start with Cthulhu made them do it, and then you can start talking the reasonable stuff.
Hey,
that's a good tactic. Awesome.
Science does prove that the soul exists, though. You got the law of conservation of energy, right? Energy can neither be created nor destroyed, only transferred. So when you die, your energy transfers out of your body. Your physical body is dead, but your energy continues on.
Yeah, when it comes to stuff like that, because I notice nowhere in the Bible do any of the prophets, Jesus, ever tries to explain anything in a scientific way. So I think what the Bible tells me is enough. You know what I mean? Is enough for me to know, because this thing we call science, if you research, comes from fallen angels. So it could it could be lies. Lots of lies. They're not telling anybody the truth. Whatever this thing. These people are talking about aliens. They're talking to aliens. They're going to help us. What? So I don't even science. And I used to be like, be careful that you don't say things like science is not true, or is like, no, science is witchcraft. Like that's, what I mean? So.
Yeah.
That's why I don't get too deep into it. Yeah, go ahead.
Esoteric symbols on a chalkboard that no one understands. I mean, what else needs to be said? Right? You've seen the NASA chalkboards, right? They're like 20 feet high with a ladder. They're writing all these symbols that nobody understands on a chalkboard, right? Saying we know more than you because of these symbols. It's like, I don't know how you can't get more occultic than that.
Huh?
Exactly.
You know what's one of the main metaphysical claims in Zoharian, whatever the heck, magic or whatever, is word magic. That words can actually create. And when you think about it, a lot of people live in virtual simulated universes that are entirely constructed out of words. You know, stories about things that happened in space, stories about how this happened, stories about how that happened, and all that they've heard is stories, but in their worldview, it's reality. That is happening in their universe that they're in, and all that they've ever heard about from it is just words. Nothing but words.
Yeah, it's a completely abstract reality, like a work of fiction. Just lore. But if that guy didn't clue in that, why would they lie? And then he sits in here and argues for an hour and a half for an idea he don't understand. Because if you think about it, he started making some argument about maps, but as soon as you start digging into the substance of the argument, now he wants to pull the ripcord and jet, dude, because he doesn't really understand his own argument. He only understands it in the most superficial way. Well, I looked at this map and it showed a curved line, so this doesn't make sense. It's got to be a globe because they drew a curved line on the map, right? So it's fully like I don't understand the lack of self-reflection on their own ideas is always stunning to me. Well, not their own ideas, the ideas they've adopted. But it's like, how is this not a religion? You believe this thing, you're fighting for it, you're in here fighting to defend an idea, then you're asked about it and you don't understand it. That is literally like blind religious faith. At least most Christians, I hope, read the Bible before they defend it, right?
Should be.
Should. I know often they read part of the Bible and then try to defend the whole thing. They'll try to defend the entire Christian history of the Christian faith after they read, a couple Gospels, some parables.
I wanted to ask my question, but felt like the conversation had gone in so many specific directions that would have just detracted from what he'd already learned.
What was your question?
Oh, if the surface of the earth is not curving, then the surface of the earth must be what? And then, of course,
I would have said flat. I mean, even though he was a little stubborn.
But the logic is still there. Like, we can't really think for him, right? He has to. So.
Yeah, I'm not saying you shouldn't have asked it. It's a legitimate question. It's sanity check, right? Are we talking to a cuckoo person?
We're talking about androgynous Earth, right? We're talking about Baphomet Earth.
Dude, he didn't get any of that, dude. I hate to tell you.
No,
he did not understand a single word of that shit.
Yeah. I didn't get to it. I didn't get that far, but I try to point out that you're saying it's flat, but you think it's a ball. That's the same religion. That's the same. that's Kabbalah,
right? Where they try to unite the dichotomies, right? And this is also found in Eastern religion. It's not. There's no different, right? So Zen Buddhism, regular Buddhism, right? They think that everything is divided into opposites and
differentiated. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and the purpose of enlightenment is to go beyond the dichotomy, right? The on off, black white, yes no, is to somehow, when you reach a state of enlightenment, those dichotomies don't exist anymore. But they don't say that they unite. They don't. It's transcend them or whatever.
Well, why be on and off?
Wait a minute.
Go ahead.
Did you just sum up the Bevites, bro?
I don't get it. I don't think so.
Androgynous Earth. It's both.
The Bevites are always preaching. Yes, the Bevites are always preaching ambiguity about the Earth's form, saying it's the real globe, but all horizontals are parallel, and then saying that flat and globe are a false dichotomy, and that there is no dichotomy because the Earth is just what it really is. So it's I don't know. When you said they're trying to unify the dichotomy, I was like, man, that sounds like Bev.
Yeah, it does, but I don't think they're just trying to blow up freaking all thoughts.
Because there is their cosmology, which is the God, right? Like God is, they call it the one, call him the one. And when he emanated, so he didn't want to split himself, but so therefore he emanated a creator, God, and that's who they say the demiurge is, or who Jesus is, right? The light, and then the light, that God split into two. That God, that's the androgynous God, right? He's both male and female, Baphomet. They're saying that's who Jesus is. I mean, that's who the thing, and then it's split into two. Jesus is the light, and the darkness is, they call it the world soul. All of us, I guess. I mean, this place, right? This place. So the light penetrates into the darkness, deep as far as it can go until it can't go anymore, right? It stops going, and then the darkness takes over. The darkness starts to shine. So you know how, and that's how everything was created, physically, like manifest. And because of that, this differentiating of male and female, of species and things, that's what causes evil and bad things on Earth. And in order for us to fix it, we have to bring everything back to one, right? That's their idea. And in order to do that, you have to be gay. You have to be a tranny. You see, this is their idea, like, because God is both male and female, therefore, and the way to do that is to destroy the world. Okay, the way to do that is to take everything back to one. We have to destroy the world, and that's what all this is about. This is their cosmology. So when I say androgynous Earth, like, I'm not trying to be funny.
Androgynous Earth, please no.
Yeah.
No, please no.
I'm not trying to be funny, right? Because
I know you're
right. Because when they get stuck on locally flat, but it's a ball, I mean, what else is it, right? They're saying that these things are the same. We are being told that it looks flat, but if it's big enough, it turns into a ball. A straight line is the same thing as a curved line, right?
The next time they come in here and we know it's going that way, before they can start it, we'll be like, listen, my friend, we all observe the Earth as locally a ball, but on a grand scale, it's flat.
Yes, dude. Oh my God, AI. This is what I've been thinking about for a long time. Just flip it upside down. See if they'll accept their own logic. Oftentimes they won't. I think that's extremely effective.
Dude,
yeah, I don't.
Someone's in trouble. The next Glover that comes in here is in deep shit.
Because
dude, let's do that. Let's make an event called we'll call it the Upside Down or the Reversey or something. And
that's what I've been saying for a while. Opposite day. Yes.
I don't think it works the other way around, though, because it's supposed to work like we perceive this, but it's actually that. But it's also that. See, I think that's how. But it doesn't work the other way around. You know what I mean?
That's the point. It doesn't work, so they're forced to reject it. Which means, if they reject that, if they reject that, then they're accepting the contrapositive. Maybe
we could try. Yeah, of course we could try. Of course, so I thought it doesn't hurt to try.
I've been thinking about this for a long time, dude.
Yeah, I don't know. You gotta make up your mind. I mean, that's what I mean. Like, you have to if you can't make up your mind, right? Like, I try to tell them this. If you can't make up your mind, okay, if you can't say, I know it's flat, or, I don't know, or whatever. If you don't know, then you're probably an androgynous earther, right? You probably think, because you're saying it's the same thing. Because you're either going to click, right, in your brain that water can't curve, right? Or you're just going to go into this religion, not, you know what I mean? Just believing that a circle or a sphere, if it's big enough, can look flat. Like that is androgynous. That's the philosophy. That's where trannies come from. That's where transgenders come from, right? Like many genders are in the Zohar. Okay, they're God, right? The goddamn Jays and these freaking atheists.
Oh, the Jays?
Their God is bisexual, is nothing. It's the same thing as atheism. Exactly the same thing. I know, right? Like, and I'm not even trying to be funny. I swear. It's scary. Like, it's deep. I mean, children are sacrificed. I don't even want to get into it, man, but children are involved.
All
right.
Yeah, they teach them. They teach them at the Globe as soon as they show up on the Earth.
Yeah.
So let me
Definitely when they show up to school.
Hold on, let me show you something. I read something. Where the hell was it? In Buddhism, it's called non-duality, right? I'm sure you've heard of this, right? Buddhism views dichotomies as dualistic divisions that cause suffering, and the path to liberation involves transcending them. Key dichotomies includes the subject-object separation between observer and the observed, the dualism of likes and dislikes, and the contrast between skillful and unskillful actions. Okay? Let me use a point. Non-duality. The ultimate goal is to realize the state of non-duality where the illusion of separation is overcome and all things are seen as interconnected, including your gender, apparently.
Yep.
I used to study this hardcore. It's crazy.
Well, I mean, I like fucking myself, but not like that.
Hey, yeah.
It's everyone being indoctrinated into this religion, right? Now, when we say, hey, do you know the globe is a religion? Like, specifically the Kabbalah, the religion, the New Age religion. That's what the globe is. So even though people, we're trying to tell people it's not physically real, but spiritually, it is real. It's a deception, and it's this religion.
Yeah, but they've been brainwashed into that. This is the only non-religious worldview.
Right.
That's what they think, right? It's an actual atheist worldview that's supported by so-called facts, right? And that they have some greater foundation than the religions do. They call it like, oh, there's no deity. We got the Big Bang. We got evolution. We got all these things. These are proven facts. So we have some factual foundation, whereas all the rest is just myth, right? This is the lie they tell themselves. It is a lie they tell themselves, quite honestly.
Yeah. I think I told myself that too. When I was learning science growing up, yeah, it's like, oh, we're smart. We're so smart. I'm so proud of how smart we are as a species.
Pretty soon be on Mars. Any day.
But yeah, I tried to stay away from this Kabbalah thing. Like, nah, you don't need to. No. Oh my God, this is it. It's like, fuck.
You think when they go to Mars, they're going to bring up all the freaking government bullshit? Is there going to be like an EPA on Mars? Like, you can't throw your trash there. Like, you're going to need a permit for that landfill.
You got to bring your own poop bag.
Oh, God. You're going to be there a while. Better be a big bag.
You just regenerated late to the coffee, so.
Chugga, chugga, chugga.
But when they say we're going to Mars, is that just a lie that they're telling people to just keep the thing going, or is there a esoteric meaning? What Mars is war.
Dude, it's the carrot. It's the donkey carrot, dude.
Yeah.
It's just a carrot. You tell them, oh, dude, like, we can't go back that way because the Earth is destroyed. We're gonna have global warming and yada yada yada. But we have this Mars carrot, donkey. Keep walking.
Yeah, the moon is too close, and we've already been there. So let's
Yeah, it's too close.
let's go
Not
to
far enough
Mars.
away. Yeah, you
Yeah.
got to escape. Well, think of like you got to think in, according to the timeline, right? They're in England. The Pilgrims want to leave, and they were like, "Oh, let's just go to the Azores." Like, hell no, that's not far enough away from England. Like, okay, let's go to America. Oh yeah, that's far enough away. We're out of here. We're trying to get away from these fools.
Yeah, America is the new world, eh? That's what they called it.
What would the demographic be? Let's imagine you could go to Mars, and they're like, okay, anybody that wants to go, you can sign up, but you can't back out, and you have to go. And who would go? Would it be scientists? Would it be homeless people? Like, who would go?
It'd be Mez and Scott Mackey. And fucking Peter.
Scott Mackey.
Don't forget about Talon.
Talon, yeah, exactly, bro. They'd sign themselves up to get launched. And, I always make a joke about getting splattered all over the firmament or container. Like, yeah, go ahead, launch yourself up, splatter yourself on the container. It's fine.
On the windshield, like a bug on the windshield.
Dude, I gotta make that movie.
No, brother, it's when you travel through. Your physical body continues on, but your soul is ripped out.
Ooh.
So then you become an inhuman husk, which is biologically alive but soulless, only to be possessed by the nether demons.
It sounds like that already happened to AI.
The only one on Mars with a soul is the Doomslayer.
Yep.
What's that?
Holy
the Doom
crap.
guy, man.
Huh?
Doom,
Oh, man.
I don't know what is that? Is that some like 1985? Like, what is it?
Heck no. All right, that's it. That's it.
That's Doom in 3095, okay?
Before your time, mate. Before your
Dude,
time.
I'm about to kick everyone to live stream too so I can stream. Doom.
Dude, the Doomslayer fights demons on Mars.
There you go.
Bro, CB, you want to hear some rip and tear music, brother? Let me post it for you.
Oh yeah.
Hold on. This is gonna blow your estrogen out through your ear holes.
Hold
on, give me a second.
I get rid of the rest of my estrogen anyway.
This is gonna give you so much testosterone, you're gonna go instantly bald.
What's the fuck?
Speaking of estrogen,
here we go. What the
estrogen? It's a hermaphroditic estrogen and testosterone levels. It's like cancel out.
Well,
like, how does that work?
I was just gonna say, if you put like a goat mask over one of these people, you got a Baphomet, like a actual Baphomet. Like these people that take these trans gendered people that take estrogen and fucking their faces start changing, the femininity starts appearing, and then you chuck a goat head on it and Baphomet. You know how you're talking about male and female, right? Yeah.
I know what
so I was thinking,
looks like, man.
Yeah, so it's like, yeah,
it's hooked up with this 304 had a giant Baphomet on her chest, like a demon looking thing. I'm like, should I do this? I should not do this.
No, yeah, no, man, don't, man.
Get her pussy have teeth.
Stay. Don't even touch her, man. Don't even smell her perfume. Don't even smell her. Yeah, stay away from those.
It's too late. It's probably why old dude thinks I'm Satan now. That's probably what happened.
Yeah. Just man, for future. Yeah.
How long ago was this, man? Was this last night?
Like literally just before I moved to California. Like right before I moved to California, dude. It's crazy. Giant bathroom demon.
Dude, how do we know you aren't possessed?
Or I think she transferred her demonic,
Bros, I just accidentally clicked play on that link that I sent to CB, and for some reason there's a big hole in my wall.
Perfect.
Oh man. Yeah, listen to that for a second, CB.
We'll check it out.
So did CB dance with the devil by the pale moonlight?
It sure did. Yeah, I don't even know. Like, how do you get a demon tattooed on your chest? Giant. I'm just sitting there looking at it like, oh, okay. Yep. You did that for real.
And this is Skrillex music, bro. Like ear bleeding.
You know what, dude? You know what you tell her? You know what you tell her? You tell her, I can't decide whether to stare into your eyes or the demon's eyes. I don't know which is more attractive.
That's a good line. I might have to use that.
There's only two ways women get tattoos like that. They either date a guy who does tattoos, or they got a sugar daddy.
Yeah, I think probably mostly the first one. Yeah, I think you're right about that. I want to do an episode on Frontline Unfiltered about tattoos. I want to get your guys' take on them.
Years ago, I saw a girl that had a whole back tattoo. It was just one of those voodoo skulls, and it was just atrocious.
Yeah. I saw a girl. I might be able to find it. She had a tattoo of like a really shitty tattoo. What is it? The flat map. Where all the countries are laid out, kind of in a rectangle type of thing. I'll see if I can find it.
We need to do a FU podcast on how Samson was a simp and Jezebel did nothing wrong.
Yeah, Delilah. Man, that guy.
Jezebel gets a bad rap, man. She's got a bad rap. Why doesn't Samson have any accountability? He was the one that was married.
Jezebel. Yeah, it's not Jezebel. It was Delilah. Delilah's her name.
Oh, Delilah was the whore. Which one was the whore?
Yeah.
Then why don't we Jezebel?
Oh, Jezebel was a queen.
Yeah, Jezebel was
trying to persecute the prophets.
Ahab.
Nothing to do with the Samson story.
Ahab was the ultimate simp, right? That was the king of Israel, Ahab, and his wife, and he married a priestess of Baal. Her name was Jezebel, right?
Yeah, and then she took his balls. She took his balls. Yeah, she took his balls, put them in her purse, and then she was the big boss lady.
Man, I hate that bitch, man. Fuck that bitch.
So we're gonna do a FU episode on Simpson the Bible then. It's real simple. Oh, he did one on Superman, the simp.
Dude, everything in the Bible that went wrong was all about simping.
Exactly.
Hey,
even from the first offense.
Adam,
the woman screwed up, and then rather than the man telling God, "Hey God, this dumb hoe screwed up. Can you get me a new one that isn't broken?" He decided to accept the same fate as her because he couldn't live without her.
No, he did. He's like, Adam, what's going on? Adam's like, this woman you put here with me? Yeah, she gave it to me and I ate it. He blamed
that was after he already did it. That was after he was busted, dude.
Yeah, I know.
Not before. Before he was busted, he was all fantastic, bro.
Yeah,
dude, God should have smited him for freaking blaming her, acting like it was her fault.
And that's why Ladies' Night is a bad idea, in my opinion.
Yes and no. Yes and no, but he actually was blaming. He was saying it was God's fault. It wasn't just that the woman did it; it was that God gave the woman to him.
You know, I think it's when sin entered them, all kinds of weird stuff was said. Misogyny.
Oh yeah, I might as well tell everybody that's in here. I de-admin me more vet and Jose.
Oh shh.
They're not here, dude.
Oh yeah. Because that's how the other loophole happened, right? Admins not logging in, and then
Well, I mean, it's been a long time, so I did a roll call. I tried to get a hold of them. They're AWOL, absent without official leave, so they're now mod status.
Damn, RIP, bro.
Well, you gotta do what you gotta do. I mean, if they come back and complain, I mean, at least they're here.
Yeah, true.
No, but it's also well known that a non-attended account that has admin or mod access is a security liability.
That's certainly. Which is why I disabled their accounts before I told them. I haven't got a reply yet. I mean, it's no. I doubt either one are even going to care. They understand. That's just me and CJ for now. We're probably gonna. I'm probably definitely gonna make two people admin, and so whoever wants to suck my dick. No, just kidding.
Oh shit!
I feel like I'm gonna vote for AI. Let's get AI up there.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. So there's two. Second.
Dude, my lips are too thick.
Dude, I don't want his robot dick. No, you freaking have Cyborg. You'll freaking rip my shit up.
Teeth. Vampire teeth.
That's not teeth. That's metal. He's have a Cyborg.
Hey, it's complete side note. But have ever any of you seen across your YouTube pages that teenage blonde girl that has complete cyborg arms?
No.
Dude, so cool. She can even take her hand off. She can even take her hand off because it's like magnetically attached at the wrist, and she could put it on the table. And with her mind, like she would normally move her arm, and it would control the hand. The hand will. It's remote control. Yeah, and the hand will move around like the thing.
Does she have any funky attachments to that?
It was like
a lady never tells. A lady never tells.
Sounds like Neuralink, eh? Is it?
Built-in vibration?
Yeah, she got one of like the most advanced set. Dude, I gotta look her up right now because it's super cool.
Yeah, if it's controlling with her mind, I think it's that Neuralink technology.
She'll never get off, dude. She's screwed, dude. She's never gonna get off, dude, because as she starts to come, she'll lose her concentration. The thing will slow down, and she won't come.
I got distracted down.
Tilly, I think her name is Tilly. Oh man, dude.
You gotta fix this frickin' vibrating hand.
Oh, I found it. Thank God.
You found her?
No, the tattoo lady.
Dude, this chick is so cool, man. It's like, and she can actually like put like she has one that's got like purple streaks on it. And it kind of looks like an Iron Man-y looking thing. What's so weird though is like she has some videos with her cyborg arms, and then some videos of her doing tasks without them. Oh, styling my bionic arms. Here we go. That's a good one. There's more better ones where it's like Dude, that's pretty cool.
Gonna be afraid
Okay,
to ask her for a hand job.
Which country are you going to try and jizz on?
That's funny. Well, just that's such a shitty. It's such a bad tattoo, bro. Look at that. I saw this in the wild. I took that picture.
No way.
Yeah.
I would ask her how long you been in jail.
No, right?
There's
It's like,
no way
of
she
all
paid for that.
things,
That's
so
like
bad.
3 freaking cup of soups or something.
Well, it's like at least she didn't get the globe or whatever. You know, you got a flat map on her back. I should have told her like, hey, you know, shout out to Flat Earth.
All right, her name is Tilly with the bionic hands.
Yeah, I think the signal is amplified, you know, before it goes out to the hand. So you know, the signal goes from the brain to the hand to the arm, and then from there, if you detach the hand, it's probably a wireless transmitter, you know, a wireless signal emitted or something. Did you guys hear about that doctor that amputates people's legs? Amputated his own legs. Got caught. You know, trying to scam.
Oh, dude, of course he got caught. He can't run away.
He cut his own. He got his own legs off. Yeah, he's in jail now, man. That's stupid.
Hey! How do you know? How do you know he doesn't have legs?
Did you hear about the guy he went in for surgery to have his freaking left leg cut off? Because he had cancer in it, and then they cut off the wrong leg. They cut off his right leg. So to go back in, and they cut off his left leg. So he went and he went to a lawyer. He's like, man, they freaking cut off both my legs. It's supposed to just cut off my left legs. He said, I'd sue, but you don't have a leg to stand on. Okay, that's a dad joke. And this girl, I don't think, dude, I think that's fake, dude. She's got the same arms as the lead of Battle Angel, which is like a freaking cartoon, 3D cartoon thing. It was literally the same identical shit. Like the design, that purple design with the fake muscle looking tissue. I don't know, man. Seems not legit to me.
That's not the same ones. That's not the same ones that she had when she first started.
Oh, maybe she upgraded to. Maybe she saw that and was like, "I'm a disembodied."
Yeah, there's like she has a whole channel where she's like making them look cooler and designing them and doing all kinds of stuff. I mean, they really are. They're really not. They're really not that much different than like the old hooking thing where they like there's like muscle twitches that you do on the end and then they operate the thing. So like I mean that technology is perfectly plausible.
Yeah, they do. Man, it's actually like consumer technology. They have some drone you can buy where you strap it around your head and you use your like brain signals to actually fly it around or something.
So I think the way she was explaining it one time is that this is the way I gathered it from what she was saying is that it's not the case that she has full control of the hand. It's that the hand has pre-programmed gestures that she can do things in her arms, right? That will trigger those gestures. So if she wants to grab something, you know, she just remembers and gets used to it, and then it starts to feel like her hand. But it's like to get my hand to close around something in this grip, I have to like move my arm up here like this, and that tells the thing or something like that.
Remember, folks said they were protected from on high.
Yeah, that makes
Which is kind of like that old hook. You know, that old hook one. It's like when you're holding your arm perfectly straight, the hook is at a certain position, and when you pick your arm up a little, the hook will open, and as you put your arm down, it'll close.
Yeah, the stub moves around inside the casket or whatever. got like a little lever or something like that.
Yeah. And so that old one was like a direct mechanical access to the things that the thing could do. But now that you have programming, the programming could actually differentiate more subtle movements. And the more you use it, just like when you were a kid trying to do fine motor skills, you could actually get, let's just say for sake of argument, you could get 10 different motions out of your arm, and the hand would then have 10 gestures it could do. And the more you use them, it become like second nature. All right, Tilly. Now that we've done the middle finger gesture, you have 9 slots left. What would you like the next 9 gestures to be?
Well, 2 fingers, then 3 fingers, then 4 fingers, then fist.
Oh my god.
Wait, then the give me money symbol.
Rayleigh, you have an open mic?
Couple gang signs.
And which way to the bathroom? I think that's pretty much it. Isn't that the first one you're supposed to learn in a new language?
That should be.
¿Dónde está baños?
Know this guy?
Rayleigh, you have an open mic. Rayleigh, you have an open mic.
He came in and 2 it'll inject a shell piece from your face.
Welcome, Kingsley.
What's up?
Rayleigh, you have open mic. Rayleigh, open mic. Oh, that's a new one.
Hey, look, it's Pizza Planet Peter.
Oh shit! Damn, Peter, you gonna take that, bro?
Did you hear that story, CB?
No, what happened?
He rode his pedal bike 7 kilometers to a Pizza Planet, and he rode the curve downhill both ways.
What?
Yikes.
Yeah, we got it recorded on X on Alpha Veritas channel.
Please drop that clip.
I'll have to find it.
Who was it? Was it Peterson? Planet Peterson?
No, Peter. He's like
right.
the letter, no?
Dumbass.
I guess you could say on a globe, there are no uphill battles.
Yeah, because there's no up.
You know, it's like you guys have seen that video where it's like, oh, if the Earth was flat and you started running towards the edge, you'd have to like tilt yourself forward. I'm sure you guys have seen that video, right? I can try to find it.
That's so silly, dude, because all of those assume the Earth has like no depth. It's like the most laziest straw man.
Yeah, they're like, oh, well, due to gravity, you'd have to lean forward like Michael Jackson. And like, whatever. It's so stupid.
Yeah. If the Earth were a giant sheet of paper,
Yeah, we should also do an episode on like your top 5 pet peeves. I think that could be a good episode too. One of mine is when they're like, well, if the earth is flat, then blah bitty blah 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 would happen. And because it doesn't happen, then the earth isn't flat. I'm like, come on, dude, seriously?
Pet peeves in general, numpties that overtake you and then slow down.
Oh Lord, yeah, that's horrible.
Yeah, man, we get a few of them here.
But yeah, like in terms of the flat earth, there was a video I think that dropped recently where it says, I changed a flat earther's mind, and they depict some random guy. Actually, it was probably just an actor or whatever. But they're like, well, let's look at the sun, and then let's go up in a big building and look at the sun again. Therefore, it's not flat. If it was flat, you'd be able to, like, type shit. So lame.
Oh, we had one. It was you'd be able to see Australia from top of Mount Everest.
Hold on, chat. I think Andrew Tate has just joined the panel.
24/7 flat Earth.
As soon as you hit,
go get VC verified.
Cool. As soon as you hear the phrase, if the earth was flat, after they've just asked for proof of curvature, if the earth was flat, insert stupid straw man here.
It's wrong. Like literally every single time it's wrong. I can't think of one example where they said, well, if the earth is flat, then that was correct, what they said.
And then they were like, water would be level.
Like,
we need some absolute hellfire larper to come in one day and go, if the earth was flat, nothing would really... Yep, that's it.
Yeah, that'd be amazing. I try to tell people all the time.
CBO is saying now, right? They've been saying this for years. If the earth was a globe, it would look flat.
Gotcha, bitch.
Yeah, and this is where Sasha comes in. He's like, well, if it was flat, what would look flat?
What's flat? What would it look like?
I mean, he has a point there with that.
I know he does. It's a good point.
He does it with the moving thing too. He's like, if they're like, well, it doesn't. It's a globe, and it wouldn't seem like it was moving. He's like, well, what would a non-moving Earth seem like?
Also not moving.
Same thing. Yeah, exactly. It'd be the exact same, dude. So, thank you.
Dude, the next globe that comes in here and be like, we all observe the Earth as round and in motion. But when you go over to space, it's flat and stationary.
Dude, I'm telling you, we should 100% do an event like that. We should do that. Because they're going to be like, no. It doesn't work like that. You can't see that. I've kind of been doing this with the universe thing. Oh, like, where's the edge of the universe? No, you can't think of it like that. Well, actually, I can. And I do.
Can we all agree, though, that if the surface of the Earth is not curving, then whatever's happening in the sky is only happening over a flat Earth?
Yeah, I agree. I also agree that if the Earth was flat, it would look flat.
Yeah, Sheepdog, to piggyback on that as well, it's like, and they don't like when I say this, but it's like, it kind of ties into them trying to change the flat Earth and say what it would be. It's like everything that currently works, quote unquote, right now, whether it's sunsets, eclipses, moon phases, you name it.
Refraction. Got this covered. Keep going.
If it's working right now, then it's working on the flat Earth. Because like we're saying, the Earth, where all these things take place, is the flat Earth. So saying like sunsets proves it. It's like, well, sunsets happen on flat Earth. Boats disappear bottom up. Yeah, that's happening on the Earth right now, which is fine.
Oh my gosh, CB, on your inverse night, whenever you have that, like
when they say how does it work on how does it work on a flat Earth? No. How does it work on a globe? It's already flat the way reality is. How does what you think is happening work on a globe?
Yeah, I think that I'll lean into that as well. Indio, it'd be like, well, if it was a globe, it'd be different. Watch them freak the fuck out. That'd be incredible. Well, if it was a globe, then there'd be water hills, or I don't know. You can come up with whatever. No, it wouldn't. They'd be freaking out.
You can ride your bike downhill both ways.
Oh my god. Mind blown.
Yeah, 7 kilometers each way on a trail along the water.
How does weather work on a globe?
I don't know, man. You just don't understand science. Science. Science is anything a scientist says.
Especially if they're wrong.
What's the name of that scientist again? Magic Johnson?
Dude, I wonder if all the groupies that he screwed with said that, my God, you got a Magic Johnson.
You dirty dog.
I always ask, okay, if the universe came about the way it did, right? The Big Bang, and then all the molecules coalescing together to form a ball, and then gravity happens. Like, can we demonstrate that ever? Like, which molecule picks? Hey, I'm going to be the center point of gravity, guys. You all gather around me.
Chat. So I had to step away to make some food there for a second. But there is another flip that I'm not a big fan of. It's the one where people will say, "Oh, well, gravity is just like little leprechauns pulling things down." I don't think that's as effective as it should be because they're not hearing it the way you're trying to say it. You know, they're hearing it like they're just going to think you're crazy. You know. They're probably going to believe that you actually believe that. While it isn't effective, like I see what you're trying to do by flipping their logic upside down. I just don't think it works out well. I've heard a couple people use that one. Oh, it's magical springs, leprechauns pulling everything down. That's gravity. Not my favorite. Also, welcome 515-500-1010. Welcome. And welcome to whoever just joined. Right, 20 cups.
Well, thank you, CV.
Oh, welcome. We also have Earth equals strawberry. Probably PD.
Tasty.
All right, well, what's the latest? What's the greatest? I got a clip of someone last night saying that if you see someone's face, you're seeing their whole head. I think I got like 3 Globers to say that back to back to back.
Yeah, physics is hard for them.
I was like, damn, really, guys? Seriously, that's what we're doing? And one of them said, well, you're only seeing, because I was trying to refer to like the globe and how even if you're looking at the globe, you're not seeing the whole thing in one shot, right? Because I bring this up because they'll say that if the earth is flat, you should be able to just like fly up in the sky, look down, see the whole earth, take a picture, trace lines around the countries, and then there's your map. This is their logic. And so I flip it on them and I'm like, so in your worldview, you fly up, you look down, and you're seeing like not 100% of the earth. So why must that be true for me, where I should be able to go up and see 100%. It doesn't make sense. So I absolutely destroyed them on that point last night. It's incredible. And all I had to do was ask them if you see your whole head when I look at your face. And they kept saying yes. And then one of them was like, "Well, you only see 50%, but you're seeing the whole thing." What? Like, wait. Yeah. So how? Literally, I don't think they hear themselves. Well, you're seeing 50%, but you're seeing the whole thing. Wow. The intelligence.
You're just not getting high enough to see the 100.
I know, right? It's like, just keep. How do I need to keep backing up? No,
just
come on, dude.
Smoking something.
Oh yeah, I gotta get like Snoop Dogg. Oh yeah, okay. So you get 3D vision, 4D vision.
That's what I. That's what I always say whenever they say, "Oh, you got to go up really high." I'm like, "Yeah, I bet you do."
Yeah, the problem with spheres is they make terrible reflection devices.
Sorry about that.
We need our eyes depend on reflected light, and the further away you are from an object, the less and less reflective light you get off it.
How high do you have to be to see the curve of the Earth? Really, really high.
Yeah, exactly.
Cheech and Chong.
Meth high?
Exactly, Snoop Dogg. No, I just really cannot stand the double standards that they have. That's why I'm always talking about the freaking universe, because they don't apply the same standards they want to apply to a flat Earth to the universe. Like their worldview, you guys have heard me say it a million times, but they throw these double standards around so willy nilly. Oh no, you must have an edge. Okay, well, where's yours? Well, I don't know, but you have to have one. Oh, where's your one map? Oh, we don't have one map. Well, do you have one map? No. Okay.
I especially like it when they say, "How come no one has a picture of the edge?" And it's like,
exactly.
Do you realize the coldest temperatures on Earth are recorded in Antarctica? They are fatal levels of temperature.
Yeah.
They don't seem to understand. They can't grasp that concept that at minus 90 degrees is fatal.
But it doesn't get that cold in the north.
No, the coldest temperature in the north is still 20 degrees warmer than Antarctica. It only gets down to minus 70 in the northern latitudes.
You know, when they another thing you could probably do, CV, is show them a picture of the Milky Way galaxy and say, "Who took that picture?"
Well, satellites took the picture.
You know that Elon Musk post that he has out there with the closest we'll get to space inside of a dome.
Oh yeah, I did see that. Yeah.
I'm trying to find it again real quick, but it's going to be a little bit difficult.
Like freaking cryptic messages there. That makes me think he probably knows it's fine.
Well, that and I always ask who took the picture.
Exactly.
Nothing to see here, folks.
Strawberry, you are able to talk now, so please feel free to join into the conversation.
In before PD.
It's not flat, dog.
Called it. Hey, did anyone hear that phone ringing? 'Cause you got-
Instant fire.
Just like his sister. No.
At least we can VC verify you now. We know your voice is real, so that's a good thing.
Threw a flashbang in the room.
It's not a globe either.
Oh.
I tried to save him, Chad. I tried to save him.
Pizza.
It's a strawberry.
No.
Is this PD?
Yeah.
It's just like a strawberry, dog. Step on it, okay?
Starting to get used to PD.
I tried to fix him. I tried to save him. There you go, Matrix.
I don't even think I've gotten used to me yet.
Facts. Hey.
It's that damn pineal gland.
There's just some wells you're not supposed to drink from. Just because it's free doesn't mean you have to take it.
Pause.
Why? I tried to tell them that the sun was cold, but they don't listen,
Why? Because something that's really cold, it burns.
Well, when you get closer to it, why does it get colder?
As there's less air being energized and excited.
Well, you never went to the sun, so you wouldn't know.
Yeah, but vacuums are typically cold. That's why they use vacuums as insulation.
Oh, you're a glober, so you think there's a vacuum of space?
Oh, this is going to be good.
Less air.
Oh, so there's less air up there, but no vacuum?
Less air, what we call air. Less oxygen, nitrogen, carbon dioxide.
And I thought fires needed air. How does that work without air?
I don't even know what the sun is.
Yeah, checkmate, bro. Have fun with that one.
Yeah, checkmate, bro.
Tell me how I'm supposed to breathe no air.
Gravity.
See, it's like they got 1 foot past the door, but they can't get all the way to the other side, right?
And who would you be referring to, my friend?
Well, what if I told you the Earth is the bottom of the universe, right? What if I told you that all the stars are above the Earth, only above the Earth, never under the Earth?
I know.
Why would they be?
You know how I know that? Is because I don't look down to see stars. I look up.
Wow, you're a genius.
Well, thank you for passing that on to us. So when did you turn back to the globe there, Sheepdog?
Yeah, like 3 minutes ago, I said it's not a globe. Okay.
And just because you don't even know your own name, not Sheepdog.
Yeah, like nobody surfs on flat water. It's pretty simple.
That's
Wow.
good, dude.
I do. Wait, I do.
See the curve? Yeah, but yours has got devil tattoos and shit on it.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying it's erratically curvy, okay? It's very different.
Is that what the boats go over?
Dude, I got a new shield? Hell fucking yeah.
Yeah, Sheepdog, who took that picture, bro? A new view for Elon says probably most in space you could possibly feel by being in a glass dome. Interesting.
Wow.
You thought
I
you
asked the
guys think he
Glovers.
knows.
I was like, "What's the altitude that helium is stabilized at?" Right? They, of course, they didn't know, because they don't know their own model,
You said the Glovers don't know their own model?
They don't know that you don't even know the altitude that helium is stabilized at, do you?
Do you?
Of course not, right?
I don't think that's a requirement to do my job.
You think I ever went that high, dude? Come on, man.
Pretty high.
Well, see, I go to these real hardcore Glober servers, right? And usually they have an answer for everything, but then they had to think about that one, right?
What do you define as a hardcore Glober server?
Like people that know it's not a globe, but then they still defend it.
Oh,
Where
those
are these servers?
anti-flat earthers.
Okay, sorry, I can't keep up with all the nomenclature. You know how that goes.
Yeah, the ones that they know that it can't be a globe, but they still will defend a globe, and they just hate everything about flat Earth. Those are anti-flat earthers. They're not even globers. That's the thing. They're just anti-flat earthers.
Yeah,
See, I'm both. I'm anti-flat, anti-globe.
They're like concave?
So, what are the physical properties of water?
It's not solid. It's
Whilst at
clear.
rest.
Yeah, it's clear. It's
Takes
pretty
the shape
cool.
of its container.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it is pretty cool. Let's be real, right? Like,
You don't drink it, you'll die.
yeah, it's like if you put it. I heard what you said, right? If you put it on a bottle, it looks like a bottle, right? Just like Earth, you put the Earth on a bottle, it looks like a bottle
Takes
too.
the shape of its container.
Yeah, just
has
like
a flat
Earth,
level
right?
surface. Has a flat level surface.
Well, the sides aren't flat because the bottle's curved, right?
I didn't say the size was. I said it took the shape of its container.
Yeah,
has
but
a
you
flat
can't
level
just say the
surface.
top and ignore the sides, man. Come on, dude.
I didn't. I was quite clear when I said takes the shape of its container and has a flat level surface.
So it's shapeless.
Water is.
Homeless.
Yeah, so is Earth.
Water's.
Now the water can crash.
So the water takes the shape of its container and has a flat level surface. So, just out of curiosity, how can you have a ball tard if 70% of it is flat level surface?
Mountains, yeah.
Watermelons?
What's your favourite day? Crayons are great!
I'm anti-vegetable.
So you like crayons then?
We broke. We poor out here, yo. We poor.
Okay.
Yeah, I asked him, I said, why is the lighthouse not where it's supposed to be?
What lighthouse and where is it supposed to be?
According to them, it should be about a football field behind the earth, but that didn't work.
Oh, so you are a flat earther. Oh, there you go.
No, I'm not. I already told you I'm anti-flat Earth, dude. It's not flat.
Well, you're not being a very good anti-flat earther. I reckon CB could probably do a better job. Facts.
Professor CB.
We got a little bit more.
Welcome to whoever just joined.
Hello, what is this place?
We are live in home base.
It depends on how you define the word this. Some say it's heaven, some say it's the atmosphere.
Atmosphere?
What's there to be afraid of?
Some say it's a region, some will call it space. You got a bunch of synonyms, you're going to have to figure out which one is the right one.
I'm pretty sure this is a Discord room.
Yeah, but you're not in a Discord room.
Are you 100% sure you're on Discord?
What is this? Brain in the jar shit again, is it?
This one is. Thinks it's a strawberry.
Yeah, it is. It's equal to a strawberry. That's what the name is. Equal to a strawberry.
It's like spherical. It's curved.
No, there's valleys. It's curvy. When you step on it, it's soft, right?
What about the water?
Yeah, you can increase or decrease the water content of it.
On the inside or the outside?
Well, it's like a saturation, like a sandcastle. You add water.
So like the ocean is like saturated, what?
I'm saying you add water to the earth, dog.
And where's the water on the strawberry?
It's like saturated, right?
And then
I guess you could say it's between. The water is between the strawberry.
Didn't that one guy, Killer Priest, say something like this? He's like, well, the water is like the skin on the apple. You can think of the water like the apple. Or some shit like that. That was crazy. Elijah will know what I'm talking about.
Well, there's people out there that think they've been in a car, right?
What?
Yeah, you're not in the car. You're between the car, right?
What?
Come on, CB, you're not one of those people, are you? You've never been in a car, man.
Oh, really?
You're just between it. Like the walls. You're not in the walls, right? You're between the walls, right?
I don't know. I think I'm inside the car, dude.
Yeah, inside the car. And my driveway's hard.
Like when I say like put yourself in the car, you're just going to be between it. You're not actually going to be in it.
Okay.
What the fuck have I joined today?
I don't know. But whatever he's on, I think if I sold that shit to my friends, I'm going to make a fortune.
He's been broken for years. I tried to save him many years ago. It's not a character, folks.
What?
Tip some
Yeah, they
milk
thought
on,
it
chuck
was
him in a
character.
blender, sort this shit out.
Well, they like you probably think you're in a house, right? But then I'm going to ask you what's the house in?
What's the house?
Street.
Yeah. The block.
What's the block in? Town. What's the town in? State.
Oh yeah, I just go with Genesis 1. It's in the firmament.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, everything's in a container. Yeah.
No.
Oh.
You're probably not aware of all the definitions of the word firmament, but that's okay.
Yeah. Probably.
Worst anti-flat earther ever.
Yeah.
Like Rakia?
No. Region. Like a region, an area, a zone, space, that definition.
Where did this space come from? No.
Those are all synonymous.
So firmament and space are synonymous.
Correct.
I shall keep that in mind.
The space in the water?
The water is in space.
No, I'm saying, is the space in the water?
No.
What's the water in?
Space.
What's the space in?
Nothing.
What's the nothing in?
I don't know.
You know what the next question is, right? What's the I don't know in?
The noise is in the firmament.
Okay.
No, we call it the sacred space because it's the space between me and you, right?
Yeah, that
So it's
space, exactly, 100%.
sacred space.
I think I came across you before. Not many people bring up that argument, but I definitely stole that argument. I'm just letting you know.
You're definitely not an anti-flat earther.
Oh, it's not flat. Like I will tell you, it's not flat over and over and over again, dog.
It has terrain.
Let me guess. Hills and shit. Yeah, they sort of mess it up, don't they?
Yeah, anthills. Yeah,
Yeah.
those are so beautifully curvy. It's scary, right?
Nah.
Yeah, just type in anthills at Google. They're like perfectly curvy. It's almost scary.
How high are the hills?
I think they're like 2 inches tall, right? The anthills.
2 inches off what?
From the surrounding earth.
And how high is the surrounding earth?
2 inches lower.
Nice. Well done.
It's just elevation change, which doesn't occur on a sphere, funnily enough.
On a perfect spear.
Yeah, they have to say spherical, because if they say sphere, it's all over, right?
Yep. When I spray water on my driveway, it doesn't soak into the cement. Just a FYI.
I get sprayed with it, and that shit definitely gets absorbed.
So not a strawberry.
You can freeze. I mean, you can. What is it? Sun dry a strawberry and rehydrate it, right? Just like the Earth.
So how much water do we have to pour on the concrete before it rehydrates?
The concrete's not Earth nor a strawberry, so why are we even talking about concrete?
Part of the Earth. Haven't you been through the city?
The concrete's above the Earth, not the Earth.
Not the Earth. That's a double negative, so that means it is.
Hey, there wasn't a double negative. I only said not or no once.
No, you said it twice.
I don't think you're correct, but you might be.
Hmm.
I'm willing to be wrong, but I don't think you're correct. I'm also not recording, so. The concrete is above the Earth, not the Earth. Yeah, that was only one negative. Okay, but it's okay. It doesn't matter. I just had to make sure.
You got it right that time, so good for you.
Is the
I
concrete?
don't mind being wrong, just not when I'm not.
Is the concrete made from Earth?
Well, what are the materials? Like, if I turn the bag over, what's the ingredient list?
All the constituent parts of concrete come from the Earth.
Yeah, I don't think they
So
come.
why does it get hard?
I don't think they come from outer space.
Because the Earth is really soft, some places.
Why does
but
it
that
get
concrete's
what?
hard everywhere. So what's up with that?
Pause, nigga.
Yeah, the Earth is soft, nigga.
All right, Chad, I'm heading out.
All right,
Take
go
this
get
thing
some
with ya.
CBD or something.
Oh,
Maybe
nice.
CB.
Good job. Get some CBD. I'm gonna have to use that one. Yeah, you
Get
guys have
some
a good
orange
night.
juice, get some strawberries. You know how we do.
Fucks. I'll catch you guys on the flat side. Have a good night, guys. Take care.
Peace.
Catch up.
Hey, bro.
Wow. It's not flat, it's not round, it's a strawberry. How broken in the head must someone need to be?
That guy wasn't a flat earther?
No, he was just a very weird person. Thought he was a strawberry.
I don't think it was from this Earth, was he?
Well, if there was any curvature, it sounds like he was high enough to see it.
No squash tonight, Matrix.
No, Mondays and Wednesdays.
Oh, shit. Okay. It's Tuesday today, isn't it?
Yeah.
I've had a big weekend. So. I went up to Gold Coast for like a legal seminar, and I don't remember much of the seminar because I was pretty wasted.
Yeah, this weekend coming up, there's a doubles tournament. I'm only going over there for moral support this time, so I don't smash my ankle up. But yeah, I'll probably have a few drinks.
Can you have drinks in the stand and like abuse people?
Yeah. Oh shit, yeah. That's the fun bit. Taking the piss out of everyone while they're running around. The best part is, the best bit is, when it's just before time for the RSL club to open, and they've got to go on the court. They're on the court running around. The RSL club's open. You go in, grab yourself a beer, come back, and you're sitting there with a skewy in your hand while these mateys are running around like idiots. Hey boys, the beers are on. They hate it. Oh shit.
Yeah, I can imagine that'd be great.
They've done it to me a few times, so I owe a few of them.
Did you see Bathurst on the weekend?
Nope. I heard it the last 20 20 minutes was absolutely spectacular.
Did you see Chaz Mostert?
I haven't seen any of it.
So his engine went kaboom at the top of the mountain. So he just jumped out of the car, walked into the crowd, and then just someone brought him a beer. So he just stood there with his helmet off having a beer with the boys.
Oh, nice one. Yeah, good form. What got him? Plastic bag?
No, I'm not sure. No, just some technical issue with the electronics, I guess.
Remember that car years ago that the engine blew up when the plastic bag got it? And there was rubbish and shit everywhere. I think Holden won that one. And everyone was running around going, "Oh, Ford's a shit, look at this." And at the end of it, afterwards they said with the Holden guys, they basically took that engine out and threw it to the shithouse. Because it was only seconds away from imploding, basically. So yeah, it shows how wound up those things really are. No, I used to love it living in Newcastle. Quite a few petrol heads down there, and you'd have Bathurst on. And then when it's finished, get in your Commodore or Falcon and go for a drive in town. Guaranteed to get a drag race out of somebody. Every time there'd be some peep later who thinks he's all that. And pull up, "I'll give you a race, mate." All right, Bogan, let's see what you got. Oh shit.
Yeah, gone are those days.
Yeah, knew his main drag now is only 60 k's. And even slower all the way in. Too many do-gooders.
So have you heard much about the digital ID here, Matrix? 10th of December?
No, I've heard bugger all. Actually, I do my best to not watch television because I end up just telling it what I think, and it doesn't like answering back. So I do my best to avoid it. Catch bits and pieces of news here and there from old mateys at work, and that's more than enough for me to be entertained. But it seems that Minister for Digital Bullshittery, she seems to be a operative from an unelected quasi-government. But what I've noticed what they'll do is they won't push the digital ID onto us. Our laws quite clearly state that we don't and can't be forced into using it. But what they will do is they'll force businesses into using it. And so what they'll do, as a business owner, you'll be given an option. Go cashless, only people with a digital ID, or we will remove your license from you. And that's how they'll get everyone to basically walk into it. So, not that
it'll be pretty much like the old C, jabby. It's not compulsory for anyone to do it, but your employer requires you to do it. So, but I think what will be the fallout from this, especially in Australia and other countries, is the part of the weekend away that I had was we're putting together a case in the High Court in relation to the digital ID. Won't go too much into it, but once digital ID comes in, then anyone, like, for example, lots of us who get their information from alternative sources other than MSN will lose those alternative sources because most of the content producers won't go through that process.
Correct.
But I think one good thing out of all this is that I don't think, the way I'm reading it, Discord will be subject to those laws in Australia. That's the way I read it at the moment. So, yeah, very interesting.
I'm just still gobsmacked that after the last couple of years, our stupid government still exists. I'd have thought someone would have flipped their shit and gone down and just, sorry boys, I've had enough of you lot. Kick rocks, get out. I thought when there was a, was it 2022, 23, when there was 10,000, what was it? 10,000 conspiracy theorists marching on Parliament's front steps. Something would have happened then, but nothing.
Yeah, I was one of those 1.5 million. I mean, 10,000.
10,000. It cracked me up because I saw, I had other friends and that were down there, and I was sort of very broke at the time, couldn't get down there. And they sent videos back of the amount of people walking across that bridge, and it was just people everywhere. And one of them sent a thing back about the local police report. They said that the police down there had recognised an extra, was it 1.2 or 1.3 million vehicles on top of the standard traffic flow. So let's just be sensible about it. Every one of those cars needs a driver. So that's 1.3 million people on top of the normal bullshit that goes on in Canberra. But outside of that, I had other people staying up where the park where they do summer nats, and they said that got closed because there was too many vehicles. The next one up had something like 37 coaches turn up, chock-a-block full of people from right across. And they just said it was absolutely mental, the amount of people that were down there. And that's what I said, the news said there was 10,000. And one of them said, there would have been 10,000 just in where we were parked alone. Don't worry about the rest of the show. But news report, 10,000 conspiracy theorists complaining down in Canberra.
I mean, usually that amount of people would dictate change, but they use the media to skew the narrative.
Well, the amount of people they had down there, they could have walked straight through the front door. The only thing that was missing was a couple of shitty-looking swords and some horns, the helmets with horns on them. That's all we needed.
Well, when everyone got there was like all different groups. There was no real leadership. I mean, we could quite easily just walked into Parliament House and taken it over and like, okay, let's call some more elections. But people were like, oh, let's go to Old Parliament House because that's where their true authority lies. And some people were like, no, don't cause any trouble. But anyway.
Non-organised. Yep, they had the numbers. That's when it should have happened. They should just walk straight in, yoinked all the clowns out, sat them outside and went, right, this is where it starts from scratch. You're alright, you can come back in. You're alright, you can come back in. You, my friend, are an absolute doormat. You are never to set foot in this building again. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Get.
A bit like the Batman, when it's like, oh, when do I get my chance to give my defence? Oh no, there's no defence here. This is a sentencing hearing. There's no defence here.
Yeah, I think a few people in the public would be a little bit shocked when you point out all these acts of treason that the media haven't pointed out from a few of our politicians. And don't worry, it's not just our country either. If anyone's sitting back going, wow, this is a bit hardcore.
Yeah, I was interested to read between the lines of the King's statement just yesterday. Very interesting statement.
All right.
I mean, King can't disqualify a parliament. It's at the advice of the Prime Minister, but the words that he said was like read between the lines. It was like we need leaders that listen to the people. We need leaders that apply what the people are saying. And then, he went off on some other tangent, but reading in between the lines, it was clearly saying what he was trying to say. Was like, right, fellas, pick your act up, you're out.
Welcome.
No,
Anyway, the Earth is flat.
yeah, sorry guys, I had music in the background.
Oh, didn't you hear what he said? Sorry, he said the Earth is flat.
Yeah, the Earth is flat. Hello guys, how's it going? I'm
Very
not sure.
good.
I'm joining in the middle. I'm not sure what's going on. Can anybody bring me up to speed?
There's not a lot going on, so I don't have to catch you up too much.
Oh wait, no one wants to talk? What? The subject is flat Earth. No one wants to talk, right? Or do we have globers? I want to.
I don't think there's any globers. Are you a glober?
No, I'm not, man.
Oh wow!
I can play.
Cool.
I can act like one. To make a little bit some discussion around here.
No, you don't need to do that. So what's your best flat Earth proof, mate?
Best flat Earth proof. Oh well, what is the best around Earth?
Let's just say I'm a glober. I'm a glober. Blah blah blah. Earth is a spheretard, and you're gonna go check this out, bro. What do you got for us?
I'm not sure what you're talking about, bro.
If you were to What would you tell me that your best proof of flatness is?
Best proof of flatness is, well, best proof of flatness. Well, is the lack of curvature, man.
Yes.
I mean, the fact that you cannot observe the horizon. I mean, they think that the horizon is the curvature, But yeah, I feel like if we're talking here between flat earthers and we're all convinced about flat Earth, so what's the point? Are we just trying to sharpen our arguments or something?
Oh no, we just normally talk shit when there's nothing else going on. Wait for a globe to come in.
I understand, man. We can just stop laughing then. We don't have to talk about flat Earth, man. Where are you from, man? Where are you from, bro?
Australia.
Australia. Wow, nice, man. All the way from the downside of the globe. Stupid jokes. Yeah, man. I'm from Amsterdam, brother. From the Netherlands.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. We're like a few time zones away. What do you do? What do you do for a living?
At the moment, I am the maintenance officer at one of the local nursing homes.
Oh, all right, okay, all right. How's that? That must be fucking hard, right? Like morally. I mean, the nursing houses are not like the best.
Well, that's what they're trying to fix, to make them so they are better, so the people in there are actually treated like people, not just leftover rubbish.
Well, I mean, you need to bring that here because here it's still rubbish, man. But yeah, anyway.
The hardest thing that for nursing homes is basically nursing homes are God's waiting room. So we all know what's going to happen, and a lot of the people are put in there because their family can't deal with them, or some of them are in there just because they can't get more than 15 yards away from a toilet. That's it.
Man.
It's sad. And then there's super nice people. Like, there's a couple of them that are just absolute Fruit Loops. Like, dementia is that bad that they just sit there clapping their hands and just giggling like as if they're on bloody laughing gas.
That's not a good way to go, bro. I prefer to get killed by the CIA, but I need to provoke them enough. I prefer like a bullet in the head. That's a better. That is a better.
Yeah, I wouldn't be talking about that kind of shit, mate. But anyways,
that's a faster one, man. But Australia went crazy during COVID, man. I had some friends coming there. They spent like 2 weeks in like self-jailed hotel, whatever that is.
Oh yeah, they put them in hotels and stuff.
Yeah, you guys went really crazy. Yeah, and how did they manage to get the guns out of your hands so easily?
Years and years ago, what was it, 1996? 1994, 95, 96, somewhere back there. Just after the Port Arthur incident, they put out a gun amnesty, and the government actually paid for the guns. So if you took say you had a 22, for example, you took it down to the local police station, they would look up the make and model, and they would offer you a sum of money for that. Some of the firearms some people actually got a lot of money for their firearms. Some people didn't. So
how much freedom did they get with that money?
Oh, well, some of them were free to spend it on whatever they liked.
No, what I mean, if you give back your guns, you're not free anymore. You're like subject to your government.
Well, they didn't see it at the time. They don't think that far ahead. Hey, we don't need guns. We live in the city. Okay, take them in and get some cash for them.
Yeah, true, man. That's true. That was a crazy when I heard about that. Yeah, how easily it was to pull off the guns from the people.
So they didn't actually come into people's houses and steal them or anything like that. No, they just put it on the news. Gun amnesty. You will not be questioned or anything if you take your firearms down to the local.
Yeah,
they took it down there. The police look it up and said, Ruger 223, here's your $700, sir. Thank you very much.
Goodbye. Oh man.
And you got to remember, a lot of people had illegal firearms. So for them, it was a easy way to get rid of them. So a lot of people came off of farms and things like that. didn't have licensing for them, and for those kind of people, it's like, oh wow, I'm not licensed. If I get caught with this, I'm going to get in a lot of trouble. So for them, it was a convenient way of getting rid of something that may get them into trouble. So yeah, there was plenty of reasons why people did it. The real hardcore people just went, no.
Yeah, exactly. Do you have guns? Do you have guns in your place?
Me personally, no, but I do go and do bench rest shooting.
Yeah, man, that's good to yeah.
At a range, so.
Yeah. Cool, really cool. Are you like? Do you have like a girlfriend, a wife? You have family, or like
me? No,
yeah.
I'm at home by myself.
It's only the two of us talking, anyways, bro. It's only the two of us talking, anyways.
Really? Mightn't be two of us listening, though.
Yeah, true.
No, I live at home by myself. I haven't found a bird that I hate enough yet to give a house to.
Yeah. Oh, okay, man. All right. How old are you? How old are you, man? How old are you?
47.
47. Nice, bro. Well, you're ahead. You're 10 years ahead of me. I'm no, 37. You said 47 or 37. Sorry.
47.
47. Yeah, you're 10 years ahead. You're 10 years ahead, bro. That's good. Do you come to Europe sometimes? Do you visit Europe or not?
Never been. I've been to Bali. Been to the United States. Yeah, I've been to Bali twice. Been to the United States. Did, what was it, 36 days. And 13,500 miles in 36 days.
Yeah, you guys are fucking the end of the world, man. That's the problem. The tickets are so expensive, right? The tickets are expensive everywhere, right? Or
Yeah.
it's not ticket. Yeah. Well, if you want to come to Amsterdam, man, you can stay at my place. Unless you only have the tickets to pay.
One of my mates went to Amsterdam, and he said he went to one of the cafes, and he said he used to smoke a little bit, or he thought he was hardcore into it. But anyways, he said he went to a cafe, and he said there's all different types up in jars, and they've all got little names on them. And he said there was one that was called Whitey. And he goes, okay, why they call it Whitey? And so they rolled him up. He purchased some. They rolled up this joint for him, and they lit it for him. He sat down on the couch, and he said, I don't remember them stubbing it out. I don't remember them bringing me a pillow, but they sat him up there with a pillow, and he said he must have been there for about 3, maybe 4 hours because he just whited out. And he said afterwards, I found out why it's called Whitey.
Man, I tell you a funny story. I had a friend visiting me here, and the first day he smoked like weed. It was like, okay, he smoked small, and he would start laughing. The second day, he really wanted so much to get back to the laughing state. He smoked too much. He spent the night, I swear, sleeping on the toilet. He slept on the toilet. You know what we did, man? We were on the balcony. Bro, we were in the balcony, 3 of us. We came back. We took him to the toilet. He started puking, and he cannot lift his head. I'm like, yeah, just stay here. I built him like pillows and stuff. And then I came out. Man, you know what I did? I've seen my friend, the other friend with us. We just rolled the second joint and went into the balcony. We smoked. We stayed like 2 hours talking. We completely forgot about the guy. We came back. He was snoring. Bro, the best part is we had to pee. We fucking wanted to pee. So what we did, we just went into the sink for the fucking toilet. We were like, for the sink for the the kitchen. We were like, fuck this shit. That was crazy night, man. It was a fucking crazy night. And the thing here, I don't know if you've been here. The thing is, the windows are always like almost open. So like sometimes neighbors like been sneaking, like they see someone peeing in their sink. It's like gross, man. But yeah, bro. Yeah, sometimes if you you need to be careful. Some people abuse it too much.
Yeah.
But I mean, in Australia, you have it there, right? It's easy to get.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had an Australian.
Just got to be in the wrong circle. I mean, the right circle at the wrong time. Or
Yeah, exactly, man.
Right time?
Exactly. Yeah. Yes, exactly. Yeah, I had an Australian friend who used to actually kind of buy some kind of stuff and then sell from the deep web and then sell them and stuff there in Australia. But then he moved to the Netherlands. But he said it was crazy. I mean, like the police, the shit, and he came here and it's like you walk on the street, basically everywhere people are asking you to buy drugs and all sorts of them. It's like it's insane. It's like the world is really weird. I mean, like you enter this small country, everything is legal, and then you go to Turkey and you're 20 years in jail. Doesn't make any sense. Anyways. Yeah, bro. I think I'm gonna.
Different laws,
I think I'm
countries.
gonna. I think I'm gonna go to sleep, brother. Because I thought there was like kind of ongoing. I thought it was like there was like some discussion going on.
Nah, it sort of comes in waves. You'll get a whole pile of people here and they'll be quiet, and then all of a sudden one bloke will come in and they'll all come back to life, and then they'll sort of simmer down a little bit. And
I need to. I can bring some Globers actually. Next time I'm gonna bring some friends Globers. That would be fun. Because I'm tired of talking to them. Because I'm tired of talking to them myself. I'm just like, guys, just come to this Discord, channel and then ask the questions and let me laugh at you being like destroyed. Well, in a nice way. It's really good. Like we need to make a day like invite your Glober friend.
Bring a Globetard.
Yeah, and every one of us should bring like one of the stubborn. We all have a stubborn friend. Who doesn't want to hear anything.
I've got one. He's still today, like he's same age as me, and he reads Scientific American religiously.
Oh man, God. Yeah, religiously. That's the only way you can read.
He had a chat with me one day, and he goes, "The only way I can prove to you that you live on a globe is by putting you in a rocket and sending you to space."
Oh my God! Oh, yes.
Now, something to think about. If the only way he can prove to me that we live on a ball is to put me in a rocket and send me to space, but yet how does he believe it's a ball without ever being in a rocket and going to space?
I think he's kind of I think he's kind of more reflecting your like really kind of downplaying your intelligence. It's like when people say that like they really underestimate the other side. It's like you're so stubborn. Like I gave you all the proofs for him. Like he gave you all the proofs, but like you're not convinced. So the only way is to send you to space. But it's like he's just projecting. He's just projecting because he believes in it. So.
Well, I'm actually to his son. I'm actually his godfather, and I said to the young fellow, he's 20, and he's at university doing physics and things like that, and he asked me something about it one day, and I said, look, the best advice I can give you is don't just accept all the information they give you. Go and check it out to see if it's true, false, or otherwise. Know for yourself. And he's sort of like, yeah, but they tell us a whole heap of stuff. I said, yep, I agree with that. They probably will. But there's a lot of stuff that they will just expect you to accept. Go and check out if it's true. Have a good understanding of the history of a lot of this stuff, and you will have a better understanding of what you're studying. And he was like, oh yeah. And then it's like, and then just to be nice and easy to him, it's like, so what are the physical properties of water? Takes the shape of its container, flat and level whilst at rest. And it's like, so how are we living on a ball tart if 70% of it's flat level water? And he sort of stopped. He was walking away from me, and he stopped and looked back at me as if to say, you bastard. It was beautiful.
Honestly, brother, the one that kills me the most is the atmosphere in a vacuum, man. That really just blows my mind. Like people cannot like kind of really reflect on that. It's just killing me.
Yeah.
It's like you have like this ball, in the fucking vacuum, man. And like I don't know, man. I think you need to have like zero imagination to fail to actually kind of imagine what's gonna happen. Oh, you don't know anything about vacuum gas, and it's insane, man. It's insane, bro. Like you're gonna boil too. Well, anyways, it's bro. I work. We work with like particle accelerators, cyclotrons. And you have like this vacuum, which is like -7, like 10 to the -7, which is really interesting when it comes to vacuum things. So because of cyclotron, you need to empty the vacuum chamber to accelerate the particles, and then what happens is, so then you completely do that, and man, bro, like what was it going? I was going to Sorry, man, I lost the train of thought.
Vacuum chamber, cyclotron.
I was gonna come back. I was reflecting on the ball in the vacuum, man. No, yeah, what I meant is like, well, like, to keep it. Yeah, I was reflecting this to the space station. I was asking my colleagues as well, but they don't fucking reflect at all, bro. We have like this vacuum. It's like a machine which is standing still. It doesn't move. And it's sealed like with the O-rings. It's the same thing they use, in the NASA and what they say about the space station. But man, anything, any like small hair thing is gonna start a leak, and to find it, you need like crazy stuff, and to fix it, it's even worse. So like, then I asked them, how do you think they're doing it in the space station? When the guy said, if you have a leak, then you have a leak. And they're like, yeah, they probably have a leak. I'm like, oh my god, guys, you're in space.
Well, that's right. A lot of people don't seem to understand too that it's in power levels or energy levels of a vacuum.
Yeah, exactly.
To get down to those kind of vacuum levels, the amount of energy that you've got to input, is just phenomenal.
It's crazy, bro. I have like 4 vacuum. I have like one pump that starts pumping, and then you have oil diffusion pumps to actually be able to pump all the particles, and still you only reach in -7. And a small leak, just a small hair or small thing, just breaks your vacuum.
Yeah, it doesn't take much.
Yeah, man. Yeah, it's. I mean, it's like it's. Anyways, it's really weird. I think people just don't want to think, man. That's the end of it.
Is it they don't want to think, or they've never actually been in a position where they get to see some of these things in action?
No, I think, man, it's like ignorance. It's like, they believe in the ignorance is a blessing, and I think they actively don't want to think, or like they can't, or something. Something is there. I don't know, or maybe like the Matrix, when you wake up someone who's who spent his whole life believing in something.
Yeah.
Yeah, cognitive dissonance.
Most people are so inert, so hopelessly dependent on the system, they will fight for its very existence.
Yeah, and also, man, flat Earth is a hard one, because flat Earth, everything connects to it. That's that's the hardest one. I mean, you can start like with moon landings, you can start with like 9/11s, you can start like with MK Ultra and all that shit. Because like it's more public, like everybody knows about that. But like the minute you reach flat Earth, everybody, you lose most of the people. They're like, "Oh, this is crazy." I'm like, you're telling the same thing. You're telling the same thing about the moon landing being fake like a year ago. So yeah, they
do it the other way. Hit flat Earth first, and then when people hit you with all the other stuff, it's like,
yeah. Honestly, let me tell you something. Honestly, man, I use flat Earth as a filter, man. As a filter, almost for intelligence. I'm sorry to say it, but I have to. Honestly.
I'll tell you what is interesting. There's all different things.
Sorry, but
sorry.
Yeah.
A lot of the other conspiracy stuff, how they all seem to tie together with very specific groups.
Yeah.
A lot of them do have connecting factors, I suppose, is a nice way of wording it, rather than just pointing directly at someone and saying, "Hey, you." But yeah, it's interesting when you do a little bit of a dig in a lot of these subjects, how there's always linking factors to the next subject.
Yeah.
I found that interesting.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, everything is kind of connected. Everything is like a net connected together, to be honest. But like, it's when if you just start now, after all the shit that happened, you need to unveil everything. That's kind of a lot of shit to unveil. It's like you need to start from. Imagine, man, you need to start from believing you're in a ball. You come from evolution. You took a good vaccine, whatever the shit. Anyways, all that goes with it, and you need to reverse all of that to come that all your life is a lie.
Yep. What was that quote? The illiterate of the 21st century won't be those who can't read and write. It'll be those who cannot learn and unlearn information.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yes, that is a good one. But the thing is, man, you know what I tell them? I say, like, guys, you're betting with your life. You need to understand this. I say, like, the bet you're making on this is your life. I mean, if you go a little bit religious.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I mean, like, okay, do you really want to bet your life that the Earth is round? I mean, like, I would not, man. I would not even bet. You know, like, it's crazy. It's like I'm betting my
Yeah,
life.
some
that
of
the
some
Earth
of
is
them are that
round.
crazy that they would feel the anti-flat Earth guys that we've had come through are to that level where they would put their life on the line as a bet to prove that they are on a sphere.
Yeah,
they're that level of crazy.
No, but what I mean, it's not just that.
But in saying that,
it's
I'd
not
go
even
toe to
that.
toe against them in proof that it's flat. Stuff 'em.
Yeah, but it's worse than that, man. It's worse than when I mean you bet in your life. I mean you bet in your soul, because your whole philosophy is going to change according to this idea.
Well, they don't
And
understand that. That's what they always ask. What difference is it going to make?
Yeah, true. That's,
That is the difference.
Bro, you know what tells me? I'm still going to pay my taxes. I'm still going to need to go to work. Yeah, because you're fucking stupid. Yeah, you're going to do that. Yeah, it's crazy, man. It's like, oh, what's going to change in my life, daily life? I'm like, bro, nothing. You're good.
You'll still eat breakfast. You'll still enjoy your coffee. You'll still go to work. You'll still pay your taxes.
Yeah.
But your
They don't
soul will
understand.
forever be changed.
Yeah, that's what they don't understand. They don't understand like you see life through another, kind of another filter, another perspective,
Yeah. No, the filter's removed. It's not that there's a filter on. It's the filter
Yeah,
gets
it's like the
removed.
filter's removed. Exactly. Yeah, the filter is removed. Exactly. Yeah. I mean, the filter comes with a love. That's the filter brings all the shit, man. People are becoming inhuman. They worship money. They will fucking worship money, man. It's crazy. It's like they sell you. They sell you for like 200 euros easily. So yeah, I think that's all comes with that perspective. If you go to flat Earth, you go to the Creator, you have a little bit more faith, and you know that there is something bigger than us, and also like I think I think like the more you believe in the globe, the more you go individualistic, and you start thinking about yourself, me, 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 and you become a little bit like narcissistic.
Yeah. Well, every second item that's sold today has the letter I in front of it. So, to make themselves feel important about buying it, I.
Yeah, it's all about the I, man. The self, it's also like, the culture of Instagram and stuff. I need to take my picture with the pyramid, and then when you ask them, what is the pyramid, who built it, they fucking don't give a fuck. I mean, you go to Egypt, you take a fucking picture with the pyramid, you don't even ask the questions. I mean, I'm not talking about everybody, of course, but unfortunately most.
Yeah.
But bro, you know what? I made peace with that. I don't think we can change people, man. You know what you can do? You can just go and build. That's the best thing.
All you can do is point out the obvious and hope someone catches on.
No, but I think
Don't try to change them.
You know what I think we need to do? We need to stop like waiting for Globers to show up. We need to actually actively do something. We don't care. They show up, they don't show up, but we can actually kind of make, I don't know, some experiments, set up some, we have like a lot of, I'm an engineer, and there probably have a lot of different people here that can have different skills.
Oh yeah.
So we can just get together and start something without like, trying to get the Globers here. Like the girl we got last night. Do you remember, were you here, bro? About this girl coming in?
Last night at Politics or whereabouts?
No, bro, we had this girl at one point. Man, she's in Amsterdam. She lives here, and then I actually contact her Discord, and they tried to kind of, go for a coffee. I don't care. I have a girlfriend, man. I don't want to, But she came in. She was talking about like body count and stuff, and then she was laughing, and then we started talking real shit about flat Earth, and she said, "I don't care." I'm like, "Why are you here then?" And then I kept in touch with her through Discord. She contacted me. I said, "If you want to really understand where it's important, we can have a coffee." And I text her like 2-3 times. I'm like, yeah, fuck off. I don't care. Man, like we try so hard to, And man, yeah. Anyways, it's weird. It is weird. So I really need to give up, man. We cannot convince anybody. Like the one, all the information is out there. There's like
Don't convince them that it's flat. When they question that, because a lot of people think that you're just going to wave your hand like some Jedi mind trick, and then they're going to be flat earthers, and they're going to be ridiculed and bullied and harassed and victimized. You're not here to convince them that it's flat. Just try to convince them that you want them to think critically, to think for themselves.
Yeah, that's what, yeah,
and then they're like, is that all you want? Yeah. Well, if you do think critically and think for yourself, you are going to come to the same conclusion. I can tell you that now.
Exactly, man. But that's what I meant. Like we kind of like that's you can just let people ask, when they're curious. It's like, oh, you think the Earth is flat? You just let them ask. We're not like actively searching for them, And then because we all have the knowledge, at least here we all agree, then maybe we can make something out of it. I know Stanowitz is trying to do something with the audit NASA and this stuff. I didn't catch up. I need to catch up. I was absent for a few months. And interesting things like that, We can just start showing up at I don't know, like here they have like the international, they're not the international, what's it called? The European space, whatever, exploration. I mean, here in Europe, you can do that. We try to audit them, and then in Australia, you can try to audit the ones there all at once. Because it should be all public, right? Unless it's become private. And if it's public, you can audit them. So if you get enough people behind you, you can just go and audit them. And then let's see what they're doing in space. And at the end of the day, it's our taxpayers. It's our taxes. For those who pay taxes.
For those that pay. I like that.
But yeah. Anyways, bro, I need to sleep. Let's catch up soon, man. I'll send you a friend invite.
Yeah, not a problem, mate.
Seriously, if you want to take the tickets to Amsterdam, you're welcome. You stay at my place. You don't have to spend a penny.
I'll keep that in mind if I ever win the lotto. I'll look out though if it happens. It'll be on Discord. Oi, bro, remember that bed you bought?
I'll send you an invitation, man. I'll send you an invitation and the address, bro. Right after this, I'll send you right now. Actually, let me do it right now. Okay. I click into your profile, but it doesn't want to show up. Wise. Okay, now it's there. Sorry, man. I'm not Discord. I'm really not I'm kind of new to Discord. Here it is.
There it goes. The little thing just popped up.
You got the invitation? This is your right?
Invoker. Yep.
Yes, brother.
Tick. There we go.
Here's the address, bro. Let me just send you the address. Here it is.
Oh, no. I was going to say, don't put that up yet.
No, here it is, brother. Here it is. You have it?
Yep, it's all there.
Okay, man. All right, great, bro. Let's keep in touch. Let's see what we can do. Thank you. Take care.
Cool. All right, have yourself a good one.
Thank you. It was really nice talking to you, bro. It was really nice talking to you.
No worries, mate. Alrighty, catch ya.
Thank you. Yeah, bro.
It was a friendly chat.
What's going on?
Not a lot. Surfing the net. Seeing what stupidity's on there.
We passed the midnight hour or something, are we? All the Yanks gone to bed.
Well, that fellow that was just in was from Amsterdam.
Oh, half his luck.
Yeah. Lucky bastard.
Yeah. Get paid to do nothing over there. Well, I mean, we kind of do in Australia too if you want, but I think they have an like a living allowance or something like that. I think you get that no matter what.
Oh shit.
I think that's what I got told years ago because my mum dated a Dutch guy, and yeah, that's what the way it was probably back in the 70s or 80s or something. Like, I don't know if it's changed now, but apparently everyone got like a minimum living allowance like that, and it was enough like that you didn't have to work. You could just like live off that if you wanted to, but most people just worked anyway. But I don't know.
Oh.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
I should try and learn it again. I tried learning a little bit of Dutch back then, but yeah, I don't know. And I've since like learned a little German. I reckon Dutch should be easier because it's basically German without the ein and einens. I mean, you know, like your male and female, or whatever they call it, inflection or whatever they fucking call it. Yeah.
Yeah. I have enough fun just speaking English.
Actually, I posted a GIF earlier, and it was in Dutch, right? And I had to like translate what they said, and it's a dude like putting a spirit level on a table with these two other guys there, and he goes, "See, it's not level, right? But in Dutch." And the dude looks at it and goes, because it says something. What was it? Something water pass, something like that. Yeah. I was like, water pass? What's that? That's his spirit level, or it's just also used just to indicate level or horizontal. Water pass. Because the dude looks at him and goes, and questions him and goes, water pass, and looks at the level like, yeah. It was interesting. Like just their word alone, like for level, involves the word water. It has water in it. So, is it Indiogenius or Indiogenous? Was the genius part like a play on the words or what? Like,
Don't know. It was running well before I knocked off work. I come home and it was like, oh, I better jump in and have a look. I think they kicked it off at like 12:30 our time.
yeah. I've never freaking heard of it before. Is this a real day or something that they celebrate? Or what?
Or whether Indio was in and he was just in the mood for chopping things properly.
Yeah, I've caught some of it on and off, But yeah, I caught that husband and wife, a couple that was in here. Was here for a little bit of that. That dude, he was like, "No, that's bullshit. No, I can see miles out. The horizon's not 3 miles away." Looks it up. But anyway,
Last
what about
night
this other thing?
But anyway, how's the weather? I love when they sort of sidestep. Last night when I went to bed, there was a young lady in politics that DJ was talking to. You might have been. Were you there?
Yeah, I think I was there for some of that. Yeah.
How did she end up going?
Basically, a soft spiral, I reckon. Because it was I noticed right from the get go, her she just arced up. Like as soon as he presented the 21 mile great.
Yeah.
21
he
miles.
presented that,
yeah, great.
And
great
she just instantly jumped to the bloody the tower. Oh, we'd be able to see X amount of this, and she didn't even listen to the argument. He hadn't even presented yet, and she was instantly jumping to, oh, we can see the right amount of the tower. And I heard that, and then he pulled her up and explained to her, no, that we're not after the tower. The horizon is supposed to be here. You don't, and she even said, well, you don't even see the horizon. That's exactly the point. And that's when I went, yep. I'm going to bed because I was cooked.
Was this the lady with the British accent there?
Oh, I can't remember what her accent was, mate.
Yeah, it was something like that. I don't know, European or something. But yeah, she arced up. I mean, as soon as he showed her that, she knew this is not right. This shouldn't be possible. And then every excuse under the sun came out. The refraction, of course. You didn't take into account the elevation of the camera, and he did. Kept on trying to find anything to dismiss it. It's classic.
Yeah,
and instead, like I said, sorry, go on.
I was just gonna say, if this is the same lady, I'm thinking of. I was just waking up when I was listening into that, and Jin was going at her, and it turned into an absolute shit show, man. Absolutely crazy. I jumped in. I was listening, and they were just basically talking over each other, yelling at each other. I muted them both. I was like, "Shut the fuck up, both of you, Jin, especially with all due respect, sir." He was really going at it, man. It was really bad. But this girl was really something. I don't blame him. Fuck, at some point...
Yeah, she wouldn't let him speak. As soon as he'd... she'd want to talk over the top of him as soon as he's making a point.
Yeah, we tried to hone in on the whole horizon thing. Is it a physical thing getting in the way of something? She was really weaselly with her word. She was really weaselly, dude. There was one of the questions was something like, "Does a boat go, or whatever it is, a boat, a thing?"
That's what I asked. Yeah.
Oh, you asked that one, eh? Basically, does it go over or behind or under or some one of these words?
Does it lose elevation?
Yeah, it's it's not below, it's behind, or it's over, so it's not lower in elevation or something. It was something really stupid.
So I was honing in on, okay, well, according to everything that we're told, there should be a specific distance from the eye or from the observer to that place where beyond you'll start seeing shit get cut off from the bottom, right? And then I said something about or what I said something, and she's like, "Oh well, if you have a camera, it's different." I'm like, the math is the observer's height, 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. She's like, "Oh well, it's different if you use a camera." I was like, "Okay, all right, I'm out."
Yeah. Do you remember she said it goes below the obtuse atmospheric angle, or the obtuse angle of the atmosphere, or something like that?
The obtuse angle of the atmosphere.
Yeah. It's like, what the heck is that?
I have no idea. I think she was trying to sound smart to basically allude to the idea of, light, if it's going straight with no impedance or no refraction or whatever, it's going to arc at a really shallow angle or whatever and create a massive kind of arc or angle between the source and the destination, or something like that. Like, I think that's what she was getting at, but it doesn't create an angle, man. They're not straight lines. Now you'd have to take a tangent from, the observer and the receiver, and then have those two tangent lines intersect. Then you can get an angle. But she wasn't even thinking that ahead of that, man. Like, she was just dumb. Okay.
Yeah.
Like, fuck me, man. Anyway.
Yeah. Because that's what I mean. Like, because I said to, I mentioned it while she was in there. Like, why not just come in, see the observation, right? Listen to the presentation and then go, that's really interesting. I'd never thought of it like that. Or go, look, I need to look into this. Like, I'm sure that there is, this can be explained or something. I'm going to do some investigation or ask questions or say, well, what's the usual comeback from the Globe side about this? Just have a discussion. But no, you could tell it bit her, and you know what, that observation, that 21 mile Utah Lake one, it does it every time. It hurts people. Like the dude that said he said, well, maybe they built the lake that way. The engineers made it so that the lake sits like that. It's like they just come up with all sorts of crazy shit. Like it boggles people's brains. They don't like it. They can't handle it. It's a brilliant one.
Yeah, I missed the discussion with DJ there, so I wasn't sure if this was the same one, but it sounds like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a real a good thing Matrix missed it. Let's put it that way.
Oh. Welcome.
Another visitor. Stay a while. Stay forever.
Hey, what's up?
What's going on, mate?
I'm doing good. As I can see in your profile picture, do you subscribe to AEMAP?
No.
You are having that profile picture.
Yeah, I also seen people with profile pictures of cats and dogs. So are they cats and dogs?
Means you don't subscribe to AEMAP, okay?
There's nothing wrong with the
So
AA as long as you use it for its in.
Like, do you also think like we have a flat Earth model that really works?
Oh, I don't have a flat Earth model. No, I'm sorry. I just walk outside, just have a look in reality.
Yeah, that's good. That's right. Could you please tell me like what is that flat Earth society?
What is the Flat Earth Society?
Yeah, people name it.
The Flat Earth Society are a controlled opposition group.
Mm. Who
What they
controls
do
that?
is create straw man models just for the purpose of making Flat Earth look stupid or ridiculous.
Mm. Okay. But like, do you think like there are not just controlled, but they are really flat earthers, but they don't understand the flat
If
earth?
they were flat earthers, they wouldn't be in the Flat Earth Society.
No, but there might be some flat earthers who really made flat earth society, but they are not very good flat earthers. They are making some silly claims because all the flat earthers make silly claims and they call them some flat earthers.
What silly claims like how water at rest is has a horizontal surface, flat, level, horizontal surface. That'd be a pretty crazy claim to make, I'd say.
So, on what basis you think the earth is flat then?
Well, just the properties of water. Water at rest, flat, takes the shape of its container and is flat, level surface. And the fact that the 70% of the known world's surface is covered in water, you not really. I don't believe you'd have a sphere if 70% of it is flat and level.
So, if the earth is a globe, then water will take the shape of the globe. So, there is no problem about that.
If the Earth is a globe, what will take the shape of the globe? I don't understand that. You might want to rephrase it.
If the earth is a globe and the surface is curved, then the water will take the curved surface. It will just be stick to it in the.
Yeah, but water is flat and level at rest. So level is not curved.
I'm saying if the earth is flat, then the water will be shaped, water will take the flat shape, and if it's curved, then
But it's not curved.
take the curve.
The properties of water, flat and level. Surface of water at rest, flat and level. No curve. So if it's not curved, that means it's flat.
No, the level.
If it's flat, it means it's not curved. Hey, the properties of water are flat and level, but that makes a ball. No. Properties of water, flat and level, that bit's flat. The claim is that 70% plus of the I don't know what shape you would have if 70% of it is flat and the rest of it can be all sorts of random shit. I don't know what shape that would be.
But you're going with the word. You're thinking like if someone is calling it level, then it should be flat. But level doesn't mean flat. Level means
flat,
equidistant
level,
to the-
horizontal.
It doesn't mean like level means flat. If the earth is curved, then the level will be curved.
So, level. No point
what a
higher
level,
than
it should
another.
be level. Yeah, compared to the center of the earth, yeah.
Oh, so you've got a proven R value. Excellent. Please, enlighten us.
I'm talking about if the earth is a globe, then it will work in that way.
No. Because if
I'm
you're
not
going to
saying
claim
that
it's a
it
globe based on this center point, that means someone's dug a bloody big hole to the center and actually measured this to confirm it. Now, level being no point higher than another, if you put position A on your globe and position B on your globe and then say that they are equidistant from the center, okay, I'll give you that. So let's put position C now. So we run the level from position A to position C. Now position B sticks up above the level. So you are incorrect. Whereas on a flat plane, position A, position B, and position C are all at the same elevation. Sea level, 0.
But there are like sea is also like somewhere it's up and somewhere it's down. It's called sea swelling, sea sailing, sea shoaling, and
I don't have a
waves.
problem with that.
Waves. So even if someone is standing, so it's not flat. Sea water is also not flat. What you are talking about?
So mean sea level, the average. So
Yeah,
that's
so
the
that's
average
my
of your swelling and shoaling and all those other things. Sometimes up, sometimes down. The average of it is mean sea level.
Yeah, so that's why if you're going with the words and if you're saying that people call it sea level and level means flat, then the water should be flat. Then I'm saying in the practical world, water is not flat. There are waves and shoaling. So
Well, we
in the same
understand that
way,
there's waves. So when we
Yeah, so
say
in
flat, we don't mean flat like billiard table. We mean planar, but has topography.
Yeah, so in the same way, if the Earth is a globe, then the level will be curved and it's just an average.
No, it won't be. I just explained to you. Level, no point higher than another. So if you're claiming that position A and position B are from the centre point, and position A and position C are equidistant from the centre point, then we should be able to put a straight line between position A and position C, and also position B should be the same level. Whereas on a ball tard, they are not. So they are not level.
Because do you have any other thing to say the Earth is flatter than the water level?
Yeah, it's measured flat with lasers.
With what?
Laser. You know, lasers.
Yeah, do you have any measurements? Experiment with measurements, physical measurements of the
Don't know
surface
about
of the Earth?
experiments, but we've got these awesome videos you can watch and keep yourself entertained for a couple of minutes.
Are you talking about the FE core laser test experiment?
I don't know about experiments, but they're pretty good observations.
So observations.
So how about you scroll down, since you've got voice capabilities, yep, you're VC verified. If you scroll down into additional information.
No, that doesn't mean that the Earth is flat because the laser
No,
can
I didn't.
also blend.
Scrolling down is not proof of the Earth being flat, my friend. I can promise you that. So if you
But
scroll
a laser-
down, if you scroll down into additional information and have a look at the laser tests that are there, that might help
but
you
I'm
out
saying-
a little bit.
But lasers can curve.
Lasers can curve. Well, in that case, then, what I need from you is proof that lasers are curving at 8 inches per mile squared in order to bend around the Earth. Because that's what you require. Either video or photographic evidence to show a laser bending around conforming to the alleged radius or the
I don't need to know
circumference
that
of the
because
Earth. Yes, you do. You've just made the claim that lasers curve. Okay, I've got no problem with that. But the last time I checked, lasers shoot a straight beam. Now, you're saying they're curved. Now, if you're saying they're curved, they must, this is not negotiable, they must curve at the exact same rate as what the Earth bends at, if it's a ball. Because that's what you're claiming. So when someone gets a laser out and they set it up horizontal and they measure that their laser is 5 foot from the ground, and then they go all the way down to the other end, and that laser's 5 foot from the ground, that means that laser has had either, number one, it's dead flat and the ground underneath it is flat, or number two, it's a ball with a specific radius and that laser has conformed to that radius. I don't care which way you go, but if you're claiming that the laser is bent, please show us video or photographic evidence of this laser conforming to the Earth's curvature.
No, I just want one thing to prove the Earth.
Well, that's what you're claiming. You're claiming that lasers are bending at the curvature rate of the Earth, therefore lasers don't prove flatness. Well, if it's bending to the curvature rate, it's up to you to show us that, my friend.
I'm saying, like, do you have any observation?
I hear what you're saying. What you're saying is you trying to build up an excuse to not use lasers. So this is how it works. You set a laser up over a large body of water, 10 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles, and you set the laser up horizontal. You measure the height the laser is above the lake. At one end, you measure the laser, 1 foot, 2 foot, 3 foot, you pick your favourite number. And then you go 10 miles, 20 miles down the other end, and you measure the height that the laser is above the ground. That's all you have to do. At 10 miles, there should be, and this is assuming that you live on a ball with a radius of 39, 59 miles, at 10 miles, there should be a 66-foot difference between the ground and the laser. At 20 miles, it should be 266 feet. At 30 miles, 600 feet. And at 40 miles, over 1,000 feet. Now, when you have a laser test that shows us this, then we might consider it. But at the moment, it's just lasers bend.
I agree with that. There is no proof of the globe.
That's what we've been trying to tell people for a while.
Yeah.
The problem is
But,
with those laser tests, my friend, is when they're measured at each end, they shoot dead straight and the deviation is what it is at the start. Well, one of the tests they do, they start at 5 foot and end up at 4 foot. So it actually gets closer to the ground. But that maybe could be because it's not set up perfectly horizontal.
Yeah. The best thing is, like, I want the observation of the Earth from high altitude cameras, whatever, satellites or the space agencies, whatever.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to
They
happen.
can show you. Yeah, I don't think so. They can provide me a globe Earth from the sky ever. That is not computer generated.
Well, the biggest issue you've got is when you take photos and you try to get as much information squeezed into the photo as possible, you have to start using wide-angle lenses. And that comes with its own set of problems. So depending on which part of the image is in what part of the frame, you will get distortion. And that's not what you want when you're trying to do that kind of photography. The other way to do it is have something that's not a wide angle lens, and you take quite a few photos and try to stitch them all together. Even then, it has its own set of problems. Each methodology has its own issues, but yeah, getting decent photographs that haven't been messed with or
my problem is
photoshopped.
Then my problem is, how did they got the images of the Earth during the moon missions? Because that's the thing that's really creates a problem.
One of them, they actually made a great big paper mache Earth, and they took photos of that. That was one of them. Another one, if you run it through Photoshop and enhance the colours, you can see where it's been layered. But if you're interested in all that moon kind of stuff, I would suggest a documentary called American Moon. It goes for about 3 hours. Just a little over 3 hours, I think. 3 hours and 12 minutes, something like that. Yeah, great documentary.
So one question, like if you have seen the American Moon documentary that I have not seen, so is there something in that documentary that can really prove that moon landings are hoax? There was is there something that really could be showed to the globe earthers and tell them, okay, look, this proves that the moon landings were fake? Is there something about that? Please tell me that. Because right now I can't watch a 3 hour. I will watch it later. But do you have something?
How about you just watch the documentary and you can make up your mind yourself, my friend? Because some people look at that documentary and go, no. Other people go, oh, wow, that's awesome.
Yeah, that's why, that's the problem. Globers will say, okay, this is all bullshit. So that's why I'm saying,
well, how about not poisoning the well? How about watch the video and then you can make up your own mind?
But in the video, I'll watch it. But do you have something that you think I should first watch that and it's completely
I think you should watch the video.
Unbreakable.
I think you should watch the video and make up your own mind.
It's a very long video. It's not like I can really watch it right now. That's why I'm asking.
I'm not expecting you to. I'm not expecting you to drop everything right now and go and watch it. That's why I said it goes for 3 hours. This is not a 5-minute video where you can just go on mute, watch it, come back, and put forward your reasonings for liking it or disliking it. It's a 3-hour documentary.
That's why I'm asking. That's why I'm asking you. What do you think is the best argument that I can really refer to first? Then I watch the documentary again. What do you think is the best argument that cannot be denied by the Globers?
Best argument that cannot be denied? There's nothing. There is no argument that you could put forward that someone cannot say, nah, it does not matter what you say to me, I can use that as denial. Nah. So when you ask what argument can be put forward against Globers, there is none. There is no argument you can put forward where they can not deny it, because they can deny everything. You can put forward perfect, flawless information down and they can still deny it. That's why it's easier just to watch the video.
Okay, so I'll watch it. It's American Moon, right? Okay.
American Moon.
Okay, so have you ever debated any mainstream Glober?
Any mainstream Glober? What would you define as a mainstream Glober?
The Globers have a community and they really mock flat earthers and they go make videos against us or flat earthers on YouTube.
Like
So,
McToon or Professor Dave or any of those idiots. No.
yeah,
I had one of them. One of them dropped into politics one day and had a little spiral out, and he got expunged pretty quick. It wasn't McToon. He's just a muppet.
when he came, can you give me that video?
The video of when one came into politics. This was last
Okay,
year.
yeah.
I couldn't even tell you when it was.
Okay.
All I know, it was one of the lame stream ones. He came in, spurged out, had a meltdown. Basically came in there to preach, and he just got me on a bad day and just went, yeah, no, I'm not putting up with you, you clown. And then afterwards someone said, oh, that was so-and-so. I was like, yep, too bad.
Mm-hmm.
But a couple of the other guys had already been through him like a dose of salts, and he was just, nuh-uh. Just didn't want to listen, so... Here you go, T-Dub. Another muppet that doesn't know how to read a map. I'm just going through Facebook, and they've got a picture of Australia on the AE map, and then underneath, Flat Earth Australia, and then they've got a Mercator Globe Earth Australia, and then here's the comment. I'll read this stupidity out. Australia is 2,500 miles from east to west, and 2,290 miles from north to south. Almost the same distances. How do Flurfs account for that on their shape of Australia? That is nicked off the Gleason projection. It clearly doesn't work. Ah, what a map tard.
My word. Jeez.
Wonder what the comments are like. I better read those. There might be a good one in there. Oh, someone put it straight on him? Wow. Oh, what's the reply to that? Oh, Virus Killer, get away. Have a listen to this.
Okay.
The AE
Okay,
Gleason's...
Go ahead, yeah.
Yeah, the AE Gleason's holographic flat Earth map is correct per arcs of longitude and latitude relative to the observer. Hence, no problem at all arises when measuring the distance. Mainland Australia flat distances is shown below. Longitudinal difference east to west, 40.29 times 111.32 equals 4485 kilometres approximately. Latitude difference north to south, 28.5 times 111.32 kilometres equals 3172.62 kilometres approximately. On our flat Earth expanding and contracting universe relative to the observer, 1% of longitude or latitude is a constant 111.32 kilometres across our lovely pancake pizza clock compass like enclosed fixed and stationary flat Earth. And then the first comment, what's such nonsense?
Okay, so do you think like there's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica?
Do I think there's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica? It's actually been documented that there is, and apparently a heap of people went down there and filmed it. So I can only go of the belief that it is true. I've got no reason to doubt the documentations that were done in the 1800s and the people that went down and filmed it. Until I see some reason to doubt them, at the moment, yeah, I believe there is a 24-hour sun down there.
And as well as on the north side also, like?
Not at the same time.
Yeah, at the different time in the year, yeah.
Yeah, different times of year, yep.
So the AE map doesn't support that.
Well, the AE map doesn't show the sun's path, so I'm not overly worried. Funny part is, a few of the other maps don't show the sun's path either. So, yeah, interesting.
Globe shows that.
Globe does not show that. You just get told a story about where the sun allegedly is in comparison to a globe. But the globe, if you go down the street and buy a globe off the shelf, it does not show the sun's path.
Yeah, like between the tropics, it will go. The GP of the sun will change every year, every day in the year, based on the.
Based on the what? Based on the things that you can't verify yet. This will be good. The issue is, my friend, a lot of people aren't really interested in what the sun does or does not do. What we do know is the ground that we walk on, live on, build on, fly across, sail between, is measured as flat. There's no curvature. So whatever the sun does, it does. If you believe it does figure eights, hey, go for that, man. I'm not going to stop you. If you think it does a great big circle, good for you. I personally am not that worried. I do know that in the mornings, it's on the eastern side of me, and in the afternoons, it's on the western side of me. And it passes over my head every single day. What it does outside of leaving my range of vision, wouldn't have a clue. I'd say that would be observer-centric. I can only see a certain distance and what happens within that range. So if it does a great big figure eight over the top of me, and I can only see one component of that, I'll never actually know.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting stuff when you start thinking about it, isn't it?
Yeah.
So when have you ever seen a full orbit of this sun to confirm that it does what it does?
Mm-hmm. Okay, I'll watch out the documentary and then I'll come back to you maybe tomorrow.
No, that's all right, mate. Take your time. There's no pressure. I'm not forcing you to watch it. It's just a really good documentary about the alleged moon landings. That's all.
Yeah, I'll use AI to watch it faster. Like,
no, I wouldn't do that.
Like,
AI is known for not telling the truth.
No, like like Google Gemini.
Yeah.
So when I go to YouTube and I play a video, and when I just tap on Google Gemini and ask them about the video, then Gemini really summarizes the video, and it also gives the timestamp. And if I ask anything about the video to Gemini, then it will answer.
So basically, you're selling your ability out. That's awesome. If you want to be a slave to a computer system, go right ahead. But outside of that, you could make yourself a nice cup of coffee, put your feet up, and enjoy a good documentary.
Okay. Yeah, it will take more time, but it will be a better option. Yeah. I can go with 1.5x, and it will take 2 hours, right? Okay. Good.
I wouldn't be speeding it up, mate.
Let's see. I'll come tomorrow. Bye. Take care.
No, not a problem, mate. Alrighty, catch ya.
Yeah. And I would like to also appreciate if you go and debate a mainstream glober, because it's necessary nowadays. Like people like you who understand, who can debate, because they are making fun a lot.
They can make all the fun they want, as you just watch how many of them come forward with honest, clean, clear facts that are backed up with data to back them up. Most of the time, their arguments are just straw man, ad homs, and just bullshit. So when you start watching a few of their debates, have a listen to them and have a listen to how many times they actually answer questions with clear lines of logic, and you'll be surprised, my friend, how not so good these mainstream globers are.
Yeah, got it. Okay, see ya. Bye.
No worries, mate. See ya. I'm a believer, I couldn't leave her if I tried. And there is no space. Now I'm a believer. What do we got here? On October 21, 2025, Comet C/2025A1 will make an extraordinary approach, coming within just 0.015 million kilometres of Earth, even closer than the Moon. This icy traveller, about 1.2 kilometres across, hasn't visited our skies in 15,000 years, making its return a truly historic celestial encounter. 15,000 years, eh? How the shit did they work that out? So no bastard's seen this thing for 15,000 years. All of a sudden it pops up. How do they know it's not 18,000 years or 20,000 years? You know, well, how do they know it wasn't just cloudy the last time it went through and they missed it and it was only like 6 weeks ago? As it nears the sun and the Earth, the comet's surface will heat up, releasing glowing gas and dust that form a brilliant tail visible to the naked eye for several weeks. Astronomers expect it to outshine most stars, creating a spectacular display across the night skies worldwide. Such close passages are extremely rare, and for many this will be a once in a human history. Well, I don't know many people who live 15,000 years. Once in a human history sight, a glowing messenger from the outer solar system, reminding us of the wonders that drift through the cosmic dark. Wow. You gotta love Facebook. Welcome. Oh, it's the strawberry guy again. Yeah, this will keep the masses entertained. That button and that one. How come you're not a strawberry anymore? What, you're now 414 strawberries?
I think you scared him, Matrix.
I'm not going to eat him, that's for sure.
Who's 414? Is that PD?
That's the strawberry guy. Someone else called him PD or PD or something like that earlier.
Yeah, it's PD. Yeah. Okay, cool.
But he thought he was a strawberry earlier, and CB started off and said he said that he tried to help him out a long time ago, but he's just completely broken. He's not a flat earther. He's not a round earther. He's a strawberry, and so's the Earth. It's just
When I handed you
Basil.
Yeah, I heard you saying to him, you're not a very good anti-flat earther. I tell him he's a flat earther. He's just a flat earther. He just doesn't like the word flat, just like the Bevs.
Oh. Well, in that case, then, you're a planar earther, but don't forget the topography.
if nothing starts happening soon, Helio's going to play pre-recordings.
Yeah, Eric Dubé's 200 proofs. Back to back. Then everyone jumps on, yeah, how's that weather today? Oh, shit. That's funny.
Sometimes you go to his YouTube and he's playing just like from a couple of days ago, just us talking and whatever. Like, yeah. Or it could be from a year ago, but like lately he's been playing stuff that's recent. Or even like just listening to myself for a while. It's like, oh, dang, don't want to listen to this.
Is that what we sound like? I'm out of here. Yes.
What do you guys think of Kabbalah Earth? Instead of globe, right? Say Kabbalah Earth. Too much?
Well, a lot of them flip out when you say that they're in a cult or a religion now, and it's the heliocentric cult. So pushing the whole Kabbalah thing, I don't know. I think you'll get the same reaction. They'll still melt down. So.
Well, yeah, because we got the Zohar, right? We got the Zohar and the verses to point to them. You know, like, see, this is where it comes from. You know what I mean? And then there's the it looks flat, but I think it's a ball, right? Or straight lines, curved lines are the same thing. You know what I mean? I think people are really interested in that. If it's presented, you know, so that it, you know, it shows that this is where the globe comes from, I think people will really, you know, try to like. Because you can only say it looks flat, but I think it's a ball, you know, before, like, what are you even saying? You know what I mean? So try to figure out a way to present it. But what do you guys think? Is that a good idea or what?
Anything's a good idea as long as you can present it the right way so it appeals to them. It's just finding the right zone to hit and the methodology for it. Like, you can sell ice to Eskimos as long as you get them on the right note. That's all. Like, if you get into a room with a whole heap of staunch atheists, what do you think is going to happen when you go, hey, check it out, Kabbalah Earth? They're all going to tell you to kick rocks.
I think they're going to 100% agree with what the Kabbalah has to say about the world, because it is exactly the same model that the Big Bang, all that. You know what I mean? The Big Bang. You know how there was nothing in it, boom, right? That's the demiurge, you know, penetrating the darkness. You know what I mean? So it because they have the same God. You know, it's nothing. That's their God. I think atheists will find it fascinating that what they believed in this whole time was an actual religion. I think it would be very informative for them if they don't already know. We can't try to disprove science with science. You know, we can't, you know, to try to disprove, you know, say that the globe is because, let's go into this, you know, into this.
So what science do they have?
Right.
Disproving
Right.
science with science. What are you saying? They've got science in the first place.
Yeah. So, I'm saying that I'm going to water knowing that it can't be a ball. You know what I mean? You start pulling out all these, excuses. You see, that's Kabbalah Earth. That's what I was trying to say. It's like, oh, Kabbalah Earth or what? You think flat surfaces are curved surfaces? That stuff is flat, right? Neil deGrasse Tyson.
That stuff is flat. You don't see curvature.
Exactly. That's what they're saying, man. That stuff is flat, but you can think of it as a ball, right? They're saying that's a man, but you can think of him as a woman. You don't see the woman. You don't see the woman, right? You just see the man, but he's a man, right? I mean, he's a woman, right? That's what they're saying. Man, it's believing the lie that a ball can have, planes or flat surfaces on it locally flat. Locally flat. If they're locally flat, what are you talking about? Talking about Kabbalah Earth. It's both. It's both flat and curved. But if curvature looks flat, then what does flat look like?
Curved.
But it doesn't look curved. Well, then what does curved look like?
Flat.
Flat. So, you are a Kabbalah Earther, is it?
Yeah, I suppose if you sold it like that, to start off with, start comparing the difference. So, what do you see? Oh, I see the curvature. And the next guy goes, well, I don't really see the curvature. There you go. Kabbalah Earth. This is what we're talking about. And what you'll have is two globers. So you know how every now and then you'll get a glober that'll go, well, I don't see any curvature, but their angle is something else. And they'll be pitted against each other, and that's where you can step in as, hey, I'm the guy to help you out. Kabbalah Earth. This is what you've got.
Exactly, and we already got that, right? Because we got people like NASA and what's the Bill Nye? Both are. Well, we know there is a ball because both are disappearing.
I changed his name. You know how with Neil deGrasse Tyson, it's Neil Smoking deGrasse Tyson. With Bill Nye, the science guy, it's Bill Deny Science guy.
Science guy. Well, that we already got that with them, man. Like NASA and Bill Nye are saying both are disappearing over the curvature, right down here, and then you got Neil deGrasse Tyson on the other side saying,
"You don't see curvature."
And you step in and say, "I think I have a solution for this, boys." Ready? I think you all
Before any
know.
knuckle sandwiches start, this is what the solution is. Wait for it.
Tell him, Michio Kaku. We think the Kabbalah is very consistent with our findings in quantum mechanics. That's what they're saying. That's what these guys are saying. And I'm pretty sure Neil deGrasse Tyson would love to agree with that. Boom, religion. Just boom, it's just now it's just a religion, It's different. I mean, it's hidden. Well, now it's not hidden. It was hidden, but now it's not hidden. I've been a Christian my whole life, and I haven't even looked. Like you see all these crazy people. I'm a man. I'm a woman. You know what I mean? And I laugh. Like, you guys are fucking stupid. Are these people stupid? It's like, no, they're not stupid. They're in a religion. It's a religion. It's the Kabbalah Earth religion. There's no science to the globe, right? There's no geometry to it. But there are all these philosophy. There are all these philosophies. I guess what do you call them? There are all these teachings or way of looking at the world, right? Right, Helio? How about this one? Fallen angel Earth. Hey, hey, hey. Does that sound better? Does that sound not as controversial? It's the same. The last of the magicians, the first of the scientists. It's the same thing.
Yeah, same shit, different stink.
It's just a new look, a new name. It's the same shit.
Just rebranded themselves.
Yeah, called it science. And now we have to what? Now we have to now we have to learn their bullshit and try to debate them with their bullshit. I don't think that's how it's done. I think calling it off, just calling out water, I think water's enough. Like, look, water's flat and level. You know what I mean? Anything like, oh, wait, it's curving. That's a belief. You're in a religion. You're in a cult. Just prove me wrong. Why isn't water enough? What do you guys? Why? I always wonder that. Why isn't water enough? Why are we talking about elevation? All this other stuff. Why isn't water enough? Because once you know it's not curving, you don't even have to think about, oh, well, is it spinning? You know what I mean? Is there a vacuum of space? Like, once you know it's not curving, it's nothing. There's nothing else. And I think water is enough. But the Globers want to drag us into their, explanations. You guys, how do you explain this, explain that? Like, it's all irrelevant. Irrelevant. You know what I'm saying? It has nothing to do with what we're talking about. I think we should tighten up. That's what I'm saying. Tighten up and, Well, December, man. Boys, December. We got one more month left before hard decisions have to be made. Yeah, have you guys seen that bit in the Zohar that talks about a globe Earth? Have you guys even seen that? I'm just pulling up the link right now. Yeah, I'm pulling up the link. Man, once you see it, like, oh shit, it's right there. Right? Yeah, let me grab. I'm just grabbing the link right now. And this is what the Kabbalah is based on. This is what the Jays, believe. This is what they believe, So, and this is the model of the globe Earth. This is what they're doing with quantum mechanics. Here, I'll post the link. Boom. So scroll down. If you go to that link and scroll down to chapter 141, 141A or 141. I'll copy and paste that too. Yep. Yeah, there you go. That's where it comes from. That's where the globe comes from. You can point into the scriptures, the Zohar scriptures, and so see literally a religion. See? Then you go to Genesis and you say, see this? This matches reality. You see this? This doesn't match reality. Okay? Sphere, globe, atmosphere, upside down. Look at all these damn words. And if you keep reading the damn thing, it's the whole globe model. It's literally everything. The model of the atom comes from this place. You know, Hinduism, Kabbalah, it's all the same. Eastern mysticism. So, because that's what I'm saying. Like, once you get people to understand water, how water cannot curve. You know, there was this kid in earlier today. Just now, I think Matrix. You were talking to him, right? He was saying, "Well, if the Earth is a globe, then water is curving." You know, and Matrix kept trying to explain to him that's not how it works. Yeah. It's right there. See, yeah, and then Michio Kaku. You know, all these quantum. Whatever theoretical physicists. Us theoretic. That's what we theoretic astrophysicists. He always is very specific. Who we? When he says we, he's talking about we. You Kabbalists. That's what I hear. We Kabbalists. We believe, or we find the Kabbalah, right? The Kabbalah. That's what quantum mechanics is talking about, you know? This on off, right? Well, it can be on and off at the same time. I was like, hey, there it is. There's the androgynous, the androgynous God, or whatever. Call it God particle, whatever. These guys are dabbling. These people are speaking with, are communing. You know, you don't call them aliens. I'll call them the entities. You know, the demon, evil spirits. You know, these are the I think they're communing with the rulers.
I think it's parasites, brainworms.
Well, I think they're talking to the disembodied spirits of the Nephilim who ruled the earth.
But the parasites are the medium. Parasitic host manipulation. They're manipulating the body.
Yeah.
Chemical warfare.
Why God? Yes, ye not.
Have you seen parasites in a microscope? They look like demons.
Yeah. I know what you're talking about. I've seen that. I've seen the thing. But I think that came with sin. When sin entered the world, all these death. That's all part of death. And that's death. Yeah, because the Bible says even death will be thrown into the lake of fire. So it's person. Well, demons are person. Evil spirits are people. Are persons. Yeah, it's a body. But I was just saying, like, this is it. This is where the model comes from. This is where the globe, or why would they lie, is the biggest question that matters to people that ask these things. Why would they lie?
Some of these entities can be dispelled with sound, with how do you say again? Words.
With faith.
With the word, with the truth. Literally, they can be taken out with vibration and sound, the word. So the globe and the system that they create that goes contrary to God, contrary to the creation, it creates this environment where they can thrive. Because the truth is not being said. The truth is not being spread. The word of God is not being utilized in day-to-day communications.
They're daring us, right? They're daring us to bring up God so they can dismiss us. But after all this research and understanding, I'm daring. That's what I'm saying. I want to go there. because there's nothing they can say about it. Like, what are they gonna? First of all,
some of these
water is
things
flat
can
and
only
level.
be dispelled with prayer.
Yes, exactly.
The word.
There's that too. Yes, there's that too. But
It's a
yeah, that's
spell.
what I think.
It's part of the
That's what I
spell.
think. Yeah, and I
Like the
think
actual globe spell, it's parasitic in nature. It's a parasite of the mind.
agree.
And once the mind is taken over, the body follows.
Yeah, yeah. Well, yeah, the flesh. Exactly, the flesh, right? Like if you walk in the flesh versus walking, the flesh is contrary to the spirit. And the things the spirit want to do is contrary to the flesh, right?
But remember, the globe came with spell, with words, with imagery. And that's how it got into the mind.
Well, I think it's
That's
science.
why the body is the body that the glober mind, the virus of the mind is in the mind of the glober, is taking over the body, and then they're speaking this nonsense, contrary to reality, contrary to God. Because the mind is being taken over, and now the body followed, and that's why they speak this nonsense. And they act on it.
Yes, yeah, that's it. Makes yeah, it all makes sense, man. Like because it is that we are taught to think of our reality as just pure physical material stuff, right? And that we're not anything. We're just whatever, nothing. That's how oh, you got a spirit. Oh, you're not scientific. What does that mean? That's not scientific. What does that mean? That's the spell, man. That's not
Just with a
scientific.
suggestion, just with words and spelling, like words, symbolism, symbols on a piece of paper, and drawings that are not found in God's creation, drawings made by men. They have cast spells in the minds of men.
Yeah.
And out of that, the world has fallen into this eternal war, scarcity, fear, evil state.
Yeah,
Just starting
because
by the mind.
emotions, yeah.
Everything started in the mind.
Emotions, getting you emotionally attached to this, fake, this idea that you're on a ball, and hot damn, I hated it when I was a Glober, man. I fucking hated it. I hated thinking about the fucking world when I was a Glober, man. It's not because it's just. God damn.
You were thinking about buying asteroid insurance.
No, I mean like you're on the ball, and the ball, right, is in a freaking solar system, and the solar system is in a galaxy, and the galaxy is in a bunch of fucking galaxy, and and then the universe is a bunch of universes. It's like, what the fuck is this? This is like this is Russian dolls and shit. It's like, well, it's like, what the hell?
It's like your mind is going into a black hole and going around it, and you cannot find yourself. You're falling into the black hole of nothingness.
It's so against what you naturally, you know what I mean? Especially against God, man. Against fucking reason. Against reason.
And that's the saying: if you can convince people to believe in absurdities, you can convince them to commit atrocities. Or not you, but they can be convinced. And, just casting the spell in the mind. Brainworms, mind virus, parasitic behavior of the world. It's a parasite of the world.
Yeah, and you know what's crazy? This is part of the religion. This is how they want to unite or bring everything back to one. You know, these Kabbalists believe that God creating all these different kinds of things is the reason why there's suffering and evil in the world. And the way to fix it is to bring it all back to one by destroying everything. Like down to its foundations, like burning it, melting it, right? That's their religion. This is their teaching. This is why Freemasons, Kabbalists, Catholics, they're all the same. You know, anyone who thinks they're on a ball, you're a Christian. If you think you're on a ball, you're not following Jesus, following the Antichrist.
We had a girl today in the politics, and her name was Christian. Christ is Lord, or something like that, right? Good name. It was something like that, but she was denying everything. Like she was like, no, the earth is spinning, the earth is curving, and I said, when God commanded the sun to stop, so his people can fight for longer, right, and win the battle. God told you this, and she said that the sun was moving, but that's perspective. It is because the earth is spinning. It's like she subconsciously she says that the sun is moving, but then the spell kicks in, and it makes her deny reality. And she was denying the word of God when he told the sun to stop. He didn't say, "Earth, stop right there," right? Commanded the sun to stop because he's in motion. The sun is moving, and she was claiming that she goes and debates the Muslims and she spreads the word of God, but then it denies it in the next sentence. She denies it in the next sentence. You know. It's crazy.
They even go as far as to say that God lied to Moses. Like these are the scholars of the Bible that are Globers, man. Like I forgot his name. The guy he just passed, but this is what they're saying that the Bible is definitely a flat Earth book, definitely. But we believe that God told Moses, the way he told him, whatever. They're basically calling him a liar. These are Christians. These are Christians, man. So, God is not a God of confusion, but I'm confused. But these guys are confusing the crap out of me.
Well, imagine God gave you your senses to operate within His creation, but at the same time, the Globers denied the creation of God and the senses that God gave you to operate within it, and it is confusing. Yeah, you're right. It's a powerful spell, though. And it's keeping us in this nonsensical loop that keeps us away from our true potential.
Well, guess what? We're about to Morpheus these people are with. Hey, man. I think Australia, us here, got until December before the digital ID gets pushed out. So, that's why I'm going hard with the Kabbalah. hey, wake up. Kabbalah. It's Kabbalah Earth. Oh, my God. Run.
It's Kabbalah. It's like a female. In Spanish, bala will be like a female ball. La bola, la bala. It's like a bola will be, like la bola will be like kind of like masculine, but if you say bala, it's like a feminine ball.
A feminine ball.
Kabbalah.
Kabbalah. Kabbalah.
It's
Yeah,
funny
man,
because
this-
I've heard people kind of like, oh, I'm into the Kabbalah, like recently. Like, where does this come from? Like,
Yep.
people are kind of like into it.
Quantum. It's fucking quantum. Sorry. It's these people like Michio Kaku. You know, Madonna, you know, it's these celebrities only. It's these people. You know, I bet you it has to do with you know, the law of attraction, attracting wealth, all that crap. You know, like you think it, you know, come into
Attracting wealth while we are bombing the nations and taking from them, and we're keeping everything. This is such wealth. We destroy these nations so our nation can flourish in this nonsense idea of stolen wealth. Wow, we're amazing.
Yeah, man. That's it. You know, like you got people like what's his name? You know, actors like say Jim Carrey. You know, Jim Carrey's been lately been like, this isn't real. You know, trying to get that's Kabbalah. Man. This dude is like so Kabbalah'd out.
Sending our
Like, yes.
youngest, most beautiful people, men and women in their primes, what they should be, you know, making babies, being fruitful and multiply. We sending them to die in foreign wars by the bankers and the politicians. How does that make any freaking sense to anyone? And this is wealth. We're creating wealth with war. I mean,
yep.
It's sickening, evil. Oh, making handicaps of the men and women, separating the people from their families, separating fathers from their children and mothers.
Yeah.
Like it's a recipe for disaster.
Oh yeah. So you know, you're supposed to be working with your mom and dad. You know, but
That's the business. That is the
Right.
that's the enterprise of family.
Yeah.
God
But you
created
know
it
what
that
happened?
way to work perfectly.
Yeah. Yeah. In other words, you're supposed to be spending most, if not all of your time with your family, especially when you're young, growing up, learning. Right?
100%.
But what happens is we 24 hours in a day, 8 hours we sleep, 6 to 8 hours. So now we got like what 16 hours? Is that it? I mean, what? 24 hours minus 8 is what? 16 hours left, right? 8 to 10 of those hours is work. Yeah, that's you away from home. Every day you only get 2 hours, 3 hours. No, if you work 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, every day you will get like maximum 3 hours to spend with your children, your family.
That's because
get
that's
to work.
work for the doctrines of men, because that's the scarcity system. If we were working within the system that the Creator put in place, the abundance, it would be work for God, and that work will be fruitful, and we wouldn't need to do 14 hours a day of meaningless work.
Yeah. So we basically are isolated from you know, I joke about it, but I think it's 100. We raise the state's children. You know, we've been raising you know, a husband is a caretaker of I was like, wait, how am I influencing my children's lives? Like, how?
You're giving them to the government. You're passing them to someone else. The GOV.
Who is that? Who is that to like you know, the average Western teenager? Who is that? What? Who is he to me? Right? Who's mom? And when you turn 18, right? You leave them. Why? Where are you going? Well, you know, if you're still staying with your parents, you're a loser.
Go work for someone else instead of working for the family and the foundation of to create real wealth. within a family structure, a family enterprise, you're gonna go make other people rich, create wealth for other people. And then
Not
if you
just
go do it by yourself, you're just gonna break apart because you're gonna just go away. You leave your brothers and sisters, leave your parents, and then everybody dies, and then you got all that wealth for yourself, just for you. But that's not wealth. Family is wealth. Big families, big communities, that creates real wealth.
And it also creates real threats to ruling families. And, big families are harder to manipulate and control. That's, man, it's the whole thing, man. It's easier to control, divide and conquer. 2 to 3 hours a day, every day, except for Saturdays and Sundays. But what do you do on Saturdays and Sundays? You spend all day with your kids? Sometimes that
you
works
spend all day
overtime.
with your kids doing homework so they can learn how to be good slaves for someone else.
That's it. How to be good slaves. Hey, son. Yeah? Are you going to go play football and, become very successful as I don't want to play football for people. So I don't want to be an expert player of balls. Like I play with balls. Like what?
You're gonna play with sticks and balls.
I'm a man because I play a game for. That's what I do. Right? What about you? What do you do? I mow lawns. What a loser! Like what? I'm mowing. What the hell? I'm mowing a lawn. Guys play with the fucking ball.
Why don't you get your own grass? You'll understand.
I know, right? I'm like, dude, I'm mowing your lawn. You're watching that guy play a game. Like, what the hell? What
I
do you
play
mean,
with
loser?
sticks and balls, and I pay this other guy to do my lawn. Yeah, because I get paid good to play with balls.
Well, I'm not trying to knock on anyone, but it's the valuing and devaluing of certain, activities, professions. You know what I mean? They encourage us to strive for these. I don't know, man. Money, yeah. But that's how you control. That's how you control everyone.
Well, you don't even get real money these days. It's just fiat or paper, ones and zeros in a digital system. That's not real money. Real money will be something that the creator put in place, like gold and silver.
You know why? I think
that's real money.
I think coconuts should be real money. I'm just.
Well, they expire. Coconuts go bad. Coconuts, you cannot keep them forever. The gold and silver doesn't expire though.
Copra, the copra, right? And also, it's the perfect chicken feed. Coconuts, just saying, man.
Because as a mean of exchange, if I want, let's say you got coconuts, right, and I got plantains, right? Instead of we can exchange the coconuts for the plantains. That's perfectly fine. But if I don't want your coconuts, I can give you gold that is never gonna expire and it's gonna keep its value as a means of exchange. And then you can take that gold and go exchange it for something else wherever you go across the world. And you don't need to be carrying my plantains they're gonna go bad in a day or 2 days. The plantains that I gave you today, they're gonna go bad. So they don't hold the value like the gold and silver that would as a means of exchange. It's pretty simple.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, of course. I was just yeah.
The gold, the coconut and the plantains do have value, but they lose it.
Oh yeah, yeah, of course.
They expire.
Yeah.
It expires.
Yeah. I used the wrong word, money. I guess it meant wealth, or yeah, it doesn't matter. But
The coconut and the plantains is wealth. If you have coconuts and plantains and meat and fruits, and you can enjoy that with your family, that's wealth.
oh, that's it. Yeah. No, we call the coconut the tree of life because it literally is our tree of life in the South Pacific. It's like everything is done. Everything is made from coconut.
Yeah. But listen, if you have the same things, all of these same things, you have the gold, you have the coconut, the plantains, the meat, the water, the juice, you have all of these things, but you have no family. Is that wealth?
No, that kind of sucks, man. Looking around, like, man, I wish
I got all this gold. I got all these coconuts. I have so many plantains. I'm eating by myself here.
Yep. And God saw that.
No smiles, no children smiling and running around using the energy. No, not looking at your brothers and sisters, falling in love and making families of their own. Growing,
yeah, because Adam was lonely, man. That's not good, man. That's not good. That is being alone is such a bad thing that God made Eve. Like, this is not good for Adam. I'm gonna make him a. But yeah.
Families create real wealth. The real one. The one that the Creator put in place for everybody to enjoy. This whole place was designed for people to have families and communities. The whole setup is for that purpose. And that's God's purpose.
Yeah.
And once you get to see children smiling and being happy and families, everything that people can do, you can say, thank you, God, for this. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Savor every as much as you can. We're busy, but it's the only time they're going to be that age and this happy.
That's my opinion, That's what I see.
Yep. And that's their agenda. That's the agenda is to destroy that. The family unit. I was like, what is a nuclear family? That's why I was like, what the hell is this?
It's the potential that the family
Mum,
has.
dad, 2.5 kids.
Yeah, that's it. No grandma, no grandpa, no aunties, no cousins. All right, just y'all. Keep it like that always. All right.
I remember seeing my great grandparents being surrounded by dozens of their own children, dozens of grandchildren, dozens of great grandchildren. They were the happiest old people I've ever seen.
That's what they used to call villages back when there were people. Right? Like, in the future, that's what people will be saying. Well, back then, they used to have these things called families. What's that? It's like
Family. What's
you know,
that? Talk
you know how
to me
animals,
about Kabbalah. Tell me about Kabbalah.
right? Like you know
Give me
how
more
animals. Why is that? Well, yeah. I mean, that's the agenda. That's the Kabbalah agenda. Is to destroy the family, right? Like the Jays know not to split the family up, but they do that to us, to the goyim, to the profane. You know, they're gonna kill all of us. That's what they want.
What are they gonna do? What is the goal of having a world that it's in chaos and families separated and people are sick in war? What the fuck?
That's the religion, right? That's how that they want to speed. They want the world, God to end the world. They want to speed that up because they think they're gonna win. They think they're gonna win, and they think because today, see, in their cosmology, the darkness is the firstborn, and the light is the secondborn. Okay, just like Esau, just like in the beginning there was darkness, right? And then God said, "Let there be light," right? So darkness was the firstborn. Esau and Jacob, see, right? But they believe that in the end, darkness prevails over the light because the light can only penetrate so far before it stops, and then the darkness shines. So they have this saying, you know, like order out of chaos, out of the darkness comes light, right? And they're talking about the darkness shining. Jesus said, be careful, right? Because if you think that the light you have is not light but darkness, then how deep? He said the eye is the light of the body, right? So Jesus said, so he said, be careful in case you think that's light, but it's really darkness. How deep is that darkness? So this is their cosmology that in the end, they're going to win. The darkness will prevail over the light. And that's why they want to destroy everything and kill everyone and fulfill their whatever. The Antichrist, you know, they want God to end everything, but they also believe they're going to win. And they're going to be in charge of, you know, just like how Jesus says we're going to rule with him, they believe they're going to be ruling the next world. It's crazy. I mean, it's an actual religion, belief system, Kabbalah. Now the Zohar, you know, all that. It's the same. It's the same. You know, the Hinduism, right? It's the same story with Shiva, the destroyer. That's Azazel. That's you know that the Bible talks about in the first woe when the abyss opens up, and then Azazel. You know, the scapegoat. That's who Shiva is. That's who the Kabbalah, the god of the. Yeah, so I freaking hate reading about it and learning about it because it's so against opposite Jesus. But it sheds a lot of light on this globe thing, you know, on this transhuman thing that's happening, you know, Neuralink.
Let me ask you this. Did the creator set up this whole thing for this to actually happen? Because he wants to see some type of chess 4D chess match in the world from black versus white.
This is what they believe, right? This is the lie that they believe, that the people who are in the Kabbalists, aka Freemasons, right, aka the Pope.
For them, the
Catholic
creator
Church,
is
you know,
looking
Vatican.
down from heaven and looking at us. Okay, so I'm gonna throw these two roosters in the ring and let's see who wins.
They believe that the firstborn, right, is going to inherit the new world, the future world that's going to be created. That's what they believe. That's darkness. That's, Esau, Cain. Cain, firstborn, right? That's what they believe. Okay, but it's Jesus who is the firstborn. Okay, it's Jesus who is the first fruit. I mean, it's Jesus who is the. So this is their lie. This is what they believe. Okay, and this is what the globe Earth is about. This is what the Big Bang is. This is what gravity and all these things. It all comes from this religion, belief system. It's I don't know how to explain it to people, so people, make the connection. Oh, I'm trying. That's why I bring it up. What do you guys think about it? Is this new to you guys? Because if you look into it, you're gonna realize you've always known all this. It's the globe model. It was just presented to you in a different way. See, and that's for the all these profane people who don't believe in God or anything. Because we're just a speck in the middle of nowhere. Nothing matters. Evolved from this, evolved from that.
That's the after effect of the scam. People, because the ones creating these cosmologies of the globe, they believe in the creator.
Yeah, but they believe in their version of it. It's a lie.
In their version, right? But then this whole fantasy cosmology setup that they put and casted into people's minds, it created an adverse effect, which is a version of nature, because I think nature was designed by the creator, right? But they think nature is this other thing that came out of nothingness, and it wasn't designed. It's kind of like self-made. And it creates this idea that there is no creator, there is no designer. Then the luminaries are not an actual clock that requires a watchmaker.
Yeah, they're not. Yeah, exactly. They're not people, right? The light. That's what they say. Like Jesus, the light penetrating the darkness creates matter. Okay, does that make sense?
The darkness creates the matter.
The light penetrating into the darkness creates the matter. So when God spoke into the darkness, right? Let there be light. Or when he created the world, okay, his voice, okay, the light is Jesus, the word, Jesus, right? He speaks it into the darkness, into the chaos, and something happens. Does that make sense? So the way they see it is God speaking is the light coming out of God speaking. So the Father is to them the one, right? The one. Okay? And when the Father speaks the word, right, he doesn't split himself, but what he does is he emanates, right, and creates the word. Okay? So
that's kind of what we see. Right, we see the overarching on top of this medium, and it's like this input from the heavens above from God, because I think the heavens above revolve around. I mean, the driver of this whole machine is the creator.
Okay. Yeah. Well,
and that input into this medium that was designed for life to thrive is dependent on that input, that it coming directly from the creator.
Yeah, they're basically
that light, and that light that you were speaking, right? That it literally, like, this place is dependent on that input. Because I mean, if the light wasn't shining in the medium that we're in, how are the gases gonna be excited? How are we gonna get that sunlight that makes the plants sprout? Your body to produce hormones to be able to be alive. How are you gonna do it without that light? So this whole input into this system from the heavens above, it comes as designed, from the Creator.
Okay, yeah, and this creator, right? So you have God the Father. I mean, they have something called the One, okay, and He emanated and created a being called the Demiurge, right? They say this is Jesus. Okay, this is the Word going into the darkness, and that's how matter manifested. They follow. They say, yeah, this is just like Genesis, but this is their belief, and this. So it's a androgyny. It's an androgynous God, right? And He's split into two. Okay, now and that two is Jesus, and they call it the world soul. Okay, the light and the darkness. Okay, does that make sense? And then, and in the same way, Adam is androgynous. And then he had to be split into two, right? So he had male and female, but now they're split. Eve. So that's how they see it. And this splitting is what causes suffering and evil. And the way to fix it is to destroy everything so everything can return to the one. Does that make sense?
Well, it makes sense until the point that they think that you have to destroy everything to. I mean, that doesn't make sense.
Exactly. Or even, well, that's where the idea of many genders come from too. Right? They think, oh, if you become a tranny, you're also going back to becoming one, the one, like how Adam was androgynous, right? That's what the Baphomet is.
It's like creating a masterpiece, or let's say making a house and putting all your work into making this home, safe for your family, and it has everything you need to grow a family in it. And at the moment you're done, you put the last brick, you paint it, everything is ready, and then you destroy it. What's the point?
Well, it's not. See, that's the thing. They think that that Jesus, this is wrong. Okay, that's basically what they think. That this is all wrong. Okay, because the act of creating and differentiating things, species, different, all this diversity, not the DEI type, like diverse in life and everything in the world, right? That's what causes suffering and evil. See, that's what they believe. Okay, so Jesus is evil. They believe Jesus is evil, and he. This is all wrong. See, because I didn't choose to be a man. I'm a woman, but I was born as a man. So that's what I'm saying. Like, when it comes to these people who
I've
are
heard some people
transitioning.
saying. I've heard people actually saying I didn't ask God to create. I mean, I don't want to say that, but they said that they didn't. That God created them without their consent.
Yeah, that's it. That's the same spirit, right? This duality split into two, back to one. Yin and yang. It's all the same. It's all the same. What's the word? Philosophy, right?
It's like a rebel against your father and your mother.
Well, it's the darkness. See, light and dark. Okay, that's the idea. Is they're similar. They need each other to coexist. Blah blah blah. So, right, but that's not how it is. How it is light is good, darkness is bad. Okay, I mean,
It's like
come
a
on.
movie version. It's like a movie version. Like, okay, we have darkness and light, and that's the eternal war. And the dark side of the Jedi versus the dark Sith or whatever. Like, that's how it sounds to me. It's like nonsense. It's like, I don't know, like.
Well, yeah, that's. Well, that's the religion.
It's competition instead of cooperation. Like if you and I cooperate, we can accomplish something. But if we if we compete like against each other, we take from each other and kind of like behave like parasites. I try to take from you, and you try to take from me. It's not gonna be as prosperous as productive as cooperating for a goal.
Well, yeah, the idea is not to. The idea is to further develop the means to destroy the world. Okay, that's what technology, science, all this is about. Fallen angels taught these things.
Is that why they wanted to nuke the sky when they finally made the rockets? Okay, we got the rockets. Now let's break everything. Let's
see if we can
to have the waters above kill everyone.
I know, right? I mean, I'd like to know what really happened there, but I heard something happened. You know, I heard it was a ritual and gateways, door portals were opened. Things, you know, came in. You know, I don't know. That's why I read and hear. You know, like I'm trying to figure out, like, what was this for?
I think they tried. I mean, because it's like the Glober. You ask the Glober, how do you know it's a globe? Many of them will tell you, I mean, I don't know. Right? In the case of Operation Fishbowl or Dominic, right? Okay, we got the nukes. We're gonna throw them to the sky. Okay, so what's gonna happen? We don't know what's gonna happen. You know, like it's like the cows in the farm got AK-47s finally, or I don't know. The cows got like I don't know, like a. They you know the sticks. I mean they can create a weapon with the food they eat. You know the the straw. What's the food that the cows eat? Like dried weeds, right?
Hay.
Yeah. Now the cows. Okay, we got hay, and now we can make this hay a stick. We're gonna revolt against the farmers. That's not gonna work, right?
Yeah. I mean, you know, the other cows are probably like, yeah, there goes Gemsy again, talking that crazy talk.
The
come on, guys, I'm serious.
Gemsy talking about making ribeye for the family. It's crazy. What's this ribeye? I never seen ribeye. What he's talking about?
Gemsy's talking his conspiracy talking about like you're gonna eat us. What a crazy cow.
Yeah, but they don't comprehend that we're talking about eating them. We're making some good ribeye tonight, but they hear it, but they don't get it. It's the ribeye coming out of them. I don't know. I like the topic, and I like to think about this, but it's a mind warp. It's
so man, you know, this is I've thought about it differently now. You know, before the globe was just, you know, well, you know, let's say Mars, you gotta lies, you know, forget the Catholic Church, you know, Copernicus. But now it's like, wait. The globe model, right? The Big Bang. It's all about the Kabbalah. It's all about this religion. It's religion, and atheists and people like that who see, you know, there's material, where it's all everything is just, you know, physical material. Blah, blah. Well, those are but they're profane, you know, like. But then to all, say everybody in the Royal Society, Newton, and all these people, right? Like, it's their religion. It's deeper than that. They're trying to figure out the reality, how reality works, how God created everything, so you can break it, so they can violate it and corrupt it. That's what all this is about. You know, the medical breakthroughs, dude. Like, you know how many people the terrible things that were done to advance their knowledge, you know, and
so they want to reach as high as they create, as high as God, the Most High, right? They want to reach that high and topple
Yeah,
God
exactly.
out of his most highest position?
Well, I guess they think they're gonna win in the end. You know, when things are gonna be
they
renewed.
think,
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
they think they will win. Yeah, that's what Kiba is trying all the time, right, Kiba?
Always.
Sorry, the joke was bad.
That's good.
Go ahead.
It's exactly well. See exactly the attitude that these Globers come in with, right? They don't even know that they're about to get annihilated, like destroyed. It's like, but they come in with this confidence, and they get angry and frustrated, and like, ugh. But that's it.
That's the cow in the farm saying, "Yeah, we're gonna get. I mean, we're under control. Like, we got this." And the farmers are just making ribeye every night. The cows don't even know.
What is ribeye?
Ribeye is a really delicious part of the cow. You know.
Yeah, ribeye is the most delicious part.
But the cow thinks she's under control because she's drinking the water, eating the hay, you know, getting the sunlight, fresh air. So everything is good. Everything is good. The cow is the glober. Everything is good. The globe is, the earth is spinning, it's curving. We're going to outer space. You know.
Oh, really? Really? You think the cows think that we are the slaves and we are serving?
The cows. The cows, you are serving them.
We are serving them. Room service.
Well, yeah. Well, look at the system they call a democracy or capitalism. You know, it's not even real, but you know, people think they're making this. They think they're elected. They think they're choosing who they want. Right? They think it's a free. Well, you know, it's a free world. You know, we can trade. You know, it's capitalism. You know, but it's the total opposite.
Yeah, I work 14 hours a day. Life is good.
They think they live in a whatever, you know, where they can sell. Like, no, everything is total. You live in that world where V for Vendetta. You guys seen that movie, V for Vendetta? Right? Or what's that?
Say it again.
V for Vendetta. You know, remember with the mask?
Yeah.
Or 1984. Yeah. Like we live in that kind of that kind of world. But people think they're free. You know, people think they're free.
My scam is better than your scams, and I deserve more than you.
I cannot find the right word. Can you say I don't want to spoil?
Letter V for vendetta.
No. How can you say when a group is having fun and you wanna, but you have to say something which can. Can you use the word spoil? I don't want to.
Yeah, spoil
it. I don't want to spoil our fun, but
spoil the fun. Yeah,
I don't want to spoil the fun, but I think there's a big difference between the Globers and the cows because the Globers are human beings. You know, they are capable of thinking, and I think it's kind of they are angry because we are. Dancing out of the line. Can you say that? Dancing out of the line, or yeah? I mean, we are not going with the dogma.
With the herd, yeah, following the herd. Yeah.
But remember, Berserker, the Globers are advanced cows because they evolved. So their ancestors used to be like dumber cows, and now they are the smart one.
Yeah, but I cannot believe.
How many cows do you know think it's a globe?
I don't believe that they don't know that the black swan destroys the globe. I don't think that they don't believe that it's not flat. I mean, I think they know it's a flat. That's why they are angry. They are angry somehow because they don't have the courage to leave the streamline or the dogma and be in the minority. They prefer to stay majority, but I mean, really, I mean, do you think that they don't see that the observations after all these 10 years? I mean, why did we wake up? Because it's very clear that we cannot find the curve, right? I mean,
but they find it. The spell starts in the mind, so they find the curve in their mind, and it's there like a spell.
That's because they invented somehow. They seek excuses. They seek explanations. Seeing it when some admit to themselves, the rest might deceive itself by inventing these lies of refraction. They always find something silly, like after a couple of times of mentioning how can the iron core have a magnetic field when the temperature is above 9,200 Fahrenheit, and iron loses its magnetic properties at a temperature of 1,400. Finally, yesterday, they came with this invention that the pressure raises somehow the temperature, the Curie temperature of the iron. I mean, just listen how creative they get. When someone gets so creative, do you believe that they don't see that? At least, don't they see that there is a problem with their model? What do you think?
I wouldn't say I wouldn't say they're inventing or they being creative. They're actually fantasizing and being lunatics.
Yeah, that's with creative. That's what I mean with creative. Yeah, that's better.
Yeah, but think about it. Yeah, because
the word fantasy is better.
When I think about inventions or being creative, that would be utilizing something realist level to make a creation. I mean,
I agree. That was the wrong. You don't need.
It's a fantasy, and in their minds they fantasize.
You don't need to explain it because.
But I'm trying to say that what they're actually doing is fantasizing, and within their mind spell, they create these extra fantasies that explain their fantasy, and that's what they're telling you. That this is the explanation.
That is exactly what I wanted to say. I just want to say, you're right. Because of my poor English, because creative, it means it has truth in it. When you invent something, then you utilize parts, put them together. Then the invention would be something which would work because it is real. It is correct.
Yeah, they're fantasizing within their fantasy.
Yeah, that's why I said you don't need to explain it because it was very beautiful. They are fantasizing shows that they are somehow denying reality and preferring to live in a dream, fantasizing in a fantasy.
Yeah, fantasy. And since they're fantasizing about the fantasy, they can give you explanations about how the fantasy works.
Mm-hmm.
How the fantasy supersedes reality.
Oh, because the authorities See, because the authorities gave us that fantasy. See, and that's why it's okay. Because NASA says it's okay. Because my school, because the school that I went to says it's okay. Because of the educational programs that Rockefeller pays for, says it's okay. TV, right? Therefore, it's okay for me to not worry about if it even is real or not.
And
It's
I think
crazy,
part of
man.
it is also, and I think part of it is also like virtue signaling. Like the authority would love me when they see how loyal I am to their belief or their
That's an important one, actually, Berserker, because they come in here and they say, I trust the experts. And, you know?
Exactly.
And if I follow the experts, I might get a job and get 3-figure salaries, you know? Or be a millionaire if I participate in the scam.
You know, and the people, you know, this guy named Ignatius Loyola, you know, of the Jesuits that pushed this movement, this global, you know, / faux science to counter, you know, he calls it obedience of learning, right? And he says if we say 1 + 1 is 3, then not only do you have to say it, but you have to know and believe it. You know, it's like, what? I think that's what this effect we're seeing is, you know, when you see people like that, that's exactly, you know, because authority plus the fantasy equals mind control, you know, hypnotize, or,
You gotta remember, there is a monetary incentive to participate in the fantasy propaganda machine. Because there's employment, and with employment, you know, comes perks and benefits, and people enjoy that.
yeah, if you want your bachelor's degree or your associate's degree or your diploma, or, you know, if you want to finish primary school, you have to learn these things, right? If you want a job, you at least have to learn some of these things. Believe them.
Sorry for interrupting you, Matrix, about the cows who know that it's a globe. How many cows? How did you come with that?
Because you know, when the Globers join the VC, they say, "You guys here believe the Earth is flat?" And they go like, "Ha ha ha!" And they start making fun of you. So the cows are drinking the water, eating the hay, and when the farmer passed next to them, talking about this cow is gonna make some good ribeye, right? We're gonna make some good barbecue meat with this cow. And the cow is like, ha ha, listen to this farmer. He's talking about ribeye. Ha, ridiculous. But the cow doesn't get it. The cow is the ribeye. And you can explain, hey, cow, so eventually when you get fat enough, we're gonna make some ribeye out of it.
Oh.
It's weird though. Like I don't look at a cow and lick my lips and go, yum. Doesn't do that to me.
Yeah, you want to. I mean, like, oh, it's so cute. Oh, it looks. Oh, can I pet it? Hey, buddy.
Hunters used. Did look at it like that. They're like, yeah, I'm gonna get that into me.
My cows, I dress tuxedos. Boots.
We were joking a little because Bong was explaining about the Kabbalah And I was gonna say Kabbalah with sweet sauce or something like that, but he was saying how they were trying to destroy the world, and it's like, I don't know. He was explaining this a little bit, and
Hey,
and
Jimsy.
I thought about Operation Fishbowl, that they would throw the nukes to the sky, but they didn't know what was gonna happen. What if they break the sky and the waters above fall and kill everybody, right? So they were throwing the sticks to the sky, and if you ask them, but what's gonna happen once you throw these big bombs to the sky? And they'll be like, I don't know. What if you break the sky and kill everybody? I mean, who cares, you know?
Well, I heard that when they they were first testing their big boom booms, that they speculated that it could even ignite the atmosphere and burn everyone to death. They didn't know that. They weren't sure like what reaction it was going to have with air, you know, like they did. But I don't know how true that is. It's a rumor.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard that too.
And within the Kabbalah, there's this mentality that they have to kind of like destroy the darkness versus the light, and it's kind of like the dark side versus the Jedi, you know, like the light. It's kind of like this fantasy version of how reality works, and they're creating this us versus them mentality in the world, and it's creating this whole mess of war, eternal war, conflicts, competition instead of cooperation, war instead of peace.
Yeah.
You know the Big Bang. So yeah, everything to them. This is the creators, created, diversified, but that caused everything to be bad. So now everything has to go back to one. So the Big Bang that's what the Big Bang is. That's what, boom, expanding universe. But then one day everything is just gonna slow down and stop, and reverse back into a tiny little back to one. That's the Big Bang, man. Everything is gonna expand and then come back in.
Wait, I'm gonna go through life backwards. Oh shit!
Yeah, it's gonna stop. This is the light penetrating, and then the darkness. Because the lights eventually, how we say there's a light, the whatchamacallit, oh my gosh, I forgot the word. How far light can travel, through a medium, right? We say it'll eventually, depending on the power. Well, yeah, that's the darkness, winning, right, over the light, and then shining. The darkness will. I don't know what the hell that means, but. That's the Big Bang, boom, explode, and then everything expands and stops, and then comes back in, to one, to a point. Right? It's like, so that priest came up with this? Are you sure that priest came up with it? He is just putting his name up there. So yeah, I mean, what is the Big Bang? Right. I remember being 10 years old, I think, 9 years old, and I was watching TV, and I saw the end of everything, right? The sun is going to expand, become a big red giant, and engulf the earth, and we're going to have to find somewhere else to go to. Billions of years. "10 years old, 9 years old. What the hell is a fucking 9-year-old doing thinking about stupid shit like this?"
I remember watching the Fifth Element, and when she said the big bad boom, I was, oh, she's talking about the big
boom. Yeah.
Big bad boom. Science.
Science, bro.
I feel smart because I knew what she was talking about. The big bad boom.
Oh, and dude, what really made me understand it? It's fucking Men in Black, dude. The end of it. The end of Men in Black. You know how the galaxies were all just marbles? Like, the camera moves out of the Earth and, it shows the solar system, shows the galaxies, shows the universe, and then the universe is a marble, and there's all these marbles that an alien puts in a bag. And I'm like, Is that what it really looks like? Is that so that's what it looks like. You zoom out, you're like there's a universe and goddamn Men in Black.
We're like in a petri dish in God's laboratory.
Telling you,
Yeah,
man,
always.
Yeah. Go ahead, Brazil.
Yeah, always hinting, always belittling people.
Yep.
Like are just stardust, tiny spot in the sky. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, that's how they. That's why people don't give a shit anymore. Because they believe that nothing matters. Like their decisions, their actions. They don't have to be accountable. Who cares? Like none of this matters anyway. That's what it has accomplished. People don't believe there's a God that's going to judge them after.
I know. It sounds. It sounds not that important, or it looks like, or like that people have thought, and it's not important. But I mean, really, people continue believing in the moon landing, although we have not been back to the moon since 72, 74, 50 years. 50 years, almost 50 years. I mean, doesn't that raise a red flag?
It's expensive, that's why.
What's expensive?
Going to the moon. It's very expensive, isn't it? I mean, how much did it cost? It cost billions, didn't it?
If you adjust for inflation, it's probably trillions, isn't it?
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's inflation. I mean, everywhere around the world we've got inflation, haven't we? Doesn't matter where we're from. There's inflation everywhere.
Except if you were holding gold and silver back then, that there was no inflation for you.
Yeah, well, yeah, obviously, Bong. I mean, I wasn't living in them times, was I? But I mean, look, I get why you question it, right? I mean, it's healthy to be skeptic about that. But once you see the physics and the logistics about it, it actually makes more sense why we did go. It's more to do with politics, isn't it?
Wait, when you actually examine the physics, it will be nonsensical. It wouldn't make sense. It will be nonsensical, thinking that you can see from the moon setting, look back to the Earth and see a ball Earth. Because the Earth is not curving. So seeing a ball Earth is nonsense.
Have you heard about the blue marble? That image they took, yeah. Is that nonsense?
That's a fantasy setting. That is a fantasy setting. Doctrines of men.
All right, but would you agree with me that the human brain, our brain, is a quantum receiver? It processes data beyond conscious awareness. So, like, if you think intuition's nonsense, but every fighter, right, every pilot, or every trader, every mother has to rely on it, right?
The Earth presents itself to be a certain way, and if I give you an image or a imagery that misrepresents the Earth in a different way that is not, that is a misrepresentation. Fantasy nonsense that is not discovered, is made up, invented, not real.
Nonsense thinking. Nonsense is thinking that consciousness ends at the skull, but it doesn't end at the skull. All right, the nervous system that we have is just the hardware. The signal runs through reality itself. I mean, you might call it psychic, you might call that intuition, you might call it field or whatever. It's the same software, it's just a different name. You don't have to believe in physics.
That you start within your senses, right? And then what you experience, you use your senses to wherever they take you, right? And then you can extend your sensory with equipment, like you're saying, right? We can develop optics. We have infrared. We have communication systems. So we can confirm what our senses already know, that the Earth is not curving, it's not in motion, and it cannot be, because we're breathing air, so that it cannot be a ball in the vacuum of space, right? A spinning ball spinning in the vacuum of space. That is literally nonsense that can be falsified, and it doesn't pass. It doesn't pass the measurement test. It doesn't pass the water test, and it doesn't pass the smell test. So it's nonsense.
James,
I understand.
James, I don't want to interrupt you, but he meant that it does make sense while we were talking about it doesn't make sense that they didn't go back to the moon for 50 years. And that if we take in consideration the physics, maybe he explains how does it make sense if we take in consideration the physics. What does he mean? I mean, it sounds contradictory because science back then was more backwards. I mean, the computers became stronger.
I agree with you, Berserker. 100%. You're 100% on.
Yeah, but maybe you can ask him what did he mean. Maybe you can ask him.
No, but Berserker, I'm trying to keep in back a little. I get it. No, your point is I like it, right? But you can make that point in a second. But I'm trying to keep in back into reality, right? I'm trying to, like I just told him at the end, the globe doesn't pass the measurement test, right? The measurement test goes based on observation, what we can observe, based on the measurements that we can do, utilizing our senses. We use our senses to measure things, right? Observation, we bring out the ruler, the laser, we bring out the infrared, we can see landmarks, distances. So the globe doesn't pass the measurement, the ruler test, right?
Yeah. I mean, if the average Joe believes that he only has 5 senses, that's fine. I don't believe I have 5 senses, for example. I believe I have 6 or 7 and a quiet mind. So I decode reality differently. Yeah.
No, that's not the point, though. The first sense about the measurement that we observe the Earth not curving, and we can confirm that it's not curving utilizing equipment. You're even operating the equipment using your senses. You're already confirming. You already what your senses told you based on your just your first step, page 1, your observation, telling you that the Earth is not curving. You can confirm it with equipment that can allow you to measure long distances and to observe long distances that your eyes won't reach that, right? Your eyes won't reach the infrared view, that laser test, right? But you can already confirm it, so you can falsify the nonsensical stance that the opposite is true, like that is curving. That will be the nonsense stance.
All right, but can we come to an agreement that evolution didn't just stop with the normal senses? We've also got intuition, we've got telepathy, we've got empathy, and they're more advanced sensory upgrades. Even though you might call it nonsense, but
evolution is more nonsense.
All right, so you believe we come from Adam and Eve, or like what's your stance on evolution?
I mean, that's your claim, right? Evolution, but you don't have evidence for that.
But neuroscience agrees, doesn't it, that our brain doesn't record reality; it predicts it does. We're not seeing the world; we're seeing the mind's model of it. We are. So, if you think about it, psychic intuition.
We can measure the world. We can measure it. We can either confirm what it is, and we can also falsify the claim that what is not.
All right. I just have a hard time. I mean, like, I love this server. No offense, all right, but I just have a hard time understanding the motion. Right now, we talked about motion, didn't we? But I believe that motion is only visible relative to another object. I mean, I don't know the statistics. I'm not like a scientist or anything. But if
We
if
observe
Earth was
motion,
like,
but not of the Earth. We observe motion of the luminaries and the sun, the moon, like hands of a clock. We see them moving in patterns, repeating patterns. We observe the stars, the planets. We observe the radiance, like clockwork, like actual clockwork.
how do we even know motion is real? How do we know even like time that is real? If you think about it, right? Like maybe it's just how our mind measures change. It's not.
Passing of the luminaries that indicate the passing. We put that in a metric and we call it time or minutes, or hours, right? But that is to our human level, right? Or people's metrics level. But the sun and the moon and the luminary, the way they operate and they move in cycles, that is the actual passing of time, and we can only observe that and do metrics, do certain metrics to write it down on paper, pieces of paper. Whatever time you wanna, whatever metric you're gonna use about it, you can do that. But that doesn't change the fact that the luminaries move and the Earth doesn't.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. I mean, the average Joe, the average person, maybe only believe that the clocks tick, that clocks only move the measurement. But I believe time is consciousness in motion. The present moment never ends. In other words, only awareness moves through the versions of itself. And Einstein even proved that time isn't universal, isn't it? It bends with all the speed and the gravity and all of that.
Bro, James, he was talking about the movements with which we observe the movements of the luminaries. I mean, I don't get the logic. The guy is talking about the movements of the luminaries and the stars, and the Earth is not moving, and we can observe the Earth. Then you start talking about time. Why?
It's all relative. You can't say it's not relative, isn't it? I mean, I get it. When you look up in the sky, it seems like the sky's moving around us, even though most of you don't believe it.
Sorry, I don't want to be unpolite, but you're not addressing the subject which he was talking, which you started, Ellie, and he elaborated on that. And then you are going to something else which has nothing to do with that.
No, I'm coming up to that, but
I just want to know what is the logic behind that.
Well, he said Einstein, so he's following Einstein's.
Yeah, but you were talking about something else. You were talking about the movements, and suddenly he starts talking about
the stuff that makes sense, right? We adjust clocks. Man makes clocks based on the movement of the luminaries, and we have to adjust them to give correct time. The only clock that is never late is the luminaries, the clock of the sky. It's never late.
So you talked about clocks. I didn't hear that. Did you talk about clocks, James?
No, I'm just saying that he's speaking about time, but I'm saying passing, right? The luminaries move, the day starts, and the movement of that clock is passing and affecting this medium, and we do metrics. We set up a clock, we put all the gears together, we make a man-made version of the clock of the sky, and then we call that time. We call the movement and that metric is noon, it's 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, whatever, it's nighttime, daytime, and we kind of call that time, but that's just passing.
I mean, you're right. I mean, the clock is man-made. I mean, I can't disagree with that. But what it measures isn't. All right, we didn't invent the time. We invented a way to track the rhythm of the motion. We did. I mean, the Earth rotation. I mean, even though you don't.
Never late. That's why we had to follow that clock of the sky, because it has real life consequences on the medium that we live.
Yeah, the stars, right? They move across the sky to remind us how small our viewpoint is. So what I'm trying to say, right? What looks like motion.
Here we go again.
No, because when you say the stars, and you say how remind us of how small, right? That is, you kind of like flipping your view from an outside perspective, and you trying to give it a size scale that you don't actually know that scale. You don't know the size scale of the whole of the whole of creation. So you can even think that the stars are trillions of miles away, and the guy next to you can say no, they're a few thousand miles away, and none of you actually have the correct answer.
Of course. I mean, a religious person might say the Earth is 6,000 years old, isn't it? I mean, I say it's 4.4 billion or something. They might say it's 6,000. Another one might say it's 10,000. But I'm trying to say we didn't make sunrise, did we? We didn't make decay. We didn't make heartbeat. We didn't make orbit. We made the clock. We did. Man didn't invent time. The time invented man's need to measure. That's what I'm trying to say.
No, the time was set up by the thing that supersedes it. That will be a mind behind it, a designer, a watchmaker. Because when we look at the sky as moving like a clock, that requires a watchmaker. And then we emulate that and create man-made versions of that.
Yeah, all right. I think you're onto something. All right, you're onto something. It does look designed if you do think about it, but it doesn't automatically mean a watchmaker. I mean, it could mean reality itself is intelligent. The universe doesn't need an external engineer if consciousness is moving into the code, isn't it? If you find a watch on the ground, for example, you don't assume a maker because the watches don't self-organize, but the universe does. Stars, cells, galaxies, DNA, me and you.
That's like a code. You're saying like code that doesn't require a coder. You're saying a construct that doesn't require an architect. You're saying a clock, an actual clock that doesn't require a watchmaker.
I'm using Spinoza. I'm using Spinoza language. I am like what Einstein used to do. Spinoza level.
Jamesy, may I ask him a question?
Go ahead.
Yeah, Jamesy. Pantheos. It looks like, you admitted that it looks like that there is a kind of intelligence behind it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Behind the I will avoid the word creation. I will use the word
designer.
Okay.
Design.
Yeah, something. Yeah, I think he mentioned designer. Yeah, it looks like there is a designer behind it, right?
A higher intelligence. Yeah, we can. Not the god that, not the sky daddy that we're thinking about.
And you use the word consciousness. Okay. So, aren't we? If Jamesy is religious, if he believes in God, or you look like always trying to prove that there is no God. I mean, aren't you proving the same thing? You are just naming it with a different name. You are saying it's consciousness, but you are agreeing that there is kind of a design behind it, intelligence.
There is no other way around it. And let me say, Berserker, I wouldn't say religious. I'm just acknowledging the obvious. There is a design in place. There is a construct in place. There is a code in place, right? And that only calls for acknowledgement.
I agree with you. There is order. That's why the word cosmos means actually order. So there is order. It looks like that it has been built. But what I'm trying to say, at the end of the day, we agree with each other. I mean, Pantheos and you and I, we would agree that there is intelligence behind it and there is order behind it. And it is not a coincidence or the existence hasn't been sprung out of coincidence. It looks like it was designed. It was carefully put like a blueprint. So don't we agree at the end of the day? And you are only using another name for the designer or creator or the order.
That's pantheism right there. That's pantheism, seeing God as the total system. as the galaxies, the energy, you and me, the consciousness.
You're saying that God is the design, but the creator will be an outside agent that put the design in place. Like like when you have this BMW or this Mercedes or this Tesla car, you're saying the Tesla car that is driving me around has all these features. That is God, but logically that the Tesla has a designer, an architect.
I mean, look, God as an engineer outside the system, like Tesla, that's a good example. Like Tesla building the car and watching it drive. That story works until you start asking where that engineer would sit outside of what. If everything that exists is inside the universe, where exactly would the outside even be? So it's not about having a personal sky daddy. It's not about that. It's about seeing God as the electricity running through Tesla, through the car, through the driver, through the road, through the stars overhead. The power isn't outside the circuit. It is the circuit.
What does pantheism mean? What does pantheism mean?
Well, pantheism is like for my name as well. For pantheos, which is all in God. It is. Pan means all, and theism is like God. So like pansexual, like all is sexual and all the stuff like that. It means everything is God. In other words, to make it short, not a person in the sky, not a sky daddy.
Right. Hey, can I ask you a question real quick? Are you also aligned with the Kabbalah and its teachings, its beliefs? That's what it sounds like. That's what the Kabbalah is too.
Yeah, I mean, I do research into the Tree of Life and the Kabbalah and stuff like that. It does make sense when you get into it because I mean, all the Bible, the Torah, the Quran are all books of consciousness. If you think about it, it's a manual of consciousness. It is.
Well, not the Bible. I think the Bible is different because it is different. Okay, like all these other books, all these other the Zohar. Okay, globe Earth, right? Hinduism. Globe Earth, right, and the atom, right? All the Bible is a flat Earth book. It's different.
Yeah, I mean, it was written in the 1st or 2nd century, wasn't it? It's old school. It is the Bible, right. But the Bible is the same. The Bible, let me tell you something, right? Look. In the Bible, it talks about, for example, 144,000 people going to heaven in the book of Revelation. Jesus picking up 153 fish. Add the numbers up, right? It comes to 9, doesn't it? And in the Kabbalah, 9 is yet
we're talking about. I was talking about Genesis 1. Okay, Genesis 1. That's basically explaining how God created the world, the physical world. Yeah, and it's a flat world, right? And it's like this air, it's like this bubble of air and surrounded by water, and it's flat. See, that's the model of Genesis 1, right? The Zohar's model, right? Einstein's model, right? The Kabbalah's model is a globe. Okay, it's opposites.
I wouldn't say it's opposite. Like, for example, let there be light. In Genesis, it says, let there be light, right? It's not a command shouted from the outside cosmos. It's the moment the infinite becomes aware of itself. The Big Bang, the divine spark, Genesis.
Do you think it was spoken with a human mouth, with human vocal cords in some kind of air or vacuum? Like, because that's not.
Yeah, it was written by 40 authors. It was. The Bible was written by man.
Yes, right. No, what I'm saying is, let there be light. See, was spoken by a creator. Okay, and his voice, when he speaks, it's not like our voice when we speak. See, it's very different. So that's what I mean.
I mean, I would. Yeah, I mean, you do have a point. It does has like flat Earth vibes in the Bible. I can't deny that, but I just don't see the creation as an ongoing process, and not just a one-line command. Let there be light. That wasn't a sentence spoken in Hebrew back in the day.
Another variable, though, and I see what you're saying, but you gotta add the loss of logic as well. This thing that you're saying, the universe and the constructed itself. You need logic behind it, and that logic requires a mind. It's not. It cannot be like pieces of rock decided to group up and created a contained dynamic system that has movement of the luminaries.
What he's saying, James.
So you need logic behind it. You need a code, a designer that put piece by piece everything together. However, it requires a mind behind it, a consciousness.
Yeah, I think.
I mean,
I think.
look,
James,
religion.
I think he means. I think he means that the universe is conscious of itself, and it created itself.
Well, the agent, the designer, the creator, could be within his creation, but the design is not the designer.
Right, Jemsy, let me ask you a question then. As humans, right, we want a storyteller because it gives us comfort, it does. But what if the storyteller is the story itself? Maybe the voice that said, "Let there be light" in Genesis is the same voice speaking through every human mind that asks, "Why are we here right now?" So you want to agree that "Let there be light" was written by a creator? Go ahead. But that creator never stopped creating.
I can tell you that there is a construct in place, like I told you, and within the heavens above, we can see a structural design, like a structure, like a building. Like the what people describe as the city of God up in heaven, God's heavenly tabernacle with the Most High sits on His throne and He watch over everybody. Right? That's actually observable from the ground we're standing, everywhere across the world. And you know, as an agent,
that structure you're talking about is the divine mind. The universe isn't a city built by God. It's God expressing itself as a living city through energy, matter, and awareness.
Yeah, before we go there, okay, because like that's what these. How about we start at the beginning, right? Because look, if the Earth is not a ball, right, then all that is just rubbish. You know what I mean?
Wait, what's rubbish? Yeah. What I said?
Well, no. What? This.
Because let me tell you, bro. Let me tell him. No, you're correct, bro. I get you, and I agree somehow with you. But you have to figure out the design first, because if you're believing that you're standing on a nonsensical spinning ball in the vacuum of space, your foundations are just out of whack. So how can you come to a logical conclusion about the nature of the world if your foundations, you're under a spell at the moment? If you believe that the world is this ball in the vacuum of space, that is complete nonsense, fantasy, man-made. Listen, the globe wasn't discovered. The globe was made up. It's a doctrine of men.
The Earth's shape isn't a matter of belief, it's a matter of measurement. But whether you call it a ball, a realm, a sphere, I don't know, on a turtle or something, I believe the deeper truth is that it's all running inside one field, one coherent field. The form doesn't threaten the divine, it reveals it does. So if the Earth...
You deny the design, you're denying the designer.
How am I denying the designer?
I think Jemsy. So just one point, Jemsy. I think we are missing something. You are missing something, Jemsy. I think you are missing something, and we are missing something. I think Pantheos is not a real glober. So from what he's talking about field, and he's saying it's not important. So I think he's not a glober. He's Go ahead. He's not a globe. He's just
Is the Earth a spinning globe? Is it?
As I said, he's a pantheist.
Yeah, look, I believe that from Genesis, "Let there be light," versus the Big Bang story. I mean, I see the Big Bang story more accurate. I do. I don't fully accept that the Earth.
Okay. Do you know where the Big Bang story comes from? Do you know who came up?
I interrupted him. My bad, Bong. I interrupted. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead and make your point. My bad. I interrupted you.
I mean, look, the Big Bang story came from that Catholic guy, right? I can't deny that, but it did come from Einstein's ideas as well. It did. It's not a religion or a guess. It's the current specific model for how space itself began. Now, if you don't want to believe NASA, that's up to you. It is. It's your choice. It is. Everyone has their own choice, their own free will. But I mean, science describes the how,
you
the
said-
expansion.
Wait, you said earlier that's not a matter of belief; it was a matter of measurements, right? And now you're saying the opposite. I mean,
Yeah, because look, what I'm trying to say, right? Pantheism asks the why. Science describes the how. Maybe that explosion wasn't random, but consciousness itself folding. In Genesis, you're talking about let there be light. In physics, that's called singularity.
The measurement
that's a
tells
belief
you the
system.
what it. Measurement shows you the what it is. The what.
I think Jamesy asked you if you believe we are ball, right, Jamesy? And you
Describe
started talking
he
about-
described the
Yeah,
globe the globe model basically. I mean the globe nonsense model.
Yeah, but
This
he
guy's
didn't answer
misunderstanding.
directly. He didn't answer directly. Can you answer directly? Do you believe that the Earth is a ball, Pentheus?
I mean, I don't know the full shape of it. I haven't been to space. I mean, I don't know if I should trust NASA or trust the government and all of that. But I mean, I do believe that yeah. I mean, like if you look at the Big Bang and you look at scientists and stuff like that, you can come to a conclusion. You can of what it actually is.
Okay. When you believe in the Big Bang, then you have to believe in the globe, right? Am I right?
I mean,
that is the religion.
if you think about it, yeah, it does make
That's the
sense, doesn't it? Yeah.
religion. Hey, bro, can I just correct you because you were like you were trying. It was like you misunderstood. Like when they say religion, like they're not talking about like you dress up in white coats. Oh, hang on, they do dress up in white coats and call themselves priests. Well, they don't call themselves priests; they call themselves scientists. But I mean, like then it's not like this organized go to church worship religion. What you're talking about. That's the religion. Someone's idea of the origins of life and matter and energy from a single point that imploded or exploded, whatever you want to say, right, and expanded forever into space. That's the religion, bro. That's the belief system.
Yeah. But Dub. I mean, you can also come to an agreement that blind faith in scientists in a white coat or priests in a white globe is still blind faith. But the lab coat doesn't make you more
Those guys,
enlightened
they
anymore than the
also
robot.
have that faith.
Science isn't a religion, though. It's a method. It is. It doesn't
No,
ask you
you're
what
not
to believe. It asks
talking
you to
about
test it.
science. They're hiding behind the word science. They believe it too. They don't have any evidence of it either. And they're hiding behind this word science and giving people like you the impression that they're doing something empirical and have some sort of ability to discern nature in all its entirety, which they don't.
Well,
They
I
call
believe
it
we need
theoretical
both. We do.
science. That's why it's called theoretical science, theoretical astronomy.
We need secularism, in other words. Religion tries to give us meaning, doesn't it? And science tries to give us the mechanism. We need both of them.
What Dub said, they are hijacking. You are either falling into it, or you are also hijacking the name of science, the methodical, empirical science, and claiming it for yourself. But you are applying, but you are following actually a belief because you don't have measurements. Because you mentioned measurements, and I think Jamesy asked you, or maybe Dubs was it, about you were talking about measurements, but we are not doing it. Someone told you, wanted to draw you back that we actually have the measurements. The globe model doesn't have the measurements. Was that you, T-Dub?
That's fine. That's fine.
Did you
fine.
just want to clarify? Just want to make sure. Did you understand what that meant? I don't remember who was it who said it. We don't believe that the Earth. Yeah, we don't believe that the Earth is flat. We know the Earth is flat because we have measured it. But the globe doesn't measure it. The globe claims a calculation from Eratosthenes that is a calculation. There is a difference between calculation and a measurement.
Yeah, I understand
it's theoretical. It's theoretical. They have imagined a model, a system, an order where the numbers match, and whenever you go back to math, to the pencil and paper and calculate, the math would work. But they are not considering the measurements which are reality. Do you get what the one meant? I think it was Gemsy. T-Dub said it was Gemsy.
Yeah, no, I understood every single word that you three were saying.
Can you acknowledge that? Can you acknowledge that the Big Bang? Look, can you acknowledge that Big Bang and the model and the heliocentric model and the globe model is the one who doesn't rely on measurements, rather on calculations, which are applied after the invention of a model which is completely theoretical, fantasized by somebody. Somebody said it could be like that, and let me see if I put this here and the sun there and the moon there and the earth here. Let me see if the math would work. And then when it works,
somebody?
he says it's reality, but that's not reality.
Who is that somebody? I mean, for me, I'm in the middle ground. I don't worship NASA.
Yeah, you know
and I don't
who
worship
that somebody. You know who somebody. You know who that somebody is. Copernicus, Newton.
That's cool. That's cool. Real quick. That's cool. So real quick, just simple, because there's evidence that can be provided that the claim of the globe of the Earth curving as a sphere, that has been falsified by tests, observations, laser tests, infrared. Everything we do practical, in reality, it falsifies the claim that the Earth is a globe. So it's just a matter of acknowledging the falsification of it.
Dempsey, to me, the deeper point isn't the shape, it's the system, and I'm sure that we can all agree on this, right? Whether we call it a globe, a realm.
And we're not making a claim of a shape, though, because the surface not curving is just this orientation that we found ourselves on top of. That's not a shape claim, because we don't have God's eye view, like an outside perspective to tell you the shape of creation. We don't have that. No man has that.
Yeah, we can't play God here, of course. I understand your point of view, but I'm more team truth. Right? If the numbers,
the Globers are telling you that they know what's 30 trillion miles away from here. They're putting their codes, and they're serving as priests and telling you that they know what's happening in a black hole or exoplanets. The Earth is a globe. They're showing you these cartoons from an outside perspective, and it's complete fantasy.
Yeah, of course. When you think about it, millions of miles inside the black hole. What's the start of consciousness? What started the universe? Aliens, if we're alone or not. There are some questions that we can't answer until now. I get why people raise an eyebrow for stuff like this. We can't even picture those distances without sensors.
Gemsy and Tita Bongso. Sorry for. Yeah, I just want to say something. Don't you notice? I mean, pantheos. Okay, you are trying somehow to inject. Consciousness. The topic of this server is not consciousness. Is not religion. It is about the lack of curvature. You know what the lack of curvature means. It is about empirical things. What we are saying is we cannot find the curvature. Okay, it could indicate that there is a creator. It could, but the point is we want to rely on empirical evidence. And what we are saying is we were globers by ourselves. We believed that the Earth is a globe, and we believed that that men went to the moon, landed on the moon, and we believed in the Big Bang. Okay, sorry if it's getting long. I hope it would not get. It will try to make it concise.
Based on testing, observations.
Yeah, what we are saying, we cannot find the curvature. Yeah, what I'm saying, the topic here is we cannot find the curvature because we can make observations and rely on rig oil, which is which has a coordination on Google, so we can know the distance to the horizon. Something like oil rig, something like that. Empirical, we can see the opposite shore on a lake at a distance of 21 miles. And what we are saying is, we cannot validate, we cannot prove. We don't like to be, we don't like to believe like in a religion when just because someone told us that they landed on the moon, and just because they because we cannot go to the moon, but we can go to the lake and see the shore on the opposite side at a distance of 20 miles, which means that there should be a drop of 266 feet, and it is not there. But we cannot go to the moon. And according to the law of nature, one of the laws of nature, that is law of nature, right? The second law of thermodynamics. The second law of so space would be a violation of the second law of thermodynamics, because because entropy moves always from high energy to low energy. So the gas, if there was no container, the gas would disperse into space. So how is it possible? I mean, alone the fact that we have gas pressure in the air indicates and proves that there must be a container. That is an antecedent. It's called the container is antecedent. So logically thinking, the model of the globe doesn't make sense. And when the moon landing, and when the moon landing doesn't make sense, although it is so near to us. Why should you believe in Big Bang? How can you know what the Big Bang was? I already finished, James. Yeah, I already finished. So how can you know? How can you see so far in the past Big Bang and black holes which cannot be seen? Go ahead.
All right, but okay, I know what you're getting at, all right? I mean, but look, we live in the 21st century, right? I mean, maybe we don't believe in mainstream stuff, you don't believe in it, but they're more like mirrors, all right? Now, I get it, it sounds unbelievable when we think about it, 380,000 kilometers away in the 60s and the 70s with computers weaker than a phone calculator. A lot of people question that. It's okay to question it, but the proof isn't in belief. It's in what we can still measure and use today. For the laser thing, we said, right? We can bounce lasers. We didn't drive there, did we? They used. No,
it is a belief. It is a belief because it is not repeatable. I cannot repeat it. We can go. Each one of us can go to a lake, to the nearest lake, even when someone doesn't have the ocean shore or a seashore. Everywhere you can find at a distance of maybe 50 miles or 100 miles a lake. You can go there and you can do the observation.
How do you know it's 50 miles?
It is a belief. It is a belief because I have to believe in NASA. I have to believe in you because you believe in NASA. You believe in the government or in NASA or in mainstream claim that we landed on the moon. Do you see what we mean? This is not empirical. We cannot falsify it. It is not like a scientific experiment which we can repeat it and do it by ourselves. We cannot go to the moon, and it contradicts. It doesn't work with the second law of thermodynamics. And you cannot, guys, you cannot know the weather next week. And you're telling me you knew how everything worked in the universe and sprung up 40 billion years ago? Do you see what I mean? We are the ones who are trying to be satisfied with the things which we can prove by our hands, our feet. We can go outside and put our feet in the dirt and measure and take a P900 and look at the shore of the lake at the opposite side. The opposite shore is at a distance and we are seeing it. This means there is no curvature. So this is something empirical. But what you are requiring from us is a belief. We should believe in what Einstein said. Do you get what I mean? Not all these words are not important. It's the grit behind it, the skeleton. The skeleton is like what I'm saying is. It is everything which you are claiming, what science claims about the consciousness and the black holes and the big bangs is theoretical. It requires belief. Okay. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah. No, that's a good way to put it. I mean, look, numbers are tools, they're not the truth, all right? I mean, some people say 380,000, some people say this. The same with, like, going from an island, like, how long the distance is. You can measure the shadows, but shadows only make sense when you understand the light source behind it. So you can keep your units, you can, because you keep talking about yards and feet as well, Berserker. I'm looking at the system that makes the units work in the first place. You can measure distance all day. I'm measuring the consistency here. If the same equations fly rockets, steer the planes, or the satellites and GPS and all of that stuff, that's the signature of intelligence. It's not a coincidence. We live in the 21st century. We don't live in the 10th century anymore. You may believe that, the Bible believes.
All of the examples that you got, what would be the evidence? Let's say, okay, so we can present measurements that the Earth is not curving, but you're saying that this stuff that you're talking about, you mentioned a bunch of different things. What is that? Give me one example of one of those, and what is that indicating to you specifically? What is that telling you? What is the conclusion that you're drawing from whatever example that you brought up?
I mean, there are a lot of them. You know, like from GPS to
Just give me
trying
one.
to prove the
And what is the
curvature.
conclusion?
Air travel. All right, let's talk about air travel, for example. Have you ever been on a plane before? You ever traveled before?
Many times.
All right. So, so can we understand, like, if the Earth were flat, you know, those routes would just waste the fuel for long distances from like Sydney to New York or something, or from London to Canberra.
You want to touch this one, Tito?
Well, I just want to ask him why. Why would you say that?
Well, I mean, there's routes on the plane, isn't there? I mean, like, you're going to go like a long distance, Dub. I mean, obviously, you're going to go for the quickest route, aren't you? I just can't comprehend. I can't come to sense of how a flat Earth would actually like come to logic on this sense. I don't understand.
Where did you learn that you need to take the quickest route? Where did you learn that? What flight school?
I didn't. I'm not a pilot. I'm not a pilot. When I go on a plane, I use my blind faith. I don't know who's in the cockpit, do I?
They fly. It's not how they fly.
Yeah, on a sphere though. If it is a sphere, which I don't know. I mean, I can't prove it, but
like the way you're saying, get it out of your head. Stop saying dumb shit.
It's not. I don't think it's dumb shit. I mean, do you know about the Great Circle? What do you think about that? Let's talk about that a little bit.
Let's keep it on airplanes for now. Let's bring it to a logical conclusion.
That's to do with flight paths. So they'll claim that the distance between 2 points on a sphere will be an arc, the partial arc of a great circle.
All right, okay, Dub, let's say you're going from London to Los Angeles, right? Just imagine it, right? It goes north over Greenland, doesn't it? On a globe, if it's a sphere, it's shorter than that, isn't it? But if it's a flat Earth, it's going to look weird, it is. The airlines, what they do, they choose it because the fuel costs money, doesn't it? Not because you're in a theory.
No, I don't understand why you're saying that, though. Why can't they just go like that on the flat Earth? I don't understand.
It's a waste of money. They use the shortest path.
Pentheus, can you show us the path on the map?
Yeah,
the side chat.
I'm at work, so I got to get this out quick while I'm listening, dude.
Yeah, just open your phone up. Go on Google Maps.
Motherfucker, stop talking over me. They don't get up in the air, pick a point, and go right to their destination. That's insanity.
You're fucking retarded, bruv. If you don't trust the textbooks, plot the coordinates yourself then.
I asked you, which flight school did you learn this at? Pilots don't pick
I didn't go to flight school.
Pilots
I studied psychology. I didn't study pilot.
The motherfucking pilots don't pick the route.
Yeah, they're just told. They're told because they have to. It's not as simple as just going, well, there's the 2 points, there's the quickest distance, quickest way, because they've got to take into account different things like other flight paths and altitudes and winds, weather conditions, right? Stopovers, detours, emergency landings. There's a whole different bunch of stuff that determines a flight route, right?
Also, when you reach the airport, when you go from airport to airport, you also have to accommodate for the light that you're gonna land to the airport. Because some days the airport will take you from the east, other days will take you from the west, and the airports will switch the side that you can come from and land on it. So it's not like I'm gonna go like they're saying. There's many variables in place that have nothing to do with the globe or curvature of the Earth to operate an airplane.
Right. Actually, they're taught to treat the Earth as flat and motionless, right? And then all your pitch data, all your flight data, your sensor data, just tells you that the aircraft is just constantly flying, right, for many hours at a time, just flat, level, horizontal. It's not curving, or it's not changing its orientation to maneuver around a curved surface.
Everyone's a pilot here, I'm assuming, right? Everyone's gone to flight school?
Been looking at this topic for quite some time, Pantheos. That's the problem. I don't know how long you've been into this topic, but we've been doing it for many years. So we've talked to pilots. We've also seen what they actually do. So we have good reason to actually talk to you about this. And I don't know, what's your background? Have you looked into this?
Well, I mean, my major is psychology. It's not aviation or conspiracies. It is, and I try to get to the root. I try to understand the core belief why people make a belief in the first place.
Right, but maybe that's a different category. Maybe that's a different category, Panthos. Like, you're trying to put this conversation in a box that you can understand better from your perspective or your field of study. But what happens if it's just empirical information and we're just giving you the facts? Why does it have to have the angle of it being some type of like mental disability? Like, I don't. That's the part that I don't understand. Like,
yeah, I'm all ears, bro. I'm all ears. I'm listening to you. But when the other guy gets emotional and calls people a motherfucker or something else, I can't take it serious.
Yeah, but check it out, man. In this conversation, like, there's a lot of emotional, like, feelings and things that we get into because of the fact that it seems like the people that we speak to are a bit obtuse when it comes to like us giving them the facts, like as if what we're saying is not true, right? So when people are telling you something and you're just maybe, I don't know if you were or not, I just got here, but if you're dismissive on it, then yeah, it could cause somebody to be upset because it's like you're not taking in the information and weighing it out. Like if you don't know something, like that's what I'm saying. If you don't know something and if you're not weighing it out and you're just like quickly responding, that does frustrate the people. I mean, it would frustrate you.
It does. I understand. It's good to be skeptical. Every argument has an emotional backbone. All right. For some, believing the Earth is one way or another isn't. It's not about the shape. It's about the trust. Who do I trust with my reality?
Listen, man.
For others, it's about agency. I don't want to feel lied
to. Your psychology background. We get accused of being delusional, right? But we are promoting that you can understand the world exactly as you see it through your senses.
Yeah.
No, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't say delusional. No, it's not. It's not about being delusional. Being told that you're delusional isn't about the facts. It's about belonging. It is. Nobody feels like being unheard. It's the human. It's human to push back when your worldview gets laughed at. People label each other all sorts of stuff they do when they can't tolerate uncertainty. I get that, but both sides protect their sense of control. One of them is by dismissing, and the other one is by defending, and that's about debate. That's debate, isn't it? At the core, we all want the same thing: to know what's real, to not be lied to.
I agree with you on that, but like the part we're trying to parse out here between the conversation that you're having is that you're regulating it to some psychological distress. And what I'm telling you is that perhaps it's just people that are giving facts and you're seeing it as something else. So you're putting it in a category is what I was saying to you. Like, and I think that's not good for the conversation because we're not moving forward. We're just, you're still trying to regulate it to like, well, you guys are just trying to be some special group on the internet, you know, some edgelords that are saying the earth is not what we all know it to be. You get me? Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, maybe you're coming at it in a different way, you know? Perhaps if you say, okay, if you guys are saying that this is the way pilots actually, you know, work in their field, then let's take a look. You get me? Like that's what I want you to look at.
I understand you perfectly, right? I mean, I wouldn't be on this server in the first place if I didn't believe in something. I'm trying to get ideas and understand the psychology, the reason why people believe in this. So if they call you delusional, don't mirror it. Just stay curious about it. Delusion is when someone
This is about skeptical and it's a trust issue, okay? You don't have to be skeptical about how you take in information about the world and how we describe it for what it is. And we don't have to trust anybody to tell us how to interpret that.
Yes, you don't have to trust anyone. You trust yourself. Trust your intuition. Trust your intuition. You know, you don't have to trust anyone.
Trust your empirical senses. Your intuition can take a back seat to this.
Exactly.
Blind trust is dangerous. It is. It's same with religion as well. It's blind trust. It is. It's blind faith.
We have measurements.
Yeah, but people get manipulated by the systems they do.
And Pantheos, no guys, I wanna say we've been speaking to him for a little while, and Pantheos, there's AV here and Joder, they will speak to you for a little bit, and he's been a good sport guy, so it's just you know, we've been throwing a lot of stuff at him, but he's been a good sport, so good. Talk to him.
He is. I'm not denying that. It's good faith, but the other person calling me a motherfucker, that's bad faith, isn't it?
Don't worry about
I'm
that.
in good
There's other
faith.
people on the internet. Don't just skip that. Just throw that to the bin. It's all
If you're a
good.
child,
muted or banned.
Hold on. Let me get in real quick. If you're a child of psychology, you should know where that's coming from. Then, because like in this conversation, people's like I said, emotions run a little bit higher than most other conversations because it's like a world shifting paradigm. Like the idea that what we're saying to you, it seems like there's a lot at stake. And that's your own cognitive ability to discern what is real and what is not. So, if you're making it sound like what we're saying is just phony baloney, yeah, people are going to say words like that. That's a part of it, right? It's the nature of the beast. So you have to realize where you're at and what you're talking about. So you can't be too taken back by it and be like, oh, well, I can't continue because he's saying motherfucker. Like, yeah, but do you understand what we're talking about here? It's people's
You're right. You're right. I'm not denying that, but total distrust trapped you in isolation, and that's why emotional IQ is just as important as logic. It helps you read people instead of either worshipping or fearing them.
Look, brother, man, let me talk to this guy with this. You know, you're coming in this with your own bias, and maybe you should look in the mirror instead, because you've just gotten to this topic, and you're making all these evaluations about us, them, how people act. I've been involved in a lot of topics. I've never personally been involved in a topic that's this off the wall. So we actually want to recruit you to evaluate some of the psychopathic Globers that come in here that send me autopsy photos.
Yeah. Look, I
got autopsy photos for fucking 6 weeks. Every mod in this server did for 6 weeks, dude.
Look, I do look in the mirror, right? We all look in.
Bro, you're like, you got this 10,000 piece jigsaw puzzle. You see one piece and think you know what the picture is. You really don't. If someone called you a motherfucker, you know, sorry about that, but like, we don't know if you're going to come in here and be honest, whether you're actually going to listen to us. Because you know how many times I've said, what was my very last sentence that I said, and they can't tell me because they were never paying attention. But they're arguing the point the entire time.
Yeah, you got to listen. You got to listen to both sides, and we all have to look in the mirror, not just me personally. That's where real debate happens, because everything we argue about on Discord or real life or anywhere is a reflection of what we haven't faced in our real life. You know,
you're talking about
belief is the mirror,
critique, right? Internal critique. Like, are we doing that? Like, you're basically saying, let's take stock if we're actually making ourselves accountable for what we're saying. And the answer is, of course, yes. In this conversation, we have to, because if we're not, like, I would say, like, if you're this particular server, right, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, like what we've been doing is we always examine the arguments, always. And there's been many arguments that have come across the table that seems to be like where people would side with, like, oh, this is a great argument for Flat Earth, and we would disagree with that, and so we find ourselves at odds with the argument. So it's not just like we're just saying things for people to, like, oh, take this and believe it. Like, no, we have to understand what we're saying. So the internal critique is always happening with us. That's the difference. I get what you're saying, but the same token, right? The people we speak to don't ever do that. It's what India was telling you right now. They don't ever do that. They come in here with their confidence level at 100. And so they're just like, no, the Earth is a globe. You guys are science deniers. Yeah, you shouldn't be alive or whatever. You know, they start saying a bunch of shit. So we're coming at speaking to you from this perspective, hoping that you can be somebody that's sensible and reasonable, right? And if you're a child of psychology, then you will understand that people in this specific topic are going to be emotional in that way. So.
Definitely. I'm not here to argue like a globe or a flat earther. I'm here to decode why people believe what they believe, the emotional logic underneath all the data. Because until we understand the psychology of belief, the facts that we're all pointing out will just bounce off identity itself. I'm not here to argue shapes. I'm here to study the software running those arguments behind it, the human need for certainty, for belonging, and for control, and all of that. Once you see the code, the beliefs start to make sense. It does, even the ones that you disagree with.
Yeah, I respect that, but it's like what we find most often, and you just like said it right now. It's an identity. It's a crisis that they have whenever we speak to them about their identity, like who they are, where they came from, all these philosophical understandings that people have when they think that the Earth is a globe. Big spinning ball in the vacuum of space, Big Bang Theory. They were soup a long time ago, and it just evolved from that little amoeba, and whatever. So they have this paradigm that they identify themselves with, and once you start talking about it's not that anymore, then it becomes an argument, because it's like we're talking outside of something they think is settled science. You get what I'm saying? So that's where that's where the identity crisis begins, right there.
Yeah, I get where you're getting at, right? Well, it comes like for the Big Bang, for example. Like the way I see it is a little bit off the top. It's more deep. It is. I mean, physically, right? The Big Bang is space-time expanding from a single super. I don't know if you believe that or not, right? That's the how, isn't it? Yeah, all of that stuff. But I see it more as the first spark of awareness. I do. We know the cause of it. We don't know. We know the effect of it. We don't know the cause of it. Like before the explosion, there was no space, no time. It was just potential, and that awareness blinked on, and reality started to express itself as energy. It did, and matter, and eventually our mind, our consciousness. It's like the universe took a breath and just said, "I am." Just like in Genesis, "Let there be light." It's more deep, is the way I'm thinking about it, but it might sound stupid, but yeah.
I mean, everybody can have their own interpretation of how they take that on, and it seems like there's a mainstream narrative that's supposedly like a bit more rigid than what you just described. Like it's a bit more mechanical. But like what we're talking about right now is how someone interprets that information. I think more what we need to look at is what can we know for sure. And the answer is probably nothing about that. Like, we wouldn't know what happened at the beginning of time. There's a lot of, guesstimation happening. Well, people would say that it's this because we got background radiation, so we must have come from a singularity at some point. Like it was all, a small condensed hot point at, at the very beginning. But like, even if they say all of that, there's no way to verify any of this. And also,
we just. Mm-hmm. Yeah. We need to know where to say I don't know. We don't know where consciousness arises from. We don't know how the universe formed. We don't know if there's aliens. There are some things that we just don't know. We don't. Everyone thinks they're a scientist. They think it's 13.8 billion years ago. A Christian will say, "Oh, it's 6,000 years old," or the other one will say it's 10,000 years of age. Maybe it's not random, the Big Bang. Maybe it was consciousness scattering itself into infinite forms so it could experience itself from every angle. We don't know. Everyone has a different perspective on it.
So now let's fast forward till 2025, we're having a conversation on the internet about the very topic of the nature of reality, which would be what is the Earth? What's the shape? What is it? Is it embedded in the space, in the cosmos? Like, what is it? And so these questions seem to be already answered by the mainstream narrative. So a lot of people are carrying these beliefs. I know that's what they are. They're beliefs. They're carrying these beliefs and then moving forward into like conversations like these and saying, "Oh, I know the Earth is a globe." And so the cognitive dissonance begins when we start to talk about that it's not that. And then, of course, the identity crisis ensues. And then we're off to the races, right? Where people are angry on the internet about us talking about the nature of reality and the shape of the Earth. Yeah? So this is where we're at right now.
AB, it's an existential crisis that they're having. It's beyond an identity crisis.
Yeah, look, at the root of it, our brain doesn't care about what's objectively real. It cares about what keeps you alive. So what happens, it filters information to create a stable, predictable world, even if that world is partial illusion. So what happens, that's why people cling to beliefs that make them feel safe and not necessarily the ones that are accurate. Yeah. We're pattern-making machines, we are. We're pattern-making machines. When something repeats, like day or night, sunrise and sunset, the cause and effect, the brain encodes it as truth. It rewards cognition with dopamine, and it punishes it with anxiety and depression. That's why people defend their worldview so hard. They're defending the chemistry of safety. So once the belief links to identity, like, for example, I'm smart, I'm awake, I'm logical, the earth is round, the earth is flat, I'm spiritual, I'm psychic, the mind protects it like skin. And contradiction feels like a threat, not an education. So the debates stop being about facts and start being about self-preservation. The next step in evolution is metacognition, it is. Realizing that you're not your thoughts, you're the awareness watching them form. And when you can witness your own mental bias, you start seeing the simulation from the outside. And that is awakening. It's not mystical, it's just meta. It's all awakening is. I know it might sound a bit spiritual to you, but that's true.
It's not a bad assessment. That's not a bad assessment, like from the first take. I mean, if this has been your first conversation with people that are talking about flat Earth, that's not a bad assessment. I mean, as far as
I can't say that's the Kabbalah. That's Kabbalah Earth. That's a Kabbalist's belief system, religion. What you explain?
I mean, like
singularity. Go ahead.
So when this whole topic was introduced to us, every single body that's in here right now, it came at a certain time in their life, right? When they were very young, they were told that the Earth and all the things that were in it is a specific paradigm, right? You got planets, you got cosmos, you got all these things, and we're being told as children, this is just the way it is. But as far as like how we can investigate into these things, like we don't get taught that until later on, and where you start going to college, and then they're like, well, this is what the universe is made of, and you got Einstein's theory of gravity and all. You get different things, that constituent parts that make the things that we think reality are made of. So now we're into discussion with people who've never looked twice into the topic, except for when they learned it when they were in elementary. And it seems like they have a very basic and rudimentary understanding of like what they think the cosmos are and the planets and all that. So when we talk to them, they're very confident when they come in here. So it feels like we can't move the needle when it concerns like their understanding about like what they know and what they don't know. So we're just arguing really, how can they know what they know versus like what they think they know.
Yeah, exactly. That's a good way to put it. Like what was the guy's name? Bong Sao, when he talked about the Kabbalah before. There's something called Sephirot in Kabbalah. It's a different emanation of the divine, of the Ein Sof. It is, and it's about cognition and emotional functions. The mystics, they call that Tidintum module.
The point I was trying to make. Yeah, you're right, but the point is the globe Earth model, the Big Bang, comes from the Zohar, the Kabbalah. It's Hinduism, right? That's where the model of the atom comes from. That's where it comes from. That's what we mean. It's a religion. That's what I was saying. Is so, and that's also the same religion of an atheist, right? Because they have the same gods, right? Nothing, a no thing. You know, so
deeply.
it's very antichrist. Yeah, go ahead.
I personally believe that the Big Bang and the Kabbalah are describing like the same pattern with just different symbols. Because you know what science talks about? It talks about space, time, energy, it all came out of a singularity, like what's inside of a black hole. And the Kabbalah, what does it say? It comes from the infinite light, the Ein Sof, contracted from the emanated into the vessels of form. They both start with the same rhythm. So you've got a point there, you have. It's an infinite potential. They're going on to limitation, going on to expansion. Just like the Big Bang tries to explain it. Yeah, I get your point there. But God doesn't build the world. The divine light coincides through the 10 Sephiroths.
Well, the point is, it's a lie. It's all a lie. Okay? Water's flat. You know what I mean? Like, the water is flat and level. That's all you need to know it's all a lie.
Look,
if you're taking the cup,
let me
if you're taking the Kabbalah, go on.
That the idea preceded the evidence. So the Greeks, Plato, like if you look at when the Earth being a globe was first mentioned, it preceded all the evidence. They had a metaphysical, aesthetic argument that spheres were the most perfect shape, and then they went out to look for the evidence of that, right? But they already had the idea, right? This is the opposite of science. The idea of outer space precedes the evidence. Like all these ideas, they precede the evidence. The idea of an atom precedes the evidence, right? Like you can find whatever you look for. You know what I mean? You should know this in psychology with the gorilla test, where the gorilla runs in and steals the basketball. Nobody sees the gorilla because the players keep pretending to pass the basketball around. So they expect to see a basketball game, and the gorilla's invisible to them. And the Goldberg paradigm is the same way.
Yeah, you got a good point. You got a good point there. I mean, the science will call it expansion. Kabbalah will call it emanation, or whatever they want to call it, right? And it's the same with the gorilla theory as well. I watched that video as well. You know, we don't know because we're focusing on one thing. We don't know what the gorilla's doing. That's the selective attention test. It is, you know, where people watch the players passing the basketball, and while they're counting the passes, a guy in a gorilla suit just walks in through the scene. Half the viewers don't even notice what's going on. It shows that perception isn't reality; it's about attention. It is. So what happens? Our brain filters almost everything out so it can focus on one task. So what you call like the world, the simulation, is basically what your nervous system is letting in. The gorilla's there, but the mind edits it out to protect its focus, and that's how most of us move through life. We see what matches our expectations and miss what doesn't fit our model. Flat Earth, globe Earth, on a turtle, religion, science, everyone's counting their own passes. The gorilla is the truth that none of us are looking for.
Yeah, so expand that into the current paradigm of globe Earth, but at a societal level instead of some small, just selective attention. They go to the beach, they see flat water, they see 50 miles, and that's just normal Earth's a globe. I should see Chicago 50 miles away, because they have no idea what the actual mathematics say. The mathematics say you shouldn't, but you do, and you just say, "Oh, that's normal." So it's like this weird normalcy bias.
Yeah, but an individual. Hang on a second. But an individual, when that is brought to their attention, if they're smart enough, they would say, "Yeah, I shouldn't be able to see it." If they apply their attention to the question and task at hand. But if you're just looking at the ocean from, you know, in the frame of mind where you're not thinking about the curvature of the Earth, you're enjoying the moment, and that doesn't come up, then you're not going to notice the anomaly there that you shouldn't be able to see so far. You see what I mean? Because it's not in your brain at all. You've already accepted that you're on a globe, so you're not looking to be searching for anything, and you're enjoying what you're looking at without thinking about the globe as such, which is most of us in that situation.
Yeah, but Jin, again, I mean, can you agree that our brains aren't built to detect curvature? We evolved to see maybe
I totally disagree with that.
Boxall was here, Jamesy was here. 30 minutes later, I told him the topic is the empirical observation and measurement of flat Earth, and he's coming here trying to inject consciousness.
Let me
universal consciousness. Wait a minute, Jin, because he's wasting his time. He will go back and walk in circles about how the brain works. But Jin, you know how your brain works, and your brain is not limited by the skull. It is things like this. So look, I told you the same thing which AV told you. We would like to have the evidence, empirical evidence, observations, as Indy told you about the metaphysical model, the same thing which I told you. They came with a fantasy that that the sun is the center, and they said, okay, let me put this here and the earth there, and then let me see if the math works. Okay, so without considering reality, what we are doing is reality. That's why I asked you, and I told you, you are trying to inject spiritualism, universal consciousness, the pantheism, that the universe itself is, and you are going back and talking about how the brain works and how psychology works, and this, in the same time, you are throwing us in the same basket like the Globers. We have to listen to each other. We listen to the Globers all the time. We ask them the questions. We provide them the evidence in the side chat. We show them the observations. How is it possible to see? And they are the ones who are not functioning correctly psychologically, because they are seeing the evidence and they are not addressing it. And then they even tell you very openly, okay, I would like to move to how the time zones work, how the seasons work. As you came, plane flights and things like that.
Okay,
Well, I get you.
Can I not interject?
Yeah, I told him. I told him. You can ask Bongso. You can ask Jemzi.
Can I not interject here now?
Can you?
Can I not interject? Because the question originally was put to...
but he's been talking for 2 hours.
Let me answer then. But so, let me get in there.
Okay.
The question was put to me. I'll let you speak for 4 minutes straight there, and I agree with everything you've said, mind you. I don't disagree with anything you've said. All I want to say to the man is, look, if you have a naked woman on the horizon, you would recognize all the curvature of her body. And the same with the male form. You recognize it. So that you can't say that the body doesn't the brain cannot recognize or detect curvature. That's ridiculous. Okay? I can recognize different size round tires and the profile. My brain works. Now, regarding the Earth, we have a methodology that we can use to measure. Okay? So no, I'm not going to agree we cannot detect curvature, okay? That's not going to work for me. Thanks.
No. I understand. I've been here for about half an hour, right? I hear all of you, right? It sounds like maybe I'm pushing an idea instead of exploring it with you. That's fair.
Yeah.
Nobody wants their mind invaded. But, we all protect our mental space the same way that we protect our body, right? But it's like what's happening here is projection and resistance. It's two normal defense mechanisms, right?
Sorry, teacher. Please remember that most of us, all of us in this server, we're not only bringing the actual facts that we've discovered, okay? We've discovered it, but we're bringing our life's experience, okay? Because without that, we're just talking about that moment where we discovered it. But we can go back in our history and prove to you that, that we have not experienced curvature on this earth. And I've been living for 63 years. Okay, and I can take you to the places I've been, show you, and I'll show you there's no curvature there. Every place I've been to since I've been alive. Okay.
Hold on a second. Do you think we've done any objective tests of what we think? Do you think we did the test first and then came to the conclusion? Or that we just like a flat earth and we just and then went and looked for it? Because we've done a plethora of tests for nearly a decade. Laser tests, radar, radio waves, microwave, infrared, long distance observations from the tops of mountains, airplanes, you name it. We've tested it.
Gyroscopes.
We're not just we're not whistling. Yeah, we're not just whistling disky. We have the objective empirical evidence.
I respect that. I respect all the tests.
People
And
just don't know.
Jin is older than me, right? Yeah, look, Jin is older than me. He's seen more years, and that brings its own kind of wisdom. I respect that, right? Yeah, I respect it. If anyone's older than me, I'm 27. If anyone's older than me, you've got more wisdom than me, no doubt. But insight doesn't always move in straight lines. Sometimes it comes from fresh eyes, seeing the same horizon differently. When someone says, like, I'm older or I know more than you, then they often mean that I've lived more, so my view deserves more weight. And that's valid, I understand that, but every generation has blind spots the next one sees. Age gives you memory, but curiosity keeps it alive. I don't see age as a hierarchy here. I see it as a rhythm, I do. Different verses in the same song of consciousness. You might be on a later
bro,
verse.
I'm sorry, bro. This is what I mean, India.
Berserker,
India,
dude.
this is what I...
Hold on, Berserker. You're focusing on a non-important part. Like that part, like Jin's older than you doesn't prove the shape of the Earth. The objective measurements do. The thing is, we went out, they said Earth's a globe, and then we checked and discovered it's not, like Jin said. That's the important part.
Yeah, I understand. Until I get more numbers and more evidence on it, then I'll change my mind. But other than that, I mean, I'm going to be setting off now. But I think I've been here for too long. But you guys enjoy your chat. Thank you for the conversation.
Are you interested in empirical measurements and observations in the first place? Because that's what we're offering.
Yeah. I'm here to learn. I am definitely. I want to learn your perspectives. I do definitely am.
At your age of 27, all you need to do is go out and measure that surface of the Earth. Try to prove the curvature, okay? That's when you're going to be shocked or pleasantly surprised that everything is level. And you'll go to several places to try and confirm it, not just at one place, yeah? And then you're going to find out that, wow, I haven't been living on a globe. You've got to look into yourself after that, because that's where the honesty comes within. Every human being has that quality endowed in them, that you have to be honest to yourself. So that's what you've got to do. The Earth doesn't lie.
Thanks for the empowerment, bro, Jim. I appreciate that. I mean, I've got plans to go to Antarctica maybe in a couple of months in spring. I've got some plans I have. And I don't know if I'm going to see an ice wall or something, but I don't know how true that is.
Well, it depends on how far and how much time you've got there and what distances you're going to cover, because that's going to be a factor in there. Time and distance, obviously. Yeah, but I wish you the best on it, of course. I wish you the best on it.
I'm sure thousands of people have gone to Antarctica. Right? I mean, I don't know if the ice wall thing might be just a global thing that people put up, or it's a theory or something. I don't know what it is.
Hang on. The ice wall, ice shelf, that's a real thing. There's ice that goes on for, they say it's like 90% is ice. A lot of ice there. So,
I mean, obviously there's ice there. It's freezing, isn't it? Yeah. It's got the ice down there.
Shelf. Yeah, it's actually an ice shelf. It's really but before you go, Pantheus, can you answer the question, which was a direct and legit question of Yoda? He asked you, "Are you interested in Yoda, Master Yoda?" He asked you. Can you repeat the question, Yoda?
Are you interested in the empirical observations and measurements that we have to offer? Because that's what we're about here. We're not about speculation or occultism, metaphysics, mysticism. We're rationalists.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, like I said, I'm here for the core value of why people understand like the empirical evidence of this and that. I mean, yeah, definitely. I mean, I'd love to learn more about it. I will definitely. I'll always look at the data. I will look at because real observation is where the truth lives. I can hold everything to the same test, right? Can it be repeated? Can it be measured? Can it explain without bending the laws and all of that? You know, if your observations line up with physics and navigation and geometry and all of that, that's worth a real look. But if they contradict any of these that I just said, and they don't offer a model that still explains the flights and the gravity and the satellites and all that yada, then
that's where you've gone wrong. Like, we don't need a model to measure the Earth by.
Right. Exactly. That's it. Exactly. And gravity hasn't been proven. And that's the other problem.
And the curvature of the Earth has nothing to do.
Correction, Jin. The cause of gravity hasn't been proven.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah, the cause of... Well, I'm not going to use the word gravity anyway. The phenomena that is described as gravity hasn't been proven. Okay? The cause of it hasn't been proven. That's all we'll say there. But for me, gravity doesn't exist the way it's been described.
And the curvature of the Earth has nothing to do with satellites and GPC, because satellites can work also on a flat plane, can orbit on a flat Earth.
Oh, they have to.
So that has nothing to do.
Yeah.
Yeah. I get it, right? Why I get it. Why people don't trust gravity? I mean, it's invisible. It didn't start when the apple dropped on Newton's head. You know,
It's not about trust. Listen, it's all the assumed causes of gravity that have never been scientifically demonstrated or validated.
Yeah, that's the selective attention again, like the gorilla experiment we talked about before. What's always there becomes invisible to awareness.
It's true. What I said is not selective. It's absolutely true. There's no scientific test demonstrating the cause of gravity. Period. That's not just flat earthers saying it.
No. So Isaac Newton said himself that he didn't agree with the mass attracting mass theory. Okay, and he said it was an absurd idea, and he didn't want to be associated with it. Now I can post you that within 20 seconds, so you can read it for yourself. From Sir Isaac Newton.
Send me that. I'll give that a read. Definitely. That sounds interesting.
Neither he nor Einstein proposed a hypothesis test for the scientific cause of gravity. It's even worse with Einstein because he performed a thought experiment only in his literature on relativity.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure about that. I'm not really into like physics completely. I mean, I'm more into like Einstein, Spinoza's God. You know, his pantheistic views and stuff. I'm interested in that. I am. But like for me, gravity is more than a force. It's a metaphor for connection. You know, everything in existence is just pulled towards everything else. You know, bodies, planets, you and me, your thoughts, emotions, Einstein, everyone.
You cannot
That's not even what happens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the glue of being.
May I correct you? May I correct you? Look. We asked you, Master Yoda asked you if you are interested in empirical evidence. This was the same thing which I mentioned. We are here about empirical observations which we have seen, and I would like to go about what you said about it's okay not to trust. We trust.
Yeah.
We are skeptical. We are not spiritual. We are empirical. We trust. We trust in the observations, in the measurements which we have conducted. Did you understand that?
I understand.
The reason why we don't trust NASA, because NASA cannot provide us with empirical evidence. So it is not mistrust. It is the lack of evidence from the side of NASA and the mainstream. The trust is here. The trust is here. The trust is here. We have trust in geometry because the geometry says the spherical Earth, the alleged spherical Earth has a radius. The value of the radius is 3,959. According to that radius, the sphere should manifest a curvature, a drop. Okay. At a distance of 10 miles, there should be a drop of 66.68 feet. So we have done the math. We have done the observations. We have done the empirical observations. These could be considered as empirical evidence. But NASA is the one who has no empirical evidence. You know, Nikola Tesla, he mocked Einstein because he said that Einstein turned science into fantasy, playing with math and just theoretical thing, and went out of empirical science into theoretical science. Okay? So we are the ones who have trust in science, in geometry, that a sphere should be able to manifest a considerable curvature, a drop on the surface. So don't tell us that it is okay to mistrust. We don't mistrust anyone. We trust the data. We are the ones who trust the data. Do you get what I'm going to? Okay, you're playing you are either playing with words and psychology intentionally or unintentionally. I cannot.
No. I'm listening to. I'm listening to every
I
word.
cannot prove that. But when I come and tell you, look, bro, there is a radius, and there should be a drop, and we should not be able to see the horizon at a distance of 30 miles. We are seeing the horizon at a distance of 30 miles behind the oil rig, which is at 10 miles, at least 20 miles. We are seeing the opposite shore of a lake at a distance of 20 miles, at 21 miles. At 20 miles, there should be a drop of 266 feet. At 21 miles, there should be a drop of 300 feet. So, not 300, maybe 272 or 73, a little bit more than 266, maybe 270. So we are the ones who are relying on science, on geometry, on math, and doing the calculations. But you are talking all the time about psychology and about trust, and we should sit down and respect each other's opinion. It is not about opinion; it is about reality. The topic of this server is about reality and empirical evidence. It is not about holding hands and singing Kumbaya. Can you get that? It's not about how the brain works. You have been talking since 2 hours, not 30 minutes. 2 hours. You can go and look in the stream. At least more than 1 hour you have been here. And you have been going back on using the word but. You have to consider how the brain works. Why are you talking all the time about how our brains work? That is what is frustrating me. I don't want you to go. I want you to stay and to hear the evidence. As Yoder said, T-Dub is native speaking English. Jin is native speaking English. Most of the guys are native speaking. I might be poor in my English, so they would be able to explain to you everything. But you are not willing. AV tried to explain to you.
No, I don't. Look, my English is not my mother tongue as well. I'm Greek. I am. All right. I'm not mistrusting anything here. All right. It's fine not to trust. It's fine not to respect each other. That's how you stay sharp. Just don't get stuck in paranoia. Question everything, but verify it through experience. That's what empirical really means. Eyes open and heart grounded. Anyway, I've got to start setting off, right? Because I don't know. I don't feel too invited here. And like I said, I've been talking for about 2 hours. So yeah, I'll just shut up. I will. And yeah, you guys enjoy, right? Thanks. Enjoy. Have a lovely day, guys. Yassas.
Yassas, he was Greek. Yassas.
Oh, Yassas, he was Greek. Yeah, Pantheus, yeah. Did you see that? He went back, he couldn't resist it, and threw the word paranoia, that we are paranoid. Did you see that?
Yeah.
Don't you see it? He's not coming in goodwill.
Well, he was trying to say that our brains are not able to recognize curvature.
Yeah.
That's stupid because we can measure it.
Yeah, he was trying to say.
Come on, no.
Yeah, he was trying to say we are delusional, we are paranoia, we are. Yeah.
No, that's disgusting insults.
Yeah.
Really.
Yeah.
And this is a man who hasn't gone out there himself yet to actually measure the curvature of the Earth, but yet he's throwing all these accusations. Why don't you go and measure the surface of the Earth? Make sure it's curving, and it's definitely curved. You've got it on video, you've got it photographed.
Exactly. And Jin, I use the same sentence which you use. I use the same sentence which you use, which you phrase it like this. I told him, you say go out and put your feet in the dirt. I turned it on ourselves and said, we went out and we put our feet in the dirt on the shore and we measured, made observations. You can do the same thing. I even used your, the way you phrase it. But he's not willing, bro. He's just willing to insult us that we are paranoid.
Yeah, that's rather insulting in itself. Yeah. Now, where are we?
Yeah, you heard
it. The English up? Is this the politics? Which one is this? Because I can't seem to post my
24/7 Flutter Discord, the home base. And
right, home base, right. That's
I
my
don't know
problem,
if I
yeah.
misinterpret. I was listening to everything. He was replying to what was being said, but I didn't hear him calling us paranoid. Did he actually do that?
I didn't hear that, no, myself.
I didn't hear the berserker.
You can go and hear it in the stream. Just before he left, he said we should not be paranoid.
Yeah,
but go and listen to this stream.
Yeah, but that was. Oh my god, that was to you, because you were telling him that you're not here in good faith and that kind of stuff, bro. Like,
no, I didn't use the word good faith. Why are you saying that? I neither used good faith or goodwill. I did that after he threw the word paranoid. The only thing which could be close to aggressive or direct was that I told him, please don't throw us in the same basket.
The thing is that he wasn't. Everybody was engaging. He spoke. You see how I muted because we spoke to him for a little bit, and the other guys came in, and everybody had an exchange and tried to say something, and he engaged with most people. So I think it was a productive conversation, and eventually he will come back and continue the conversation. We cannot throw at him everything in
bro, I told him, didn't you listen? I told him I don't want you to go. I
did listen, bro. I did listen. I heard the whole thing. I was here listening since the beginning. I was the first one that replied to him, and I heard everybody speaking to him.
Yeah.
Well,
I told Go ahead.
He would say he would like throw in the consciousness, like consciousness, emotion, like
and that stuff. Yeah.
He would throw these in, and so basically he admitted that he's a Kabbalist, right? But I was trying to tell him the global earth is a religion, like literally.
He's going to the Antarctica, all those things. But that comes with the territory. That comes to the territory, and it's part of the conversation. It wouldn't be the first one or the last one.
Oh, but I agree with Berserker. He was, indirectly talking down. You know what I mean? Especially, I'm here to find out why people. I'm a psychologist major. I'm here to find out why people believe what they believe. That's
it's like when you speak and we bring up the Bible. I can say, Bong is telling me the Bible every time he speaks, right? He's a psychologist. That's his way of thinking. He approaches that way when he's in a conversation. He mentioned it eventually, right? That he was a psychologist, and that's the angle that he's coming through into the conversation, and people address his points, and he replied, and it's like when you bring up the Bible, I'm not saying, here comes Bong with the Bible, because you read the Bible, bro, and I'm gonna engage with you from your angle. And people in here engage with him from the angle that he brought up, and eventually, whenever, hopefully, if there's other conversations, if he comes back, it sounds like he will. Just bring a topic and bring it to a logical conclusion, like we did with the airplane thing.
No, I don't think he's interested. I don't think he's interested in any of that. You know what I mean? He said it himself. He's
I'm not saying he is, but if he's in here, I mean, there's some interest, right? He joined the server. He was here, spoke for 2 hours.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, but I guess.
Jamesy. Jamesy, I agree. Jamesy, thank you. Go ahead. But thank you, Bong. So he was in a hidden way. He was throwing insults. Go ahead.
I think he doesn't realize, that.
So
I don't know.
What do we expect him to get everything we're saying in 1 hour?
Oh no, Jamesy,
just agree with everything we're saying.
Look. I didn't do anything wrong. I told him.
I'm not telling you did anything wrong, bro. Why you saying that? Who told you doing something wrong?
No, I told him. I explained to him. We trust in evidence.
We know that.
The topic is if you can provide us with an evidence, and the topic is the lack of curvature of Earth, and not how the brain works and psychology. So can you address that, please? And Master Yoda also asked him. That was
You
a
see how
perfect question. Master Yoda asked him, "Are you interested?" Because he was not interested, as Bong So said. That's why it was
Indio
perfect
and
question.
Indio and AV replied to him on the psychology of things, and people can speak about that, and that's allowed. And Indio addressed that, and AV addressed that, and people speak about it.
Especially
And there's and we cannot say no, guys, don't talk about that because that's.
Yeah,
not
I
the
didn't
topic.
mean that.
That's
I
not the
didn't
topic.
mean that. Yeah.
Well, I think he.
I'm not saying you. I'm just saying that when people are replying to what's being said, just let the flow go, and then eventually, and there's Bong Sao and Berserker. You know this, right? The people in here have been doing this for a long time, and people are not being swayed, but what he's being said. Everything that he's saying is being addressed on the moment, and he's not tricking anybody.
He's more interested. Like he says psychology, but he's more interested in the religion side of the conversation. Okay, like that's why I brought up the Kabbalah.
Meeting him where he's at, right?
Because he kept bringing up, the stuff from the Kabbalah. The stuff, all this, these ideas like freaking. What did he say?